Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
This is Adam on the morning
Brad.
twos.
There we
Adam
go.
and Brad on the morning radio.
Oh, that does look good. Let's just go live straight to that. All right, I got this. Let me do this. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the endurance race at Baja SAE, Illinois 2017. Check out our drone shot of the cars already gridded for the endurance race. We gridded this morning by our acceleration results from last night. So that puts Team Nemesis Racing in first pole position, followed by the University of Michigan Ann Arbor, second place on that first line. I can't wait to see them go off here in about 9 minutes. We'll be starting the race at 10 a.m. Central Time.
Yeah, and it's a great race. This is Adam Baumgartner here, alumni with Johns Hopkins University. Glad to be bringing you coverage here of the endurance race here at Baja SAE, Illinois. We've got some great footage, and we're looking for really exciting coverage of the race.
It is going to be an awesome day. I walked through the paddock this morning, and there is an electricity in the air here. These kids are super pumped, excited for this race. This is the last endurance race of the season for these cars. These are one-year cars. This is it. The end-all, be-all of Baja endurance racing happened here today.
Absolutely, and also in addition to what you're saying, there's tons of points still available for the competition. The competitors.
400 total points left on the table today.
Yesterday they did a lot of time trials. The day before they were doing design evaluations, but 40% of the available points. Really, it's anyone's guess as to what should shake up for the overall winner.
Now, I took a look at some of the teams preparing for this race. Preparation key, and these teams know. Students are out there this morning, tables full of spare parts, tables full of tools, organized, ready to go. They need to be able to fix their car as quickly as possible. They are poring over every nut and bolt, checking everything to make sure that they are as prepared as possible to go out here and last the entire 4 hours of this endurance race.
Yeah, you said, Brad, when you were checking the area out, what were some of the main things that stood out to you in terms of their prep? You mentioned their tables ready with spare parts. Anything else?
You know, it varies team by team. You know, some of these teams, they have a whole wall full of spare parts ready to bolt on their car. They've got tables set up with the tools organized. They have a place for every single tool. So when they get there, the car gets towed in and something's broken, they can just react as fast, as quickly as possible.
And we've mentioned before that during this endurance race, we'll see teams that have problems, but they can come back and they can repair the car before going back out.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That is really the most important part of the race. Me watching how fast, how quickly these teams get back together, back out on the track.
You know, and these are also students, so they're also getting that on-the-job pressure problem solving to keep something working when there's, not really ready for necessarily what the fix is, but they're able to kind of take that moment to figure out what's going to happen, how can they make the system work even after it's maybe suffered some break or some dent and maybe isn't performing as well. Kind of that problem solving to get it back on the road, I think, is a great learning experience.
I think so too. I think it's really, this is the epitome of Baja SAE racing. Is what we're going to see today. This is going to be epic.
And you mentioned the starting lineup. We're going to be grid. That grid you saw, that's going to be done by acceleration.
That's right.
And what is that? Is that usually advantageous for certain teams?
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of there's usually two schools of thought for how you will grid an endurance race. Some competitions will grid off of the rock crawl or suspension and traction event, because the endurance race does incorporate some of those obstacles. And the fastest car through that should be the fastest car on the endurance track. Other courses like Baja, Illinois are fast tracks. This is a very, very fast track that we're at today. It is going to be fast, dusty. It is going to be some awesome racing. So here it makes sense to grid the cars. Oh, and we're off. We're off. It looks like we're going 5 minutes early here at Baja SAE, Illinois.
Oh, wow.
You know, that is something that the organizers are allowed to do. They are allowed to start early if everybody is ready. It looks like some great racing already.
Yeah, coming off in that first grid is going to be Team Nemesis with Michigan Ann Arbor, the kind of number 37 and number 1, respectively. It's going to be really neat to see how they kind of push through on the course as we follow them along.
Oh, absolutely. And you see as we let them go how important it is to grid early. Be really in position. You get a huge advantage. Here we are kind of a little farther down the track. Our course leaders should be coming around any moment.
A great shot, yeah, showing the obstacles that they'll have to come. And coming through right now, it looks like team number 37 in the lead,
Nemesis in the
holding
lead.
the lead, and Michigan Arbor close behind as they go through the deep water pit.
Look at how deep that mud pit is.
And this water is important. These transmissions are very water sensitive, so it needs to be sealed quite well. And if they're not, it'll begin to slip and reduce acceleration.
Absolutely, that is going to be a challenging obstacle throughout the day, especially how deep it is. There may be some very deep mud ruts in there later on.
Coming up later on the track, we've got the leader coming through, Team Hoon. Team Nemesis from India coming up. We got a log crossing.
Yeah,
let's see how they take it.
Could have come over the log fan. Looks like they are going to take the leftmost.
A great choice.
Rightmost route for them.
And team number 1, Michigan Arbor, struggling a little bit. And number 4, Cornell, maybe trying to make a move. And team number 72, National Institute of Technology, coming up behind them as well. In the back, team number 101.
Oh, they're stuck. They're stuck.
Stuck.
Oh, it looks like you need to stay on that right line through there.
That's right.
Well, it is going to be a challenging obstacle as the day goes on. Here's our starting grid. You guys will be able to see that. Now we have...
yeah, we just saw, as Hoon was pulling away from University of Michigan and Arbor. Very impressive.
Look at how well all the Indian teams have done here.
It's very impressive.
They've
Indian universities.
4 of the top 10 spots in gridding.
They have definitely brought... And then now we have, in the background, you can see that the course workers are moving the vehicle off the track to maintain clearance for the other cars to continue to pass by. That right line looking to be the one to take through those logs.
Now we switch to our third camera view here. This is kind of a back section of the endurance course. And you can see that it looks like they have an option here. This looks like they have an option to go the long, easy way around, or they can take a shorter route through the center.
Oh, there you go,
exactly. It's going to be more difficult on the cars. It's really a trade-off that the drivers are going to have to make.
Right, and sometimes, as these leaders, as they're going to begin to encounter traffic, what they'll begin to do is they'll begin to choose the line that is the harder one so they can overtake a car faster, because sometimes you get stuck behind a slower car. It's hard to make that pass.
Absolutely. Being able to pass vehicles is one of the things that makes a good driver great in the Baja SAE series.
Definitely, traffic management.
And we're back on our drone shot. We get to see the cars coming around. This is the back half of the course. We are really almost finished with our first lap with the leaders. I'd say they're probably 3/4 of the way through the endurance track.
I'll tell you, I've been really impressed with Team Nemesis, just pulling away from University of Michigan and Ann Arbor. I mean, that is an incredibly fast car, and just really going to show you the level of performance that Team Nemesis has.
It looks like we have a bit of a traffic jam here on the log fan. This is a very, very challenging obstacle, and it is going to take a lot of cars out of the race.
Once the teams kind of figure out the right line, they'll get dialed in. But in this first lap, they're just sensing the difference, and maybe they're trying to overtake, but weren't aware of how tricky it would be.
And look at the advantage that you get being one of the first teams off the line, and not stuck in this traffic jam, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, we should say that this is still early on in the race. There's plenty of time as car number 23 muscles his way through the logs. And, of course, Kettering University, with the rubber ducks on the top of their car, very recognizable, also powers their way through.
Well, it's great to see that they're starting to... we're stuck again.
And it's those small tires. They're doing their best, but it's just a little... as we talked about from yesterday with the rock crawl, those small tires make it difficult to get over these obstacles.
That's Tennessee Tech University. There's a bit of trouble there. One thing that we need to mention right now is that there is a rule for the number of times that you can get stuck on an obstacle in Baja SAE Series. You can only get assisted over an obstacle, I believe it's 2 times.
It'll be 3 times total.
I believe the third time you're out, though.
Well, and also we should also say that it really is fully stuck. They take into account traffic, was the car in front of you that made you slow down. But yes, as the cars go through this, they start to get stuck on obstacles. They'll be kind of flagged for not having enough performance.
That's right.
They'll be asked to modify themselves. Now, what we have right here, they're going to bypass this. Now, this is what they do temporarily to make sure that they can keep the flow of traffic. And as the field starts to spread out, this gets a little easier.
I wonder if that will become more of a permanent than a temporary. That was a very challenging log fan that we had to go over. Another great drone shot showing the downhill portion on the back half of the track. As you can see here, this is a very fast track. You can see how fast the cars are moving. It's challenging on your suspension and your drivetrain for that, because these cars are designed around an endurance race that typically has a much lower average speed than you get here at Baja, Illinois.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also we should mention the fuel rate may come into a play. The when to refuel may play a different role. Now that there's a higher speeds, that may affect their fuel economy. We'll see what the teams decide to do.
Absolutely. And we made sure that we had a camera on the hot pits so we could watch pit stops of our favorite teams as they make their way and do their driver change. Great drone shot as we pan across the track. You can kind of see another section where we're having some trouble with vehicles stuck, pushing them off the track. Again, thank you to all of our course workers out there. This is going to be, at least for the next half hour or so, is going to be the most challenging part of their day.
It is, and also a lot of these the course are going to volunteers from other universities that have extra team members, and they really help make the event great.
Great look at this obstacles. Go over a concrete pipe and then into the whoop section. Now, the key to the whoop section is to really develop a good rhythm. If you go in too fast, you wind up hitting the next whoop a little too hard. If you go in too slow, you're going to lose the race.
Exactly. So you're right. How do you decide the right moment, the right rhythm to get into?
That's right. And that's something, again, that makes a good driver become a great driver in Baja SAE. Now you can kind of see it looks like this vehicle was not just stuck, but actually broken. They're going to be towing them back in. I can't see the number of it from here, but it does look like that's going to be a bit early for them to have that kind of issues. I hope they are able to get back out.
And that's just really tough. It's so hard when there's the gut, the pit feeling in your stomach when you're watching your car come around. You know about how long a lap takes, and then all of a sudden you don't see it, and it's what has happened? It's
a horrible feeling for the spectators on that. So here you get a great view of our option that we can take. So cars can cut across that center section and really cut a lot of time off their laps. It must be a challenging obstacle, though. I haven't seen anybody take it.
Yeah, and maybe it just hasn't been enough of a traffic slowdown. I think as we start to see the traffic build up with the leaders coming back around, they may be more inclined to take that route once there's a bit of a slowdown in front of them.
Especially with the way Team Nemesis has been bringing it today.
Yeah.
They did. It's normal for a car in the lead that takes it easy on the first lap. No, not for them. They're going hard. They're aiming for the win today.
I think they're definitely making a statement. I think that it's going to be really impressive. They've had great dynamic runs. They've set themselves in great position for potentially to win the race. So we'll have to see. They've got a top 10 finish from Pittsburgh, Kansas. I think that they're definitely pushing for the next level to maybe win an overall.
Yeah, but again, it's important to remember, you don't win the race in the first corner.
37.
It looks like our drone pilot has needed to land for a minute. We'll switch to a different camera as soon as we get an opportunity. We're pretty limited, actually, on our production crew here. It's one guy trying to do 10 people's jobs. So thank you, Chase, for everything you've done for the live stream. I really think we're going to be able to bring these guys a really good information about the endurance race here today.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. I hope to continue all of our efforts today. Stay tuned. We are hoping to include live real-time stats. We will have average lap times, current starting positions, best lap times, and all compare it to the current leaders so you know who's where and how far back they are. So stay tuned and wish me some luck as I got a little bit of code to finish going here.
But all that said, the amazing color commentary with Brad and Adam Baumgart here in the booth, I think is more, we're doing our best. We're going to do a great job.
Absolutely. Let's try and bring up the live results oh, here we go. We're going to be able to switch cameras for you right now. We've got it sorted out. We're going to bring up the live results anyway, so we can track. It looks like we are going to continue bypassing that obstacle. Now look, we are modifying that obstacle. That is
I tell you, this is really cool that they're able to just, quickly just add some more dirt, and hopefully they'll bring it back in.
Thank you to our sponsors who make that possible. Without without the equipment that they are able to donate to this event, we wouldn't be able to do this kind of stuff. It is an interesting concept. I'm for one, am glad that they're modifying the obstacle rather than getting rid of it entirely.
Yeah, that is a really cool piece. And, here we are looking at the current leaderboard. Government College Team Nemesis in first place still.
I think this is still the starting grid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to announce that that's the leaderboard. I believe that we're looking at the top right for the results on the Endurance sponsored by Honda Cummins leaderboard. So we're streaming live from our Baja Mobile results page. That is the same information that the team on the ground here at the event site are getting, and we're able to bring it to you guys live on the live stream. And it looks like we're going to work through our quick technical difficulties. Again, these are prototype graphics. We're getting them going. Oh, and this obstacle's back in. It's now less of a log fan and more of a light bump for the cars. It's almost they've made it too.
Well, and it's okay that they made it possibly too easy because there are plenty of other challenges that await them. And, potentially 4 hours of this is definitely going to start to punish the cars. And also that dirt will still down.
Oh, yes. And this isn't the only obstacle. Well, that's a good point, too. They didn't pack the dirt down. They just dropped it on. So it will be a dynamically changing obstacle throughout the day. Here comes more cars. You can kind of see how they've converted if you tuned in yesterday, you can see how they converted the rock crawl into the endurance track, incorporating some of the less difficult, I should say, sections of the rock crawl, because you do have to race on it for 4 hours.
Yeah.
But they are able to reuse some of the track, which I think is a great addition.
Absolutely.
To the race.
Absolutely. And it's neat too because the competitors are now seeing it in a whole different area. After driving it once, now they're driving it again. It's pretty cool they can bring all that together.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. They are running it backwards. The rock crawl driver can talk to the endurance driver if they're not the same person and explain, hey, there is a clean line that you can take through this unless they move the rocks around last night. But just from what we can see, it looks to be about the same.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now you can just see them sail over that. That was car 89 that just sailed right over that obstacle. Incredible. I think this is going to turn out to be a fantastic camera view as the day goes on. If that obstacle wears in and teams start taking it faster.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Here we get to see our option again. It looks like most of the cars are still taking a long way around. I wonder if it wasn't communicated clearly that you can take a shortcut right now.
It's a good point. And we haven't seen anyone take that. That is a very good point. Maybe
it is still early. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I wouldn't be surprised to see it later. Sure.
But the traffic is thinning. I mean, there hasn't been any huge jam ups there, and that if they don't have to take the obstacle, well, they may not need to.
As I said yesterday, we're about 15 minutes into the endurance race. This is when it starts to get really interesting in the pits. Wow, this car's flying around here. Are we able to see the car number on that? That is incredibly quick. Wow, that is really good racing that we get to see here. Good. Oh.
So as we mentioned before, we've got a great shot of the bypass area here at the Baja SA Illinois. As we look to our drone shot, we've got more coverage of kind of some overtaking. And as you can see, we haven't seen any cars get totally taken out, but the competition seems to be spreading out the leaderboard.
Yeah, it is a long track we have today. I believe it's almost a little over 1 mile. So you will start to see especially with how the race pitting is done and everybody was allowed to enter the track, you'll start to see the competitors spread out a little bit. They are trying to survive full 4 hours. There's no reason to, at this early in the stage, risk unnecessary contact with other cars.
Yeah, I always feel like the beginning is maybe where you don't want to race as hard because you want to, take your time and kind of make sure you're running later in the endurance race, those full 4 hours.
So I was able to bring up our live statistics. Currently, we're about 15 minutes into the race. Our racer is still car number 37, Team Nemesis Racing. The fastest lap was set by Cornell University, Big Red Racing. Now, our fastest lap time is 3 minutes, 17 seconds right now. Expect as the day goes on, the course gets worn in, and it becomes more open, that lap time will decrease significantly.
Exactly. And also, if we look at the overall leaderboard, we actually see that it's currently Team Nemesis with Moon with 2 laps, University of Michigan Ann Arbor with 2 laps, and then in third place, McGill University with 2 laps as well, kind of pulling ahead of Purdue University West Lafayette, number 90, also on 2 laps.
This is a great shot. Actually, my favorite section of the track for passing is what we just watched right there. There's a very sharp right hairpin turn that if your car is able to handle better, you can pass many people right there, come down through the service road, make the left, over top of the ravine section they cut, and then you're in spectator view right there. You're showing off. You're hitting these tabletops, getting air. That's where you get to really showcase your car through that mud section. And then you come back and you see this is the half pipe that we had in the maneuverability event yesterday. And you see they've left the rocks, but now they've removed the slaloming.
Mm-hmm.
So now the cars kind of have to find the fastest way through there. And it's an interesting.
And now they're it's hard to see on the camera, but after they make this turn, they're actually powering up a hill.
That's right.
Which actually is one of the ways that when the CVT needs to backshift, we're going to see a lot of change. And this is some beautiful footage as we pan over to the other elements of the track, giving you a sense of scale of how much traversing these cars are doing on these laps.
Absolutely. And you're really getting a good view of all the obstacles we have to go over and really the entire endurance course here. So you see another rock garden that they have to go through on the backside of the hill. And again, lots of open, great flat sections where the cars with top end really wind them out and make great progress here in this endurance race.
Absolutely. And, it was always interesting. Some cars are geared maybe for acceleration, but then over time, that slowly, there's really nothing you can do. Your foot's to the floor, their foot's to the floor. They're just kind of walking away from you. That's a pretty interesting feeling.
All right. As a driver of one of those vehicles that aren't geared for the top end that the track allows, you have to make up your time on the hills, in the obstacles, and in the corners. Mm-hmm. That's really the only way that you can be competitive on a track like this.
Mm-hmm. And as we're looking again, this is kind of a top speed, but then they're going right into these kind of large mesas, if you will. You can see the cars kind of skittering to a stop as they reevaluate their trust in their equipment.
That's right. That's right.
Prior to hitting them full throttle.
Especially this early in the race. It's hard to tell from the drone, but there's actually quite a bit of altitude change here that's going on. The cars are going uphill over that rock garden. They go downhill on the other side, come around. You can see them come up over this bump. And then that's where the option is. You can see there's a car. Actually, it just took that option. And it looks like they got stuck on it. So it really didn't work out for them. But maybe there is some error to come around.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the option, but it looks like, I agreed, it is better to just kind of keep your speed through the smooth section. That doesn't seem to be a huge gain. Let's just give you a quick rundown of our top place finisher, the current status of the top 10. In first place in the endurance race, Kuhn Team Nemesis Racing with 3 laps. University of Michigan Ann Arbor, 3 laps. Number 4, Cornell University in third place with 3 laps. Number 4, San Diego State University. They're winners from the rock crawl from yesterday, and they're with 3 laps. National Institute of Tech, Jalandhar, now at 3 laps. McGill University.
There are 25 cars on the lead lap right now.
There are.
This is going to be a tight race if we continue with a pack this tight.
There are.
And we'd like to thank all of you tuning in. We're just about to crest 500 viewers at the same time. That is a phenomenal accomplishment for us, and we thank you guys all for tuning in. We will continue throughout the day, try and give you the best information possible.
But someone else that would like to join, make sure you send them their footage right now. We'd love to get to 1,000 people signing up. So if you know somebody, you also could tell somebody else.
My personal goal is 2,000. As this race goes on, as we get in towards the last hour and the racing really gets intense, I expect a lot more people to tune in that want to watch at home.
Absolutely, and so we got some great footage. We'll be happy to get that covered all day. Now, back to the action. As I mentioned, we monitor this.
Oh my goodness. We missed a car go over this. We have a 30-second delay. I just watched that car.
I actually saw that too. It had a little bit of a scare, but didn't roll. That's exactly what the driver, probably is a little bit clenching after we saw that.
Yeah, I believe this obstacle, we might see some rollovers on it later today.
And what do you think is causing the cars to kind of rotate in that funny angle? It like kicks. What do you think is causing that?
The reason they use the concrete sewer pipe is because it does tend to kick the back end up as you hit it. The front end will go over it smoothly, but the back end, the front's already coming down, so it forces the back up. And that kind of puts the cars off balance. If you hit it a little too fast, something like this happens, where you wind up on your side.
Oh my goodness, right. So this car, unfortunately, this is going to be a penalty for them. They want to have their rollovers. This is they're negatively incentivized from doing this. They will have to wait a penalty time. A judge needs to come out, so they'll suffer a time penalty for this. That's not what you want to see on the course.
Well, they will suffer a time penalty, but primarily what we're trying to do is we want to verify the integrity of the roll cage after a roll event. You don't want to have an issue where the roll cage is damaged during a rollover and the car goes back out on track. We'll be sending one of the very skilled and experienced tech judges out there who do a lot of analysis on these chassis. Make sure that they're going to see.
I know with the actually see teams now using the bypass, and 2 teams just went through the slick bypass, and
it
actually
is significantly faster.
Yeah, it looked like they gained about 4 places in those recent maneuvers. So they looks like the bypass, I don't know if we have a name for it yet, but kind of if we call it the needle in the haystack, as it kind of, instead of going the long way around the stick handle, kind of just cutting it off at the top, works great.
I like it.
And this is on the back section of the course. If you hear a lot, it's hard to see the bypass we just described, but it's out there. And teams are starting to use it.
We're going back over what we call the pole, which is just phenomenal from a spectator standpoint. Plenty of the endurance courses that we run in the Baja SA series, you aren't able to see this much of the track in one place.
Oh no, absolutely, and it is a tremendous venue, especially with built-in spectator stands.
I think we're going to see some good racing coming through the half pipe.
So coming through the half pipe,
5 cars.
Yeah. Now they got 3 cars are going 3 wide. One of them gets tripped up on one of the rocks and actually gets stuck, and the rocks come up as he kind of gets stuck and pulling the wrong way as the cars power past him. That was an interesting situation because he got kind of
throw up the yellow flag for that. That's gonna really slow down the race for everybody behind this pack. We'll keep an eye on them as they come up the hill.
I was really intrigued at how that one rock kind of knocked him in a funny way. It was kind of a worst-case scenario just as he was getting ready to turn.
So it's hard you can't really see it from the live stream, but those rocks are huge. They are very, very large rocks.
Coming back to the forest logs, we see that, it's just a lot easier with that extra dirt. But the cars still are getting banged around.
Actually, I like it better this way. Something that the faster you can hit an obstacle, the more damaging and challenging it's going to be for the cars. So I think this is a good situation.
That's car number 93 going through Pennsylvania College Technology. It is, a number, and then,
that's 160. And then the rubber ducks. It's really easy to pick out
Kettering University. I'll tell you what, thanks for putting your rubber ducks on your car, Kettering. We're able to see it loud and clear.
Maybe as these live streams become more popular at all events, we'll start seeing things like rubber ducks on everyone's car.
Yeah, but as you can see, I really like the way that that car just took that line. And it's neat to see, kind of as they're coming through, they're just powering up over it.
Another interesting thing that I've noticed after watching this obstacle is it used to be that you stay on the right side, go over that one large block, but now with the modifications, everybody is sticking to.
Let's see. But he slowed down.
That was Team Nemesis Racing, number 37.
But he came through that so fast. So we got Michigan Ann Arbor sticking to that same line. If you look, he actually by staying on the inside of the track, it was shorter.
It was significantly faster.
So maybe 15 seconds. For those of you following along the story, we've got first place Team Nemesis Racing, followed in quick succession by University of Michigan Ann Arbor, who are in a great battle right now.
A great battle for first place. I wouldn't be surprised to see them stick together for the next hour or two.
I mean, with only a 10-second delta after we've been running about 3 laps, is really impressive, especially as they're chasing through traffic. It was impressive because both of those cars, we were talking about how it's smoother on the inside, but that log looks like it sets you up with less distance. Less distance takes less time.
Absolutely. And if your car is capable of taking that log that fast, there's no reason not to take that.
I mean, we're here watching. Looks like it looks very smooth, but then we watch those 2 ace drivers come through and show us how it's done.
That's absolutely right.
This is team number 16. The very wide modifications they had to make to their car. They had to make those modifications for tech inspection. Their frame was out of spec, but they were able to change it, and I'm glad to see that they're in endurance.
Team number 16 is another one of our Indian team. I'm glad to see that they were able to pass tech and make it out here today. That's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
Now, this is a fantastic view for car numbers. As they come around through the fan, you see, like car 75, this University of McGill just come over there. They were on our lead lap as well. I don't know, maybe they've fallen quite a bit back from the race lead.
Well, let's check.
That looks like car 118, 72. Fantastic view to be able to see your car racing.
Actually, McGill, and that just shows you the level that Hoon is pushing ahead. That the McGill University, when they came through, they are 5th place, and many steps behind. those two leaders, and they are very evenly matched.
Look at how dusty this gets when you have this many cars coming through all at once. You can't hardly even see the obstacle. They're just trusting the person in front of them. Look at them all following that same line.
Now, when you're driving, what would you do to keep the dust down when you were driving? Were there any techniques you used? Any like masks or?
Nothing you can do. All you can do is just go faster than them. So that you see your dust going all over them and not theirs.
So there's extra motivation to be in the lead.
Hey, I just want to give a shout out to Husker Racing. I see they're getting on Twitter right now, and it looks like one of their fans are calling out them on. So thanks for the call out. I want to encourage everyone else to continue using the Baja Illinois hashtag. I'm doing everything I can to capture all the social media, so please get online and social. Jump on the YouTube live comments. We got a lot of stuff going on our screen right now.
Yeah, and even if you're not social, I mean, just do it because Baja's awesome.
I was thinking the same thing.
Even if you're shy, even if you've never done this before, now's a great time to start. The hashtag button. Look up how it's used online, and get out there and get our name out there. Support Baja SAE through all mediums possible. Back to the action. We're getting the great shots of the Kettering University with their rubber coming through again, making tracks as they move forward.
It would have been a good opportunity to measure a lap time for them.
Yeah, that's
We've
true.
just seen them.
Well, we're seeing the lap times are about 3. What have we got? 4 minutes, 5 minutes? No, about 3-4 minutes.
That's about standard for Baja SAE event, and it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of nice as a spectator watching your car. Roughly it's going to come back around in 3 minutes. You don't need to wait a long time. So if it doesn't come back around, it's time to run back to the pit.
Yeah.
Your car's getting towed back.
Just a quick mention. We talked about how the team Nemesis and Ann Arbor were in a real battle. Their average lap times are 4 minutes and 25 seconds. If you look at the leaderboard, that time is not really matched. The next closest teams are about 10 more seconds slower than those two are within tenths, with Team Nemesis being 0.05 seconds faster overall.
Looks like we've got our first driver change at the event. Be car number 25, College of New Jersey.
Yeah, College of New Jersey, the TCNJ Motor Lions. That's an awesome thing.
Now this is really early. This is unfortunately probably because of some sort of problem that they're having. Let's see if it looks like they're inspecting the driver. Maybe there's some kill switch problem. A lot of these things can the car looks to be in pretty good shape. They seem to be navigating it.
It might not be a problem either. A lot of teams will come out here and they're here to have fun, and they want to give everybody a chance to drive the car.
Right.
So we don't have anything telling them where to park. They did a fantastic job parking right in the shot for this, didn't they?
Yeah, thank you very much.
So I hope they have a great day today and they can keep running the whole 4 hours. We'll probably skip back to them in a minute. This is our current leaderboard.
No, this is not the current leaderboard. Don't worry, all of our people watching Grimmindy on the live stream. Don't worry, Team Nemesis is still in first place, but they are being aggressively harassed by Team Michigan Ann Arbor.
Yeah, I will, clarify for everybody, the live statistics you're going to be seeing throughout today are unofficial. If you want all the results you see today are unofficial.
We do our best to get you the results.
So we are doing our best to engage you and keep you well informed, but please remember that these are unofficial results. Official results are typically posted day after the event, I think, average.
That's correct. Yes, these all the results that you will see today are unofficial until the award ceremony. In which case, they are still unofficial for, I believe, you have more days after that in order to kind of, contest the results.
So what's really interesting, looking at the results, we can get maybe back to some of the shots on course. We're looking at the Michigan University now, Ann Arbor. San Diego State University is coming in quick succession. There's 4 teams that are setting sub 4 minute 30-second lap times. They're Team Nemesis, Ann Arbor, San Diego State University, and also Clarkson. Golden Knights Racing is in the mix now in 4th place as we continue to see them battling. And Clarkson University actually set a 4 minute and 24-second average lap time. So they are moving up the pack.
That's a very low average lap time for what we're seeing.
And so they're moving up the pack.
Something I think a lot of our Indian viewers would be interested to hear is that Team Nemesis' best lap time right now is approximately 4 seconds faster than the University of Michigan Ann Arbor's fastest lap time.
Oh, but that's a great point. The fastest lap is, but the average is still within 1 second.
The average is very close.
The average is very close. So Michigan's still in a battle.
I think we'll start to see a difference in speed in those two vehicles, one way or the other, as the course gets worn in, as less cars are on the track, and the drivers start to get more familiar with the line through these obstacles.
One thing I want to just say, I mean, it's great that, this is coming here, pulling a quick lead. Don't forget, Michigan Arbor is an extremely experienced program. They know all the tricks in the book, whether it's fewer pit stops. They have all the techniques. And, Poon's done a great job here in their kind of, breakout year here in North America. But, I'm just going to say, don't underestimate the level of experience that Ann Arbor has.
Absolutely. It's definitely going to be an uphill
all the
battle.
tricks. They have all the tricks up their sleeve. So we'll see what they're able to do intensely, potentially fewer pit stops. They've tested that.
Let's look at this great racing real quick over this obstacle.
And number one, Michigan Arbor coming through.
Wow, that was Michigan Ann Arbor. It's hard to tell their cars these days.
But we can see that this is a group of traffic that they've just overtaken.
Yeah,
so they're fighting their way through.
Really, really fast time for here. I must have missed Team Nemesis. I'm sure they were right ahead of them. Also, cleared the group of traffic.
Yeah, also, but it's that fighting through traffic. And it was another. We zoom down to kind of the other stories we've got. Kind of filling out the top 10 after Clark in 5th place, University of Akron. 6th place, Rochester Institute of Technology, also 6th lap. 7th, McGill University. 8th place, École Technologie Supérieure. 9th place is National Institute of Tech de Landahar. And 10th place, Montreal, Polytechnique Montreal. Coming in 10th.
And we have 15 cars still on the lead lap. That's pretty impressive.
Absolutely. No, exactly. Staying on that lead lap. Also, just a quick shout out to my guys. Number in 12th place, Johns Hopkins University, Blue Jay Racing, also on the lead lap.
Well, you can't ignore that. That's pretty good. They're in great position so
You
far.
absolutely. They're right where they need to be. But it seems like a lot of teams are doing really well.
We should mention, those of you following along who may not be as familiar with how the scoring is going to work out for this event, is 400 total points.
Oh, what a closeout!
That was really close.
But back to the endurance race. Sorry about that.
No problem. No, we're here to focus on the race. So there's 400 total points, and of those 400 points, the total will go to the race leader. But if you're on the same lap as the race leader, you'll only get one less point per position back you are from it. So right now, Clemson University was still on the lead lap with a 15th car on the lead lap. They would only be 15 points behind Nemesis or Michigan Ann Arbor, whoever would win the race.
Right.
So it's very important to stay on that lead lap.
Right, because you have that 400 points, and let's say the leader scores 50 laps, and then you 25 laps. You receive 200 points out of those 400. Whereas if you're on the lead lap, you also receive 400. In addition to, there's a small
it's a bonus, right?
But it's a very small bonus. Let's say there are 10 cars in lead lap. The first place car gets 410 points.
That's right.
So
that's how it works.
It's very small. But lead lap is the one that you want to be on, and any percentage of a ratio of the total laps finished versus your laps that you complete in these 4 hours is times 400 points. That's your score you get to add to your collection of overall total points for the competition.
It's hard to see, but it kind of looks like car 47, one they've just pulled off the track. Looks like they're doing a roll cage inspection of it right now.
They're bringing over a number of tech guys to check out what that is. But another car taking that bypass and looks like just superior.
Looked like almost 4 vehicles taking that bypass.
Yeah, and here comes another one. Let's see. And so it looks like 1, 2, 3. 3 cars they'll pass in that moment. So that's Team 47. That's Northeastern University. Sure they'll be able to figure out that's another very experienced.
I don't think that's Northeastern's car. That looks like a 2-seater. That looks like Sherbrooke's car. It must be a 42. Let me look up.
It does look like a 2-seater. I believe
that's 42.
Université de Sherbrooke.
So a very cool thing that they do is in the rules you are allowed to have a side-by-side car. What they do, instead of having the engine behind the driver, the engine is next to the driver in essentially the passenger seat.
Yeah, and this actually improves weight distribution quite a bit. And they've been running this design. It's pretty effective, and definitely also reduces the aerodynamics. Cars don't have to have a rear firewall because of this, so they actually have more flow-through aerodynamics.
It's a shame to see them off the track. I know they had trouble getting through technical inspection last night. They weren't able to really do a whole lot on dynamic days, so hopefully they're able to get their car fixed back out there. It looks like it's driving away under its own power, so that's a good sign.
But a great team. I mean, I have high hopes in the ability.
Well, they've let them back on the track right now. They're off already. Excellent news.
That's what we want to see.
I think it's going to be pretty hard to see here soon. Look at how dusty it already is. You see as Sherbrooke comes all the way around.
We'll get if they've already passed, we can see the side-by-side engine that they have. Absolutely, the dust is definitely going to play a factor, and I've seen drivers kind of put masks, like bandana, but as you're saying, there's really nothing you can do. It's going to get in.
That's right. Yes. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot you can do. All you can do is hope that if you have a ram air intake for your CVT, hope your air filter works for that. You've got to make sure that your Briggs & Stratton air filter is due. That's about all you can do for that.
Right. Well, a lot of teams are kind of remote mounting the intake, further up to kind of
we did that as well.
Keep the dust down. Just kind of a figure out where because obviously the reason we're talking about dust for you at home, the dust, if the air filter is clogged, it reduces the total amount of air that can get in by kind of imagine a straw getting smaller, and the engine needs more air. The more air it has, the higher power output it's able to produce. Less air kind of chokes the engine less and has less power.
That's right. Yeah.
Hey, why don't we take a short break here and our audience watch the live feed here, and we're gonna take just a few minutes to ourselves here and work through a couple issues. But I hope you're all enjoying the live coverage of Baja SAE 2017. I'm happy to bring it to you from Edwards, Illinois. So we'll be right back.
All right, we've got our graphical issues worked out. We're back online. We're going to be looking at this section of the track. We haven't looked at this camera view very much lately, but look how fast it's gotten from the very first lap. The mud is dried up, and the cars are just flying over top of these jumps. Absolutely,
and that's what, the mud drying up being all the cars kind of pushing down and like getting through the mud as quickly as possible. That water used to be quite a bit more sizable.
I'm amazed how quickly it dried up. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It's a hot, sunny day here in Edwards, Illinois.
You're fragmented right now, but I do have a feed.
It looks like we might still be having some issues with our reception here. We are kind of a little bit out of the great cell reception range, and that's what we're using to broadcast the signal. So if you're having issues with the live stream, it's probably that. We'll do what we can. It looks like our drone camera back up and is broadcasting, so we'll switch to that one for you guys real quick. Here we go. This is a great shot. Look at, wow, there's still a lot of cars on track here.
Yeah, a lot of cars still pushing through. We're about 40 minutes into the 4-hour endurance race, but the car is absolutely looking really good. And some cars, I think we go back and refresh the leaderboard. Some cars are starting to get knocked out.
Right, the lead lap has shrunk significantly. We now only have 8 cars on the lead lap. So we could probably just go ahead and run those off for you if you
Absolutely.
Like.
But the big one to note is that you don't see Nemesis.
No. Oh, that is going to be. Oh, we do see them. They're still on the lead lap. Sorry, they're 1 lap down now. They're 8 laps in. Lead lap is 9. That's the current race leader at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor.
Right, and that's what I was talking about. There's going to be failures, but seeing how Nemesis is able to respond to this is going to be really interesting to see what they do, to see how they're able to come back. Kind of keeping looking at that, it's important to know San Diego State University having the breakout year if they're doing this well in rock crawl and then this high or endurance performance right now. That's a great combination of factors to get a high finish.
Now, I did notice that we had one other team complete the rock crawl yesterday. That would be Northeastern University, and they are also rounding out the top teams, the top 8 on the first lap right now in that 8th position. But let's see if they can hang on. They might have a very, very good weekend here.
Yeah, and it's tough to know. I don't know exactly why Team Nemesis is down a lap. Typically, we see where they refresh.
The time difference is fairly short right now. Judging from this, it looks like they may have just got hung up on an obstacle, maybe tried to take a line to pass a slower car and weren't quite able to make it. Mm-hmm. That's usually what you see when you just lose 1 lap. It's not typically a technical issue.
Exactly.
But we'll keep an eye on it and make sure that they continue making their laps. Currently, Cornell University still is maintaining the fastest lap time of the day with 3 minutes and 17 seconds. These other vehicles are knocking on their door. I wouldn't be surprised to see that fastest lap time either be bested by Cornell themselves or somebody else really soon.
Right. Another shot of the bypass area we have on the track. This is the area where they can either take a long way around or go through this quick bypass area.
It kind of looks like an A.
Yeah. It does look like an A. Back to in the front, in the bowl, the log section, we can get those teams taking that. As we were talking about, the inside line is shorter, and if you're comfortable, that's UMBC, Baltimore County, coming through the logs just there.
Looked like
number 11.
ETS following them behind.
With ETS following right behind.
Well, that'll make for some very good racing. Both of those are very good teams.
Yeah.
And it seems that people are catching on to your idea of taking a shorter route around these logs.
Absolutely.
We're not seeing as many teams go to the outside. Looks like they're going to the outside to try and pass.
But it looked like it pulled the distance. I mean, I definitely didn't see a huge advantage there.
You almost need to go to the inside to pass.
Yeah. So coming up here, if you notice, we talked about Poon. Let's see where they are. They're still at 8 laps. So now the leader's at 10. The Poon is currently in the pits right now. They are currently not lapping. And a lot of other teams also are not lapping, with only a few teams on that top left. It's hard for us we have to estimate based on seeing the lack of lap completion.
So one thing that we do get on this live feed is we actually see when they completed their last lap. So Michigan Ann Arbor has completed their last lap at 10:37. Let's go and take a look real quick at when Team Nemesis completed their last lap. So they're on
7.
7.
No, they are on 8. Yep, and they're at 11:31.
11:31. So they haven't completed a lap in the past 6 minutes versus with looking at the data that we've got anyway.
Right,
so they very well may be out in the pit right now.
And we're talking about this is going to happen. A lot of teams, a lot of teams are having this place where they have to, get the car fixed and then come back. But now, looking at top three, we've got University of Michigan State Ann Arbor, Michigan, Ann Arbor, San Diego State University, as well as University of Akron.
Baja.
Just Baja, and then RIT fighting their way up. Oh, and they're in fourth position. And also on the lead lap is Clemson, National Institute of Tech, Jalandhar, kind of Team Avishkar. We've been seeing you guys in the comments, and Northeast University all on that top 10 lead lap. This is car number 57, SUNY Buffalo, in for what looks like a pit stop to evaluate, potentially maybe checking with their driver.
Yeah,
and also, trying to see if I can see any of the other teams in the back. Furiously working in the distance. I can't see what team that is. I believe that maybe University of... is that Michigan? Like just at them? They're working very
No.
That's a fast drive. Well,
very fast driver change.
that's a really good driver change. We'll see when they pass, but they are moving very quick.
You know, it has the yellow wheels. That very well may be the University of Michigan right there.
Our
current race leader. That is their car.
That double roll, the smaller roll cage. Anyways, so they're. It looks like they're in the pits right now. And man, I can tell you that if you're looking for what a top team looks like when people talk about pit stops and how fast they go, these guys in Michigan are moving really quick. You'll also see they're scooping the mud out. It's kind of interesting. They're putting the seatbelts on, but they also seem to be taking the mud out.
Where in the world did they find mud today?
Just trying to make it as light as possible.
Well, you know how Baja cars are. When they find mud, they'll go right for it.
Yeah. A shot here, aerial view of one of our solo Baja cars.
Looks like you went over that W section. That's really a challenging part for the cars. It's a trench that's about a foot deep and about 8 inches wide. And if you fall into it, it can be very challenging to get back out.
So I was going to say, I think that Michigan has a plan here with a pit stop strategy. This is an early pit stop. I think they're timing it out to get it in early and maybe potentially do fewer in the future.
I was wondering that, or the other thing that I was considering is that maybe they're trying to avoid the crowd, so to say. There is a possibility that this pit area is going to get very crowded here within the next 10 minutes or so, and if they can get in and out now while it's not as crowded, it'll be a big advantage over teams that maybe aren't able to do that.
Here's a great shot of the hot pits. As you can see, the teams changing out their drivers. Some with varying levels of urgency.
That's right.
Some teams are just kind of.
Actually, I have to step in here. So this is actually just strictly the refueling area right now. So we actually do not have pits anymore.
Team Poon actually also just coming in right now. They have an India. Team Poon is in the pits right now, maybe getting back on track.
What car number is
37?
37 here.
37 right there in the upper corner.
Yeah,
you can see their team.
And I will.
There are a lot of national techs looking at their car. I wonder if they had a rollover incident.
Yep.
So maybe it's just the pit crew workers.
So as you see there in the lower left corner of your screen right now, I'm working on getting all these stats, but I'll give you a little bit of a preview right now. So very soon here, we're going to have live real-time stats showing all the current positions, so hang on tight.
So because of these pit stops, our race leaderboard has been shook up quite a bit. We will bring you the most up-to-date information here as soon as I can refresh the page. All right, it looks like our race leader is going to be the Rochester Institute of Technology.
Riot Racing, there they are.
Followed by San Diego State, and then Akron is still out there. Now, their strategy is going to be probably to take a later pit stop on this first stint to try and avoid maybe making 3 stops. They might only try to do it in 2 stops. Typically, these cars with the fuel tank is required by rules. You can easily get 1 hour of drive time out of the fuel tank. With a little bit of easier driving, it's possible to reduce your fuel consumption to only have to stop twice.
Yeah, that hour and 20 minutes is the magic number. This is a 4-hour endurance race. That hour and 20 gets you in the vicinity where you could only do 2 pit stops to cover. That'd be 3 blocks of an hour and 20 minutes. Obviously, the car is starting the endurance race with a full tank of fuel. And that's potentially a time-saving tactic.
Absolutely. And in this race, it's 4 hours long, but every second counts. These races have been decided by seconds, by less than car lengths over these 4-hour endurance races. So it is very highly contested, and if you can eliminate a pit stop, that's a huge advantage to your team.
And also, and even for the teams that are not really on the lead lap but fighting for position in other areas, every lap counts to helps them get extra time on the board.
And you can see as they go around the long end of the A here, rather than take the shortcut through the middle.
Yeah, it's amazing because it seems like the A for the top team it gains them a ton of points. I mean, positions in terms of seconds, potentially maybe 10, 15 seconds of time delta.
And absolutely, it's wow, it's dusty out there today. It'd be challenging as a driver. We had a great comment about how to avoid getting dust in your mouth. That's, don't open your mouth.
Yeah. Also, a new race leader, San Diego State University, Aztec Baja, with 12 laps, updated on the race leaderboard. Number 2, University of Akron, Zip Baja, and number 3 on the lead lap. Only 3 cars now on the lead lap. RIT Institute of Technology.
Well, it's very impressive. San Diego State, University of Akron being able to go around the RIT car.
Well, potentially. We don't know if it was a pit stop, but yeah, but I mean, that's pretty cool.
That is true. But either way, they're really stretching their fuel, trying to make that strategy work for them.
Right, and the fueling is important, but also some of these cars will have failures. We've seen Nemesis come in with some pit, but they got right. And that's the type of response time you have to have when you're on a Baja team and competing in the endurance race.
Oh, absolutely. It's hard to tell even if they had a technical issue because they were back out on the track so quickly. It could have been an extra long pit stop for all that we can tell up here. You can see another great view of the back half of the endurance track. Really give you a feel for the scale of this track.
Also, want to give a shout out to the other end of the spectrum. University of Southern Indiana, the Screaming Eagles, just completed their first lap at 11:45. Great job to those guys. Sometimes I've been in situations where you brake, you go back out, you brake, you go back out,
yeah.
And now here we are, 45 minutes into the endurance race, completing their first lap. Congratulations, you guys. Hope for many more.
Absolutely, and for those teams, they have the longest day today.
You're not kidding. I mean, it is kind of 4 hours. If it breaks, you have to mentally tell yourself, we're just going to keep working this for 4 hours. And only when 4 hours is up do we stop working on it. Up until then, every time it comes in, we try and fix it.
That's right. Yeah, I would say it's extremely stressful for some of the top teams because you're just sitting there in suspense. Well, is it going to break now? Is it going to break now? But when it's constantly broken, it'll wear you down. By the end of the day, you'll see these guys, they'll have just been working so hard. They'll be sleeping on the trailer right out in the sun. It looks super uncomfortable, but they don't care.
They don't care.
They're totally worn out.
Another great shot of the kind of submerged concrete pipe we have. To kind of we've seen some kickers. This team Brad, what do you think? The team seem to be taking this more conservatively?
I'd say they're taking it much more conservatively. Now, one thing to note is we've just seen our first driver change in a lot of vehicles. I think we're going to start seeing some rookie drivers out there that this will be their first lap around the track. And there's no traffic to slow them down this time. I think we might start to see some rollovers here in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
That's true. You're coming in, the car feels great. There's no one in front of you. You don't have anyone to kind of give you the perspective before.
That's right.
As the cars continue to lap, the dust continues to build up, but the cars seem to be running very smoothly.
It is extremely hard to see when you're behind a car throwing up that much dust. It's very challenging when you go into these obstacles. Sometimes the only way you can pass a car in front of you is to go into the obstacle blind and fast with all of that dust in your face. And
Exactly.
Just trust that it hasn't changed since the last time you came around on this lap. Around the track.
Another shout out, we our top 4 is continuing to shift. University of Akron, first place. San Diego State University, second place. Third place, Rochester Institute of Technology. And fourth place, National Institute of Tech team Avishkar. And fifth place, Northeastern University. That's your top 5, all on the same lead lap of 12 laps. Avishkar holding it down.
I'd like to point out real quick, I've just refreshed since you've refreshed. And University of Akron is on lap 13 right now. So
there we go.
Maybe if I continue refreshing, they'll be right on each other's heels. It'll be interesting to see how close together that lead pack really is.
And that lead pack especially. And it's interesting, we talked about how the field would spread out earlier in the race. We had about 15, 20 cars on the lead lap now. And typically it ends up working out to about 1 or 2 or 3, maybe, on that lead lap, which is where you want to be, but we'll have to monitor as the leaders ebb and flow. So that you're saying, you're correct. The lead lap looks like to be, there seems to be a bit of the Rochester Institute of Technology moving into second place ahead of San Diego State, with University of Akron still in first, finishing about 10 seconds after University of Akron completes their lap. So about a 10-second difference between first and second.
Oh, and we've been racing for about an hour now. So that's not a very big delta between first and second after an hour's worth of racing.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely.
And it looks like we have a car stuck on the obstacle. That's gonna really put a damper on the cars. But how they got it off real quick, it's not going to be too much of a disruption to traffic.
Right.
It was a big slug of cars right here coming through all at once. There's a lot of cars taking the shortcut to try and bypass all of these vehicles.
A great maneuver by that car that just took the shortcut, kind
really
of trust
good
his equipment and, just kind of giving racing room and just a nice thing. What's it like overtaking these cars or when you're being overtaken? These cars don't have mirrors.
It's extremely challenging as a driver to find a safe spot to overtake because the car in front of you has no idea that you're even back there. You're strapped into this machine with no soundproofing, anything like that. You've got an engine right behind you going full blast. It's loud, it's dirty. You have no idea that there's a car behind you. The real difference between a good driver and a great driver is the situational awareness to know, well, this car is going to take this line through the corner, and I know I can pass him without having any kind of impact by going this line through a corner. Or I know I'm fast enough that I can back off here and just pass him on the straight because my car has greater acceleration. That's the kind of thing you have to think about as a driver. Now, my general rule when I was driving in the Baja Series was that if I could see their front tires, they've passed me.
Right.
I'm going to let them by because I can't risk damaging my car, especially in hour 2 of the race.
Right.
Over trying to hold position. Now, I will say that there are times where I made exceptions to that rule in order to win races, but that is my general consensus. And I also treated other cars the same way. If I got my front tire to where they could see it, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving them racing room to get around me and I have to pass them again. No, I've earned the pass.
Right, exactly. So as you can see, it's and these are mostly just suits. They don't have necessarily. They're not certified racing drivers.
Not at all. No, I think the only certification you need is a driver's license.
Exactly. So,
now to be fair, there is probably more dangerous driving on the interstate on your drive into work.
yeah, probably.
There's no guarantee that those people are using their mirrors either. So we've got an interesting view here as we're able to look at both the bypass A section and the log fan. It looks like we have a car that has broken down just after the logs. We're throwing a yellow flag right there as a caution, and you kind of could see the course worker off the corner of the screen.
Right, and when they throw this yellow, what they're looking for is they want no overtaking. They want you to take it a little bit slower. They want you to not slow down to a stop, but they just want you to be cautious. But again, no overtaking during those yellow, that's what they're trying to avoid.
That's right.
Coming to the pits right now, car number 93. That is Pennsylvania College of Technology, PCT Racing, followed in close behind by number 2,
that's RIT
Riot Racing for the pit stop.
It looks like they finally made their pit stop. Kind of an interesting thing you could see our pit crew doing there. You watch our head honcho in the refueling pits is organizing the cars in such a way that to fit as many as possible, because he knows we finished the first hour of the race. This is when everybody's coming back in.
Exactly.
It's a small area where they need to fit as many cars as they can.
And let's watch number 2. Let's actually watch this driver change. This is the top team. It's the driver's pulling his helmet down, trying to get some water in there. He's super tired.
It looks like it's not going to be a driver change. They're going to put him back in the car.
Now, if in fact anyone coming out of a box, they're not going to tell you it was a smooth experience. But he looks to be kind of gathering himself. It looks like he's trying to throw down an energy bar while he's just drinking water. And that's the level of commitment that they have. They have the person holding the fire extinguisher along with refueling. And he's going to get back in the car, kind of checking the tires as they inspect various other parts, giving his feedback. But again, right back to refueling the driver in addition to refueling the car.
That's right. And a lot of these teams, I wouldn't say that RIT doesn't have it, but a lot of these teams do not have any form of in-car communication. The only way that team can get feedback from their driver is during this pit stop. And they try to make pit stops as fast as possible. So there's not a whole lot of time to get that feedback on what could be going wrong with the car, what problems you're having that we need to prepare for back in the pits.
Exactly. And coming in car number 60, that looks like it's Grove City. Grove City College. Let's check our list. That's Grove City College. Grove City Racing coming in. They're currently looking pretty good with 11 laps here in Endurance. They're coming in for a pit stop.
It looks like the University of Sherbrooke, we saw them have a bit of a rollover issue earlier, but they're still out making laps. That's great news. Fantastic job for those guys.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about these pit stops being kind of the make or break, and kind of, you know, how fast can you do whatever it needs to happen and get back on the track, because it's all about more time on the track.
Something that I noticed watching the Rochester Institute of Technology do their pit stop is that they don't use a removable fuel tank. There's two options that you get as a Baja team, and one is to use a removable fuel tank, and the other is to refuel with a stationary tank that's fixed to your vehicle. Mm-hmm. And I always found that having the removable fuel tank, it really cut down on your pit stop time. You know, there was any disadvantage that you get from it's a very kind of a cumbersome system you have to install, but you can do a pit stop in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I thought I was curious too. I mean, I'm actually used to seeing them have the removable pit stop, the removable gas tank as well. So that was kind of curious, seeing that. If we refresh the lap area, but yeah, just like you said, the removable fuel tank seems to be the way to go for getting more laps. On the lead laps right now, we've got 4 teams: University of Akron, number 82, number 2, Rochester Institute of Technology, number 47, Northeastern University, and car number 123, San Diego State University.
Now, that is impressive that they didn't lose any laps during that pit stop. Now, that goes to show that some of these other cars that pit earlier, you know, they aren't making that time up. So that would mean that Riot Racing is actually having a very fast pit stop, getting back out on the track.
And also, starting way further down, École Technologique Supérieure, number 8 out of Montreal, ETS, they are in lap number 13, fighting in their last lap at 11:55, showing that they are now 5th place overall. So the ETS is a very unique car. That's car number 8. They have a electronic CVT as well as a full differential, and they're coming into pit right now to potentially do a driver change.
Yeah, I see car number 60 in the pit there, and also car number 24 along with them.
So let's take a look real quick at ETS, car number 8. They have a removable fuel tank. Let's see how fast this pit stop happens.
Right, so as you see, the one driver pulls it out, and he dials it right in.
Number 8.
The driver, that's interesting. The driver is holding the fuel tank. Maybe they won't even change drivers, similar to RIT, but he's holding the fuel tank.
This is how we would do it as well. Yeah. You have the driver pick up the fuel tank that needs to go in. We would always switch drivers every hour. So we'd have two drivers, the one that came out, the one that's going in. The one that's going in puts the fuel tank in and then hops in the car real quick. The old driver belts him down, and off you go. And you could just see how blazingly quick that fuel swap was. They're belting the driver back in. They're going to be out in a second.
Absolutely. Right, they're sitting right in front of number 24, Cleveland State University. Yeah, a very fast pit stop indeed by ETS.
And, you know, they're in position to gain a lot from how fast that pit stop is going to be versus our race leader who had to sit and refuel their tank rather than do the removable tank swap.
Absolutely, yeah. So, you know, we'll have to see how that plays out, but I definitely think that ETS has the quicker pit stops in this race so far. One of the quicker pit stops we've seen.
Well, we've noticed that the lap times are roughly about 3.5 minutes, and I would say a pit stop, if you don't have a removable tank, is closer to 1.5 minutes. I mean, that's almost half of a lap that you're spending in the pits. And they're off. You can see they've driven away, back on the track. We'll see how that works out for them as this race goes on. We've just passed the hour mark. We're 1 hour and 4 minutes into this race. Our current race leader now is actually University of Akron Zips Baja with 15 laps, followed closely by RIT with 14 laps, Northeastern University with 14, San Diego State with 14, and now ETS is back on the lead lap, rounding out the top 5 with 14 laps.
And, you know, and it was kind of, they just worked their way up. You know, they were not on the lead lap at first. They were about, 20 places down. And then over time, they've just been pumping out time and time. And you look at their average lap times at 4 minutes and 22. They're still pretty slow, their average lap time, but look at their positioning. They're looking great. So
now, Zips Baja has a blazingly fast average lap time, just over 4 minutes. That is incredible.
And their
quick.
fastest lap were just set on their last lap was 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Not the fastest lap overall, of course,
which
but
is
still
interesting because it just shows that they are on average extremely fast car because their fastest lap is really nowhere near what the fastest lap time is. For
Right.
these
I mean, we were
vehicles.
looking at Cornell, Poon, Team Nemesis, and Ann Arbor, and now where the field is really shaken up. Definitely a different people in the top than we thought we would see earlier on, based on the first part of the data.
I want to caution you really quick. Michigan Ann Arbor is back on the lead lap.
Oh, they are back. They are coming back.
They are coming back. They do. They have 3 hours left, so we'll see.
Man, you can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. All right, so back to the action. The car number 60, Grove City College, going over the bumps, and car number 70, following close behind him. That's Lehigh University, coming in right behind him as they move through the wood, the pressed log section. Coming up, car number 75, right behind him.
It kind of looked like University of McGill, and it kind of looked like ETS right behind them. It's hard to tell the cars right now. All the paint just looks like dust, and all the numbers are brown.
Yeah. But so what we're seeing now is there's no cars right here, but that kind of speaks to how the fields are getting thinned out. A lot of these teams have taken a while to complete laps, and they're kind of in the back right now. The field's really thin.
I think here in a minute we'll see our race leaders come through this obstacle, and then we'll try and do a camera swap right after that. Now, that was car 82. That was our race leader, Zips Baja, just came through.
Zips Baja, a smooth line right through there.
Followed by car 39. It just came through as well. So that's interesting to see them right on top of each other.
This is the acceleration leaderboard from yesterday for the top acceleration times, and here's the hill climb performance. As we cycle through a number of different
all right, and we're back to the racing. We just had our race leaders come through. We're going to see which other ones we can spot here. I couldn't see the number on that car.
But you can see they're going through pretty smoothly. I mean,
Absolutely.
hitting the bumps.
They found a line right there that seems to work well.
Mm-hmm. Let's kind of take a look down to see other teams. The drama of further behind, but more laps completed. Looks like Polytechnic Montreal back on the track with their latest lap time at 11:57 just completed. It seems that they're really starting to dial in, even as these cars that are having problems getting back on track.
Yeah, so why don't we actually reflect on some events from yesterday? I got all the leaderboards up here, and let's just quick have a roll down here. I'll pull up our leaderboards that we briefly saw there.
So for those of you who are just joining us today, yesterday was a dynamic event at Baja SAE, Illinois, and we had 4 challenges. We had the acceleration event, we had a hill climb event, we had a maneuverability event, and we had a rock crawl event. So this year we saw the very first teams to ever complete the rock crawl at Baja SAE, Illinois.
Yeah, so looking at our leaderboard here, so after yesterday's acceleration event, the car that everyone's been talking about, car number 37, that's Team Nemesis, right?
That's correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. So they are, unofficial. I want to remind people, these are unofficial results. However, they did unofficially right now stand in first place with the acceleration of a time. As you can see, they're 3.804. And then I'll just run through the rest of the ranking right now. So car number 1 in second place is University of Michigan. Number 3, Cornell University, car number 4 is in third, which is Cornell. And I'll just let you read through the rest from there.
Yeah, I think we only need to announce the top 3.
Yeah, I think so. But it's pretty tight grouping there. I see.
It is, and the cars these days they're getting very fast at Baja SAE. Just even a few years ago, these acceleration times were unthinkable.
Yeah, and the big difference is the addition of performance like the Gauge CVT. They've been working a lot with junior dragsters and a lot of performance of CVT optimization. It's been pretty impressive.
And to that point, the competitiveness. I'm looking at top 10 here, and we're less than 0.3 of a second difference. And that's tight competition.
Yeah.
So moving on to the hill climb yesterday, we had a 100-foot hill climb. There were quite a few teams that actually finished it.
At least everyone in the top team.
Yep.
Yeah, and the neat thing about the hill climb, this is a neat test. It's a little different than acceleration. The cars are actually going up the incline. The CVT has a back shift. So they start off, there's a run up. They could clear a jump, but then they also had to have the CVT back shift to keep torque high as they ascend the hill.
That's right. And we see Team Nemesis Racing, again, pulling out a fairly commanding lead, I would say. 0.3 of a second over 100 feet it's the difference between first and 10th in acceleration.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty pretty big difference between first
The real
and
difference
second
maker
in
is
this
if you look,
event.
the difference between first and second is only 0.3 seconds, but the difference between first and third is almost 1 second. So,
That's
I mean,
right.
that's a lot of performance. 1 whole second over climbing that hill.
That's right. So our top three are Team Nemesis, University of Michigan Ann Arbor,
From the hill
and
climb
McGill
yesterday.
University, rounding out the top three for hill
So
climb.
I'll get us back to some of the action here.
We'll touch on the results of our maneuverability event and our rock crawl event later on.
Yep.
As we continue our live coverage of the endurance race at Baja, Illinois 2017. Now it looks like we've had a bit of an issue right off camera. I wonder what's over there. I don't know if our drone operator is Sky. I know he has to recharge his drone every once in a while. I don't remember there being any obstacles over there.
Yeah, I don't think there's any obstacle. It was more of a the car just a little bit got stuck on a berm, but you know the crews were quickly over to take a look at it.
They were. They moved very fast. They got the yellow flag up. It doesn't look like. Oh, yeah, it's odd not to see anybody coming through here.
Well, you know, then this
You can
just
see
shows,
our
it just
national
shows
tech run over there.
maybe there's a little more to check out. But this just shows kind of how the field is spreading out. And this is what it is like at Baja endurance races. You start to get into a rhythm. And, you know, coming through car number 13.
And before we leave this camera view, I want to ask
car number
you,
13, Clarkson University, coming through.
I want to ask you a quick question. See this pack of cars. If you look just beyond where they're at, now there's a lot of dust right now. There's a rock that I don't remember being down here. Did somebody bring that with them from the rock garden at the top of the hill?
Yeah, no one expects that rock. Exactly, yeah. It seems to be throwing a number of teams off as what kind of quick side-to-side motions.
The University of Michigan Ann Arbor, very
coming through.
distinctive car. So that was probably our group of the race leaders that had just come through this obstacle.
Probably, yeah. Or at least them encountering traffic. And if we refresh the results, we'd be able to.
Let's check it out.
Who did put that rock there?
I don't know. Well, I don't remember it being there earlier in the race. It does add a bit of it's a bit interesting, right? It just kind of shows how dynamic these Baja tracks are.
Definitely.
As the day goes.
And back to the leaderboard, we have 6 cars in the lead lap. Number 1, 123 San Diego State University. Number 2, 82 University of Akron. 3, Oregon State University, a newcomer to the lead lap, car number 52. Number 4th place, number 2, Rochester Institute of Technology. 5th place, University of Michigan Ann Arbor. And 5th place, number 47, Northeastern University, all on that lead lap now. So we've now gotten to those cars. Ann Arbor fought their way back onto the lead lap.
We're past the first hour.
As we pass the first hour.
6 cars on the lead lap. It's going to be some very tight racing here at Baja SE, Illinois.
It is, and you know you've got a number of other teams right behind them. You know,
That's
Nebraska,
right.
Laval, and École Technologique Supérieure (ETS) looking, you know, all hunting for those that top spot in this race.
Yeah, I believe they're not even a full lap behind. If you refresh, it looks like we've got 9 cars now on the lead lap. It's very, very tight racing today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I see right now, is that car number 66 in the pits?
66, that's University of Laval coming to the pits as we're 1 lap behind the leader. Car number 66, University of Laval, making their way and changing a driver. It looks like they're going to exchange a driver. They have 2 people wearing the certified helmets, so it looks like this is going to be a change for the driver.
Now that's how my team used to do it as well. That way your driver has an hour essentially to refresh. We would do 3 stops, break the race into 4 stints.
Mm-hmm.
And it really gives your driver a chance to refresh, sit, and think about what needs to happen on the track and kind of watch what other teams are doing to really improve their driving for their next stint. And you see the driver getting in the car right now is both the old driver and the pit hand, for lack of a better term. Their helper are belting him in right now. So you're only allowed to have 3 people in the refueling and driver exchange area at any time.
And that includes the driver.
And that includes, in this case, both drivers.
Right, both drivers.
And that's to really cut down on congestion in here. You can see if you have a large group of people where there's a lot of danger of being hit by one of these moving vehicles. But with just three people at any given time, it's a little easier to control, I should say.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot more organized.
Yeah, I mean, and kind of, you know, safety number 1 priority with this event, and we do a great job of making sure that it stays safe, but also that the competitors are able to work as hard as they can. So this in terms of pit stops we've seen, the 66, you know, University of Laval, not a slow pit stop by any means, but not as fast as that blazing ETS pit stop.
Yeah,
I don't think they'll want us to say that, man. Those teams go pretty head to head sometimes.
Yeah,
so.
they're French Canadian teams. They are in tight competition, but I'm sure that it's in a lot of respect for each other.
Hey, I'm gonna mute the mics just for a brief second. So hang on, we'll be right back with some more just brilliant commentary.
Tell you, brilliant.
All right, we're back on. What we were kind of noticing on our end is it's getting a little bit more crowded in the broadcast booth. We've got a lot of folks coming by to watch the live stream, which is absolutely something that we recommend everybody do. So we needed to kind of redo our audio filter that we have on our microphones so that this ambient noise isn't coming through. So here in a very short amount of time, we are going to, it looks like we might be getting a special guest, and we're going to try and switch back to one of our track cameras, kind of give you a view of what the cars are doing on track now that most teams have made their pit stop for the hour.
All right, and we're joined by a guest from Clarkson University.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, your team. Well, I know he's muted right now, but soon he'll have a microphone.
All right. Hold it kind of like this.
Oh, where's Clarkson? Oh, there.
My name's Colin Rooney. I'm the captain of the Clarkson University Baja team. Currently, we're running 45th place, it seems, 10 laps. I just had to come off with a little bit of Briggs issues. Had to swap out the spark plug after a minor rollover.
Now, why would that cause you to have to switch out a spark plug? What happens on a rollover that you see with these vehicles?
Well, just because of the nature of a rollover, everything's getting kind of swapped around and kind of jostled, and the spark plug wire just seems to come off.
Well,
and couldn't get that back on the track.
The engine's upside down.
Yeah.
So the oil isn't in the the oil pan.
Yeah.
It's going to the cylinder head,
right,
or up into the cylinder. So it's really not ideal for these vehicles. So you tend to foul up the spark plugs very bad during a rollover.
Right. And when we did take that plug out, we did find that it was pretty fouled up, so we just swapped in a new one and got back on track.
That's a good strategy, though. You'll get a little bit more power out of that engine. You should be able to make up any time that you would have lost from that swap.
Yeah, hopefully. I've been talking to my driver, and he actually already said the engine's been running a lot better.
Oh, excellent.
So what?
Go ahead. I've asked mine.
Yeah. So you guys are set up right now. It sounds like you have race communication. What's been your strategy for the event here so far in dynamic and the endurance race? What have been kind of the areas to keep out and watch out for?
So taking from what we learned in Kansas with our car, we've actually been taking this race a little bit easier over the obstacles. We had a little bit of gearbox issues in Kansas, so we figured that when we're coming down and shock loading the gearbox, it's putting a little bit too much stress on it. So we told our driver to take it easy over the jumps, not to put throttle into the air and kind of land with no throttle input.
Gotcha.
So,
landing with no throttle input.
For those of you on the live stream, just real quick, the banner, he's not from McGill University.
It's Clarkson University. Clarkson University is number 13.
We'll get there. We got it.
Don't worry. We'll make sure it's right. But yeah, so the shock loading the gearbox, and you've had problems with that in the past?
Yes. Just with the gearbox design this year, we took a pretty aggressive approach to weight savings and cut a lot of weight and did some experimental gear design that we weren't really positive was going to hold up in a 4-hour endurance event.
So, and I guess last question. Obviously, you guys are currently sitting in 9 laps. 45th place overall right now in endurance. As you kind of come back, what are the top teams? Are they able to land full throttle? Do you think that's what the difference? What's the difference between you and the top teams right now?
Between us and the top teams, I think it's all just being able to get out there, stay out there, and get laps in. I've seen a few of them off already with minor changes, tire blowouts, things like that. So I was really kind of hoping that we can stick with them, and we have been able to. We were running in 4th place before the rollover.
Right.
And, our lap times seem to be keeping up with them as well.
Oh, gotcha. So you feel that you were very competitive with your kind of even more like reserve strategy was more effective rather than going flat out 100%.
Yeah, I believe so. Especially for the 4 hours, we'd like to stay out there for the entire time instead of have to pull off and pack up the trailer early.
Awesome. Really cool kind of user information.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's great to get some feedback of somebody who's been out there, sees what's going on the track.
Yeah.
So if we could switch back real quick, let's get a view of some of the racing. And well, I was gonna just keep them by.
Oh, you want to stay by?
Well, a minute ago.
I thought you were.
Oh, you have to go. All right.
Well, he's a captain. The captain belongs in his car.
That's true. We don't want to hold you too long. We'll let you get back to the racing. Hey, thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
it's good to hear from you.
It's good talking to you guys.
But best of luck to you with everything. And
you got any family members or anybody watching the live stream right now you want to give a shout out to?
My mom should be watching from home, so hi, Mom. Hope you're watching.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck today in the endurance race.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks very much.
I saw you with the headset.
All right, we're going to bring you guys back to the action on track right now as soon as we get everything reorganized. We'll refresh our race leaderboards, and hopefully in a few minutes we'll be able to get our drone pilot back in the air. It looks like we're going to be going back to a quick shot of the hot pits. We've got looks like car number 10 is just making a stop. It's hard to tell.
And also there are some cars. We mentioned the results that we look at online are unofficial. There are some teams that are having some transponder issues. For instance, Pennsylvania College of Technology, they're at lap 18 inside the top 10. And that their transponder just hasn't been catching up yet. So it's kind of interesting. Remember, these laps are unofficial, but Pennsylvania College of Technology, that's a university with the titanium drive shaft we talked about yesterday. Right. They are still chugging along, moving forward here in the endurance race on that lead lap with the other teams.
So we'll try and, it looks like there's a bit of a traffic jam down into the bowl, or out of the refueling pits. And this is probably what teams like the University of Michigan Ann Arbor are trying to avoid. You can see it in the very top center of your screen.
A line getting back out on track. Oh man!
And I think let's try and get a camera view of the track right now, and we'll see if there's really anything going on the track. Now here we go. There is quite a few cars up on the track. Looks like they've just come out of the refueling area.
Laval just coming down, number 66.
You just see how dusty it's getting throughout the day. That rock is getting closer and closer to the log obstacle. Some great racing as these teams that try and make a move on this obstacle. There's really not a line you can take to pass here.
Oh, no, it is really tricky. But and a great kind of power slide as car number 37 kind of just whips it in.
They're just showing right now. Team Nemesis is just showing off now.
Exactly. And they're back on track for those of you watching along. Team Nemesis Racing back in the race as they power their way up. We'll check their current position. And, maybe not exactly where they want to be right now, but definitely back. It's a long race.
It looks like the fastest lap is still being by Cornell University at 3:17. I'm not seeing anything even close to that. And, I think that's because of maybe they took that bypass or something that they had for this obstacle real early on.
Yeah, and it's interesting, though, but if we look at where Cornell's position is now, they do have the fastest time there, but currently they are in only 7 laps. Their last lap being they are currently actively racing with their last lap time being within the time limit, not being off, but 7 laps down. So they've lost a lot of positions, being gridded third early on.
Must have had some mechanical issues.
And those top teams with that. But, they're the Cornell University with setting laps like they are right now, they have a chance to they potentially might be able to come back.
Yeah, they may be able to claw their way back into the top 5, top 10.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see as the race goes on. So this is not an accurate leaderboard. Northeastern University is.
But if you like
but
but we're just showing you kind of the perspective of what it could look like. for our leaderboards. But going back to our actual results, San Diego State University still coming in as the top runner right now, with University of Akron and
right behind
RIT
them,
right
nipping
behind
at their
them.
heels.
And if we look in fourth place, car number 1, University of Michigan Ann Arbor. And this is what I was telling you about. Their experience. They are a very experienced team. They've been in the trenches before.
And
Do not count them out.
I think if anybody here, they know that you only win by crossing the finish line first.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do that at the very end of the race. You can wait until the last corner of the race to make that move.
That's right. That's right. And they again, tons of experience of ours for that team. So looking at it, we've seen Ann Arbor kind of coming back in. But, Nemesis also now back on track. They're going to work their way up. These fast cars, it's hard to assess on the live stream what it's like watching these cars. Michigan will be.
Oh, and look, the Rocket's with us. You see, hit again.
It keeps rolling down for you
It's
following.
getting closer and closer. It's really a great example of how these tracks change throughout the day.
It does. It absolutely changes over the course of the day. And that's definitely a new surprise for people, as it adds just enough to set you kind of get that oscillation going. Before that, you need to be dialing in that turn.
And you can see, looking on the top right, somebody has just taken the bypass on that A, and it is significantly faster. They were well behind this car. You're just seeing them come on the outside. And
that's, I think, how teams like Michigan, Nemesis, that's how they're going to come back. They're going to start to take all these they're going to start to take these chances, and with these higher performance cars, it's going to start to make a difference as they kind of chew their way back through the standings. And Clarkson too, they're running fourth. I think that's what we were just talking about. He's talking about dialing it back. We'll see if that might change if he needs to start to get positions.
That's right. They may start to have to dial it up a little bit more and risk braking if they really want to bring home a win here. This is a highly contested race. I haven't seen this many cars this close to the lead lap this late in the race in a while.
And it's an interesting course. The course seems to be getting a good rhythm. We're not seeing a ton of cars, we're seeing cars break course, but we're seeing them break, then get back out and continue to lap. Very interesting. Again,
I agree. And there's not a lot of traffic congestion issues that being caused by obstacles. We had that one early on with the log fan. We were able to put some dirt on it, and now it's something that I wouldn't say is easily passed, but it's still it's much less challenging than it was at the beginning.
Yeah. And if we can try and get we're going to try and write down on our notes who's taking the bypass and kind of monitor if that is what's improving their performance. So as we're looking at this, we call it the A bypass, as it resembles an A, with the bypass being the short.
If you're listening live and you've got a better name for this, by all means, let us know. We took some great suggestions from you guys yesterday for some of the names on our rock crawl event.
We've got a car coming through the bypass.
Look at the cloud of smoke that came up on the top right of the screen there.
Oh, you just can't quite make it out. But that is very important.
And you can see the cloud of smoke that has just been left by the last car that came through the A. That's we mentioned the cause of that earlier, is that when your car does roll over, you will end up getting oil into the cylinder of the Briggs & Stratton engine, and it'll just be burning white smoke out the back for probably another lap or two.
This car here, following me, two other cars to go through the bypass, but definitely struggle. It's not an easy operation. So one car almost getting stuck.
I've seen quite a few cars get stuck in that bypass.
Yeah.
Now we may have to switch camera angles here because it's getting so dusty. It's hard to see what's going on the A.
It's definitely starting to cloud over. That's for sure. But we can see that the cars are driving, making good progress.
That cloud of smoke over there is not getting any less. I wonder if it's just dust.
You see how the one how it stuck right in.
I just saw that.
And
wow.
that it's difficult when you're trying to have the right weight balance, but the car just stuck right into the ground almost. Here we have a number of cars coming to the pits. Car number 73. That is
ahead of them is car 115. I will look that up. So the Mount Union is 115. Now we had those guys come through our design bay. And good group of kids, really working hard on their Baja. I hope to see them do well here today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Car number 73, that's Ryerson University. They're actually doing really well. They are showing a very few laps completed. This looks like to be their first lap, but that could also be transponder issues. There have been many cars that are having transponder issues and that they need tough, but they're out driving. So great job to Ryerson University, car number 73. Get everything swapped in.
Let me refresh the results real quick, but it really looks like we're having, Aztec Baja and Zips Baja are having a battle for the lead. Both of them on the lead lap right now, followed by RIT And Michigan Ann Arbor, ETS just nipping on their heels, wanting to take that first place finish. These
You know,
guys, they have got to run a perfect race if they want to hold on to that first place.
And if you're looking at car numbers, 123 San Diego State University, 82 University of Akron second place. But then the car numbers we refer to, what they're finishing from last year, University of Michigan Ann Arbor. There's something on.
All right, hold on now. We've seen like we've got a camera on track now, so you can kind of hear what these cars sound like as they come by. I like to.
So yeah, but getting back to what I was saying for the top 5, we've got 2 cars that are normal positioning, but then the next 3, the 3, 4, 5 are all number 2, number 1, and number 8. So these are top competitors that have done really well in last year's competition.
Right. So you always got to keep an eye on cars with a number 1 through 10. They put a real big target on their back having those numbers.
And car number 4, Cornell University, just leaving the pits. The tech judge kind of going over just to do a quick inspection of
right.
it as
You'll
well.
want to make sure that the driver's properly strapped in, the belts are tight and everything. Safety is paramount here. So we like to have our tech judge, our hot pit leader, make a final check of the car before it goes back out on the track.
Yeah, but we're really excited to see Cornell University back on track.
So you can hear the sound of these Baja's cars as they go by. It's you'll hear the rumble of the engine and then the screaming of the gearbox.
Yeah,
a lot of these teams are using a spur gear gearbox, which is something you really will only see in motor racing.
Right.
And it just screams.
And manufacturability, what's really cool is that, in your car, something maybe think about, there's a helical, there's a twist to the gear cut, the gear tooth, to make it very smooth. This is great for NVH, for noise, vibration, and harshness. But when you're making this as a student, they actually use the simpler, more stronger gear set, and that's when you hear that kind of woo, 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 woo.
That's right, yeah. And I always liked it because it lets you know you could kind of tune your ears to the sound that was coming out of the gearbox. The higher pitched it was, the faster you were going. And it was kind of a way to judge, as a driver, how quickly you're approaching an obstacle or how quickly you're moving, and you could kind of hear whether your car was getting slower over the day.
Oh, that's interesting. So
Like
speedometer by audio.
That's right.
Audio speedometer. That's a pretty fascinating idea.
Well, you have enough hours listening to this thing whine in your ear. After a while, you kind of know how it sounds.
Fantastic. Another team bringing their car over. A beautiful red, white, and blue firewall design. We couldn't quite catch the number, but they're looking pretty good as they dial their car in.
I did like that car. That was nice. Now, it looks like it's hard to tell the difference from the race leaders on here, but it looks like it is about 1.5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
We've just had San Diego State come by at 12:27 and 25 seconds, and we had Zips Baja come by at 11:27 and 25 seconds.
And
Zips
that's
Baja
really
is just
close.
1 second behind them.
That
is
right
together.
Really close. Absolutely. So, but if you look too, the last lap of University of Akron was 4 minutes and 50 seconds. So something additionally slower, maybe a transponder error. We're not sure about that exactly, but something must have got them a little bit slower for San Diego State for them to be tied up at that exact
It's not
moment.
uncommon in Baja to run into a situation where traffic holds you up for that amount of time.
Yeah.
The car could have got stuck on an obstacle in front of them. Perhaps they tried to take the bypass, but the car in front of them got stuck on the top of that A. We could go back to a camera view of the racing.
Now, hey, looking at the live result, the leader, 3 minutes and 41 seconds, San Diego State University, their last lap time. And then number 3, Michigan Ann Arbor, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. 10 seconds.
They're coming fast.
They are coming fast up into, get back into first place. We kind of round out our top 10. We've got from sixth place, we had University of Nebraska-Lincoln. 7th place, Northeastern University. 8th place, Oregon State University. 9th place, University of Central Florida. And in 10th place, Central Michigan University, Chippewa Performance.
Now here we're back on our log fan as we watch a few cars come through there. Oh, it was hard. What car was that? It was hard to tell what car it was. It looked like one of the front race cars.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell if it was UMBC or if it was our Michigan Ann Arbor we're trying to follow. It didn't quite look like Michigan's car, though.
Well, you can always tell UMBC from those large balloon tires.
I know. Unfortunately, I wasn't looking at the tires.
Coming to another great power slide as teams kind of like whip their way in to this position.
See how that rock that's been pushed down the course is an obstacle that they have to avoid.
Yeah.
Yes. So I do want to thank our people online again for using the hashtag Baja Illinois. I see we got some people calling out, is it Cal Poly?
It sure does look like it.
Yeah, I think so. So again, you are watching the 2017 Baja SAE Illinois event here in Edwards, Illinois. It's been a great day so far. This is the pinnacle event, as we've been saying. So how far into the race today are we?
We're just a little over an hour and a half into the race today. So we're getting about to the halfway point. That's where we're going to start seeing the race really thin out. Mm-hmm. And then some of these faster cars really have a chance to show us what they've got.
Yeah, absolutely. And because what we know that you want to be racing in that fourth hour 3 to close. That's when the track's warmed up, the drivers are in rhythm, your car's in rhythm, and you can just start to pound these laps out just before the end.
I think that's the kind of racing we're going to see here today.
Absolutely.
I don't think we're going to see a situation where we have a race leader in the fourth hour that's far enough ahead that they can kind of take it slow. Just get the car in.
And it's been neat because we've had these top teams have these kind of, miniature, not failures. We're not sure exactly what happened, but we've had them, they've gotten delayed. We've got some other newcomers into the top positions, and now we've got this situation where they're fighting their way back up. So they're kind of overcoming this deficit. We don't have just one leader that's kind of pulling away into the sunset.
That's right, and this is what I expected to see today, and I'm excited that it's happening. I'm really glad to see that we're going to have some very, very strong racing going on at Baja SAE, Illinois.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm going to ask for a little bit of help here. Do you guys know if this is an accurate leaderboard?
This is
not
not
at
accurate.
That is
Not
an
accurate.
leaderboard.
That's okay if you're all at home. We know it's not accurate. We've got the live results in front of us. We're going to keep bringing you the action as we're watching the log fan. And you can just see that it seems so. Brad, it seems like they figured out that the best line is this short line that we saw Nemesis and Ann Arbor dial in early on in the race.
I think that's what we're seeing too. Is less teams are taking the outside and more are taking the inside.
Do you think it's because it's a shorter distance, like less distance, same speed, faster velocity?
I actually think it's also easier on the cars. You have one bigger bump. It looks like they put a lot of dirt up onto it. So we have one bump versus 4 or 5 on the outside.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that's why a lot of teams are taking that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, those of you watching along at home, one thing I've done in the past. Now I think you can get these results live at BajaSAE.net. But if you have a question about your specific car that you're online watching for, let us know. Put the number in the chat, and we'll look up their score and see kind of where they're at on track right now.
Yeah, and as we have cars coming through, it's car number 62 that just passed us by. That is University of Pittsburgh Johnstown Panther Racing. We got to ask him about the Penguins.
I never did talk to him about the Penguins.
I know, that's right. And if you notice also, some cars have a so Brad, some cars have a roof. Do you think a roof would be useful on a day like today where it's very hot?
No, I don't think it would help today. You're moving. It's very hot in the car, yes, but when you're racing, you don't notice it. Just make sure you're hydrated. You're going out there. You're giving it everything you got. The roof, I don't see there being an advantage to it. Some teams will run a roof for aerodynamic purposes. Mm-hmm. I could never get an analysis that showed me. We'll have to maybe bring somebody in from one of those teams later. And it looks like what teams are doing is they're going wide around the rock, coming inside, and hugging as close to that cone as they can over this obstacle.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, that definitely seems to be the trick here. Again, the car's really kind of in the clumps. We're here on track. We're watching one of the vehicles get towed back. Looks like that maybe UMBC getting towed back with the large balloon tires. I think that's UMBC number 11 getting taken back. A shame. That car was doing quite well. That's University of Maryland, Baltimore County. And yes, with those large balloon tires, they're being towed back to the pits. I'm sure they'll be able to get back on track. And you can kind of see, this is how, when your car does have a problem, those are on the live stream, this is what you'll see. We have these special tools.
This is how you're towed back. It's really, I'm not sure if this is really who the towing crew is at this event. Usually it's Polaris.
Well, they sometimes vehicles, yeah, but they do a great job of helping with the kind of larger ATVs to help it's kind of fun. It's like the older brothers helping the little kids.
That's right. So I've had a few requests for car numbers. We've had a request for car number 96 to figure out how they're doing today. I'd like to say that they are 10 laps into the endurance race, currently in 55th place. So a strong showing. Let's see, their last lap was at 11:32.
yeah.
So they're still out on the course.
Yeah, Valor Institute of Technology.
And then we have a question about the status of Team Nemesis. Think you could look that up?
Yeah,
for us,
actually, we
Adam?
just saw. No, I'll be happy to look it up, but I can also tell you, we just watched Team Nemesis come through. They are on the track. They're working their way back up. They're not quite to the level of where they were before, of course, at the beginning of the race, but they seem to be at nominal performance of what they had previously.
All right, and now the car 64. This might be a bit something that maybe you'd like to tell everybody about a little bit. How car 64 is doing. I've got it right here. You can take a look. I just thought since it's Johns Hopkins,
Johns
you'd be
Hopkins
mostly
University.
interested in it.
Well, Johns Hopkins University currently in the pits right now. Actually, about an hour ago, I saw the whole team running over, rushing to the pits. It looks like they've got some repair. They have not made it back on track yet, but if I know my team, I know they're sweating it out.
Yeah,
there's a lot of operation going on back there. Johns Hopkins University, Blue Jay Racing doing their best to get the car back on track for the race.
And we had another question about UNLV, car number 84. Their last lap time was put in at 11:31, so they're currently out on the track right now. They are in position 56th overall, right behind the Valor we just had a question about. So maybe those two cars will have a little bit of a race we can watch here.
Exactly. And so you have these like mini engages, of course, where you have these mini races, which is pretty exciting.
It is.
All right, hang on.
We had a question about car number 6, Iowa State. Now, I was looking this one up because they do have one of those top 10 numbers that we'd like to talk about. So
but having a tough race, though.
They are having a tough day right now. They're currently in 76th place, 3 laps.
Oh, look at this great shot of there. You're talking about dust. This is a large earth mover spraying on the water onto the track to try and keep the dust down. Pretty exciting.
Now, we'll add an extra level of challenge to this event, as some areas that used to be dry will now be wet.
Yeah.
There might be some mud development. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out over the next 2 hours.
Oh, yeah. Indeed.
Camera on the jumps is still nothing. I'm just black screen.
So I'm going to try and get you guys as many of these
Dale,
cars
you're
you're
fine.
asking for
Mike's also
as
on
I
the scale.
can.
Dale, you're
I
fine.
saw a
Keep going.
request for car number 30. That is Cougar Racing. They are currently in 27th place overall. Their last lap time was just a few minutes ago. They're currently out on track making laps, 18 total laps, which puts them roughly about 5 laps behind the leader. That's very good position going into these next 2 hours.
Absolutely, and sometimes not all the teams are trying to go for that first place finish. You're also trying to do the best. You're not necessarily racing other people. Sometimes you're just racing yourself and how best you can make your car effectively work. And I think that's something that a lot of teams are looking at.
Team Nemesis Racing, we had a lot of requests for that. They are currently in 38th position with 16 laps. Their last lap time was just a few minutes ago.
Look at their last lap time.
The lap average is blazingly fast.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 21 seconds. So
they
we'll
must
see.
be having some reliability issues. If they can get those worked out for these next 2 hours, I expect a very strong finish for them.
Mm-hmm. Another car coming through the shortcut. It is car number 50, 60, 52. Okay.
52.
62.
62.
Who took the shortcut?
62 is Steel Panther Racing again.
All right, so Steel Panther Racing taking the shortcut.
Now you'll see a bit of a hold up here. Is there was a wreck just off screen, and looks like they've cleared it. And the cars are free to go, but it does add a bit of a dynamic to the race because you have some traffic issues. If you take the bypass right here, you have the opportunity to pass many cars.
Yeah, and that's where you take the bypass early. You see a big line of cars. You can take bypass, maybe take as much time as you need. Maybe you can jump 10 cars in that opportunity. And that's just traffic you don't have to pass later. That's a great shot.
All right, now I know we have a lot of folks online asking about Team Red Baron, car number 41. They're currently in 52nd position with 11 laps. And their fastest lap time so far is 3 minutes and 27 seconds, and that's a fairly pretty quick fastest lap time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. They're making their progress. Sometimes these cars are all kind of about the same speed. I know we're talking about cars that are the top contenders, but more or less it is really hard to necessarily I'll get all the way back up to the top. So it's most important right now that they're kind of individually racing themselves to get the most points they can.
I agree.
For their runs. Now it's easy to get intimidated to get all those laps back right away, but it takes time.
Boy, I'm looking at our water trucker. Is he soaking cars right now?
No, he's not choking the car. The cars are not soaked.
It was pretty close.
Don't spray the cars, but they spray the ground around the cars, and they got a lot of control on that water truck. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you can turn it off and on. Wait until the cars are passed and spray. All right.
But I'm sure some of the drivers appreciate that there is that ability. Now here we've got a hill. A car got pushed up in the upper right-hand corner. That's going to be a demerit kind of. They're going to be noted that car will be having been sprayed. Having been pushed up the hill.
Oh no, they are spraying the cars.
Yeah,
What an kind of an interesting way to go about this. I don't know how I feel about that as a Baja SAE competitor.
I'm sure.
But as a spectator, I think it's awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure I wouldn't be happy if I were the driver being sprayed. I know that for sure.
Exactly.
All right, so we did have some questions about our race leaders again on here. Let me refresh the page because I need to make sure it's the most up-to-date as possible. All right, our race leader is still San Diego State University, car number 123. They have 25 laps. Again, they are just seconds ahead of the University of Akron. It is still a very tight race for them. I know they've pulled ahead more than the 1 second gap we had earlier, but still well within a minute of each other's cars.
And if you look who's in the third position.
Third place, working their way up on the lead lap now.
University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, that old reliable team. They are clutch when it counts.
We're going to have to see if SDSU can hang on.
It's going to be tough for them to keep them off because their last lap time for the second place, University of Akron, was 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Right behind them, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, a 3 minutes and 45-second lap time. So every lap looks like 5 seconds just cruising as they push their way back up the leaderboard.
Now we had a question about how RIT is doing in the race. Right now, RIT is running 6th overall, 23 laps. They're about 2 laps down on the leaders. So they are still making laps. They're still in this race for sure.
Oh,
Cannot be
definitely
discounted.
Still in the race, for sure. And yeah, so but talking about these teams, Oregon State University currently sitting in 5th. It's going to be. I'm really interested to see San Diego State University. They're having a breakout season, but seeing if they're able to keep off the relentless attack of University of Michigan Ann Arbor and University of Akron as well. Kind of
really nipping at their heels there.
Great mid-major teams that are doing extremely well. But a lot of performance from the University of Michigan Ann Arbor, École Technologique Supérieure, and 5th place Oregon State University.
Absolutely, and it's a strong showing by everybody today. I'm really excited, and even to be able to have these drone shots where you can kind of see this is the very far end of the course. This is when they're farthest away from civilization, and just look at it looks like they have a obstacle section over here in the back corner. This is our first time we've gotten to see back this far.
And you've talked about the audio speedometer with the gearbox whine. What's it like when you drive on these high speed sections? What's the car feel like when it kind of winds out?
Our car felt great.
Well, what was can you describe the noise you heard? What was the audio sound? It was kind of like this continuous crescendo.
Oh yeah. And it'll just kind of you would continue to accelerate, as you go, but it starts to the rate of acceleration is almost zero once you reach roughly your top speed. So the gearbox just kind of hit a monotonous tone and just kind of stays there.
Yep, and your foot to the floor, kind of just
holding
on.
Get as much as you can out of it. Now, an interesting thing to take into account on a track like this is that when you are trying to go as fast as you possibly can, terrain is a huge factor. One side of the track may be significantly faster than the other side of the track. So it's important as a driver that you try out these different lines to figure out the fastest way around this racetrack.
Now here they are making that tight hairpin and going right down the chute through the woods section into the bowl area, as we call it. The spectators get a great view as they go over the zigzag cross troughs and making a right turn as we follow this section around this group of cars around the track. This gives you a sense of what we're seeing on. We talked about the speed delta between the cars, very similar, and there aren't huge differences right now. A great opportunity to try and overtake through the half pipe, and now they're chugging up the hill, but they're all relatively similarly paced.
So you'll see them come around. Now they'll take a left-hand turn, and then they'll come down by the blue tent, and that's where our log camera is. So you'll see that the obstacle has changed quite a bit from the start of this race, but just watch how fast they go over it now, hugging the inside of that corner.
Exactly, and that's where we saw the Nemesis and Ann Arbor spotted that early on. Hug that inside corner, keep as tight of a distance as possible on the line. Now they power up through the outside hill. Again, the CVT back shifting as they wind it out for the straightaway as they come into the back section.
Absolutely. And if you have a very strong back shifting CVT, one that can put you in a low gear, that is a fantastic spot on the track where you can make passing. That is really the most challenging hill on this course is right there. There are some that are probably shorter in length but steeper, but that one is a very long hill that really slows down cars that don't have their CVT tuned in well.
Exactly. And
So for those of you who may not know online, the CVT is the style transmission that these vehicles run. It's a continuously variable transmission. You see it a lot in snowmobiles and smaller ATVs. And what it kind of allows you to do, it's sort of like an automatic transmission, but without the gears. It's belt-driven, and it'll just shift itself based upon a series of springs and weights and the forces associated with those.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Brad, calibration of that CVT is critical for performance. It doesn't just work out of the box. It has to be dialed in with the correct things for it to give optimal performance, and that takes a lot of testing time.
Yep, here we have a great view of our water truck watering down the competitors.
That
I
is
guess he
so
felt they
cool.
weren't muddy enough.
That is so cool how that you can just watch the color change of the track. Great equipment we have at our disposal here.
And you can see the competitors are going to the outside. They don't want any part of that.
They're going. Yeah, no one's going through the right side of the track where the water is the strongest. They're just kind of trying to get out of the way.
But, this is a good opportunity for passing
Oh,
exactly like that.
splashdown.
You can, they're going to go to the outside. You can just go straight through the deep part of the water.
Yeah. Wow. Very cool. Very, very cool. So yeah, kind of getting back to looking at our leaderboard. Let's see what the progress is for the top 10 for endurance, and see what story is shaking down there. So yeah, coming in first place right now with 27 laps, San Diego State University, number 123. And then in second place, University of Akron with also 27 laps, and then number 82. And then right behind them in third position, number 1, the University of Michigan Ann Arbor, still on their 26th lap, but surely not far behind.
SDSU is just killing it out there. If you take a look at their average lap time, they are averaging 6 seconds faster per lap right now than the University of Michigan Ann Arbor.
That's true.
It will be a tough climb.
And even their last lap is only 1 second. Well, if you look, so their average lap, successive over with Michigan's breakdown. But that last lap time, Michigan's only 1 second delta, like faster. So
we've got a lot of racing.
A lot of racing. That's
We're
definitely
coming
true.
up on a pit stop. Things could shake up here in the next few minutes.
But as we're saying, anybody's ball game.
Absolutely is.
Anyone's race
still
here.
A lot of racing left today, and especially with how the track is going to be changing due to being watered down, due to obstacles being pushed around. It's going to be challenging for the drivers to adapt to those new conditions.
But do you think that the top teams have put themselves in a great position to handle any sort of other stuff that comes away? Like, it's almost like fate has to the cards have to fall lucky for the teams that are behind for them to get ahead. Like stuff. It's kind of the law of averages where you get more things going for you, everything starts to dial in right. Do you think that it's tricky for those further behind teams to pull ahead?
I would say so, yeah. A team like San Diego State University, they've got a driver in there, and he is focused. He is doing everything he can, to run each lap as fast as possible and as close to that top speed, as close to as fast as lap time as he can.
Exactly.
And it's going to be very challenging for anybody to catch up to that because he has such a lead.
What do you think is going through the driver's head in San Diego State University? What pressure would he be here being in first place?
It all depends on whether or not you have in-car communication.
Well, let's assume usually top teams like this may have in-car communication. Do you think that they're talking back and forth to him?
Yes, if they are, in that case, then what they're trying to tell him is that you need to keep pushing. You can't let up. You got guys right behind you. You have to just give it to her, let the car do everything.
Yeah.
If the car is going to break, it's going to break, but we're going for the win. That's what these guys are saying right now.
Gotcha.
They're saying keep that position.
Exactly.
Now, if he doesn't have in-car communication, he probably has no idea he's in first place.
He may not even know he's in first place. So he maybe gets Denora. He's just out driving.
As the event goes on, and the leaderboard becomes a little bit more stratified, it's easier to tell during the pit stops, well, I know these cars are right behind me or these cars are right in front of me. So if you see them on track, well, I need to pass that guy and I need to pass him now.
Right.
So that's the kind of thing that you have to do if you don't have in-car communication.
Exactly.
we'd like to thank everybody for watching. And again, this is a racing event, so we're going to scroll that as fast as we can for you.
But yeah, so everything's working very smoothly here for our production team. There's been no problems at all. So as we keep moving forward, we
as
look at a lot of these
sarcastic
things.
as we are about it, I would like to point out that our production team consists of one guy. He's been up all night for the past week and the week before that, just getting all this set up. There's a lot that goes into a production like this. These are all wireless cameras. All of them have to be aimed. They have to be connected, and you have to make sure the feed is strong. You know, the software for switching, I'm watching it. It is not intuitive. It's not a click the switch. There's a lot of coding involved in it, and it's tell you what, there's no way that I could do what he does. So.
Well, and honestly, you know, maybe mechanical engineering, do you feel, you know, this coding, a lot of these students I get a chance to talk to now, they are expert. They do code as well now.
Oh,
that's been pretty exciting.
Absolutely, and students in this day and age, that's kind of one of the things you really need to be competent in, is that coding is kind of the way of the future. So it looks like we're going to get a special guest in the booth, so we're going to do a quick interview, and then we'll get right back to the racing after that.
Make sure just
Yeah, the
kinda like
mic's
this, about that far away.
Well, hello, welcome. That's perfect.
Hi, welcome to you guys. Yeah, I can hear myself. Yeah, we're good, I think.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am the mother of David Tobin. He's on the Ohio State University.
The Ohio State University.
Go Bucks, Baja Racing Team. He's a senior this year, and we're just here to watch him. This is the first time we've come to one of his competitions. We're just here to support him. He's number 74, and they're working on it right now.
Oh, so the car's in the pits. They're working on it actively right now.
Yeah.
What's been your experience so far seeing the Baja competition?
Well, I just love it. It's just exciting. Racing is fun and exciting, and my nephew-in-law Ryan is an engineer also, and he said there's nothing like this. This is hands-on. This is hands-on, real life. You got to fix things right now and get them back out there and running. What better experience for an engineer than something like this? It's great.
So you don't look at this as like a waste of time for him, you know, taking away from his studies or anything like that, right?
He has maintained a very good GPA, but it probably could have been a little higher without Baja.
Let me ask you this.
That's impressive, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's always a tough balance. What's been your experience seeing your son coming home for Christmas or for holidays, and now seeing him here in this environment? I imagine it's a little different.
Yeah, I love seeing him out here competing. You know, somebody said, oh, it's just a Baja competition. I'm like, this is his college sport. He spends time 2 nights a week and most weekends at the car center at Ohio State working on Baja stuff a lot. So great. It's a good experience for him, and he's in leadership position now with the team, which is good experience for him. And so we just thank all the sponsors. We thank
thank you
Honda
very much.
and Caterpillar and
Thanks,
everybody.
Oh, we need to be thanking you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
being
more
our,
like we'll just thank you instead.
Okay.
Being the
But yeah, so last question. What's been your experience kind of seeing how Baja has developed, how Baja has changed, how Baja has, in addition to going to college, how has the experience of the people he's met through Baja influenced his social network in terms of how people he hangs out with at university? What's been the improvement to his engineering career with that?
Sure. Well, the College of Engineering Scholarship Coordinator actually mentioned one time to us that David was like one of the model students for the engineering department there.
Wow.
Active, hands-on, good student, all around helpful. So that has been a really good connection. And then he's interned. I can't say. He's interned
He's
at
at
one of the
internships.
sponsors a couple of different times. So that's been just excellent experience for him. And this is going to look great on his resume, have this kind of hands-on
it
experience.
absolutely does. Yes, it's a
You must be very
huge
proud.
bonus.
We are. Love him to death. He's a great kid.
So I'd like to take the opportunity to really thank all of the Baja parents out there. I mean, it's a big sacrifice. In my experience, you end up skipping going home. You don't go home very often. Sometimes you skip entire holidays just to stay in the shop and work on the car. So a big shout out to all the Baja parents who put up with kind of that kind of business.
Thank you. We're here to support what our kids love to do. So just glad we could be here today. Thanks
Well,
a lot.
thank you.
Well, we hope to keep covering Ohio State as they're out there on the course and continue to. You said that as we just heard, they're fixing the car right now, and they'll get back out there on the track. Thanks so much for coming by and talking to us.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, and we'll bring you back to the racing. It looks like our camera is back on for the section, I like to call it kind of the showmanship section.
That's right.
Right in front of the grandstands here. I'd like to, maybe we can, I don't know.
Actually, we have a lot of action in the back area right now. We have a whole lot of teams working their way through the longer option.
Yeah, on that A bypass.
Kind of see, that's the first time I've really seen a car really jump over those small bumps back there.
Catching some air. It's time going by. They're trying to figure out what's comfortable with it, But that might have been one of our leaders as they're coming through with that level of speed.
Another thing to consider is that we're getting to the 2-hour mark here where we're getting new drivers.
Yeah.
So there is a possibility that some of these drivers are just seeing the track for the first time.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And they're hopefully they're taking it cautious and then working their way up, but you never know. Maybe they might just show up and just hit it W.
It's
wide
easy
open.
to it's easy to get carried away if you're a driver for this. I would say the third stint.
Yeah.
Because you're also out there with experienced drivers, guys that have gone on this track they've just gone through the past hour. They know how fast they can hit obstacles, so they'll ride right up to something, hit the brakes, and go over it. Whereas you might not, as a new driver to the course, have that experience.
And if we check the
Just
leaderboard,
a bit too fast.
absolutely, we check the leaderboard. San Diego State University moving down to third place. In first place, University of Akron, number 82, 29 laps. Second place, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, 29 laps as well. Looks like San Diego State, we're exactly at 2 hours race time. This is typically when the team will see San Diego State's pit strategy. This would be when they would be coming in.
A good opportunity to go back to our pit camera. We could check that out and see if we could see San Diego State in the pits right now.
Looking for number 123, San Diego State University.
It takes us just a second to switch. There are quite a few cars in the pits. I can see them now. And it looks like car 138.
And that's, I believe, 123 getting back on track.
Back on track. It's hard to say for sure.
But we should also add that all the times we have for the top 10, there's some teams as these are unofficial. Some cars don't have the transponders working. We'll have to keep you posted on which cars are doing what we would do our best. But yeah, there are some cars that are out there that are contending in spite of the things that aren't necessarily working. They're continuing to race.
That's right.
And they'll get counted manually.
That's right. I was just going to mention that. There's very strict rules about the numbers on the side of the cars. If you've been watching, you've probably noticed that all of the cars have their numbers in the same place. Kind of where the rear end of the firewall, the firewall and then the rear bracing comes together to form a V towards the back half of the car.
And coming in pits right now is fifth place position, 47, Northeastern University, getting ready to do a driver change, a team that's been a top contender as well. And then also coming in, we have car number 23, which is not on our top 10 list, but we'll get you that number in a second. But specifically 47 is going to be doing a driver change there in the top 10.
23
top
is
10.
McGill University. They actually helped us out with the live stream yesterday.
So big props to McGill University.
That's right. Shout out to them. So car, what number was Northeast? Car 47 Northeastern.
Yeah.
They're the winners of our rock crawl yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They had an incredibly fast time, completed the rock crawl, one of only two teams in the history of the Baja SAE Illinois event to do that.
Yeah, and that's a great point you bring up there. I believe we actually have
car number one, University of Michigan, coming in for a pit stop right now in the upper right-hand corner of your screen.
But back to the comment about Northeasterns, I believe we have access to the video of that, so I'll see if I can get that queued up and we can watch the replay of that full run yesterday.
Definitely. Watching right now, car 47 in the pit stop. Watch University of Michigan, the upper right-hand corner. They are in second place right now, doing a quick splash and dash, if you will, trying to get it topped off and then get back on track.
Now, I couldn't see from here whether they incorporate the removable gas tank into their car or not.
Yes, they have a removable gas tank.
Okay. So that should be a very fast pit stop for them.
Well, and honestly, this is where they can definitely get back time. Akron's out there getting lap times, but they are, like we've been showing with the last lap time for Michigan, they're continuing to add the time up. And, this is what's been great about Baja. Is that's a team that they got out early. They were down 25 points in positions, and now we're seeing them right on the lead lap here at halfway mark. So what a turnaround for them.
That's right. And again, we'll give you a quick behind-the-scenes look at kind of how we switch screens here at Baja SAE Livestream.
Yeah.
So one thing to mention again is that it is a 4-hour endurance race. So teams like University of Michigan Ann Arbor that may have been down 2 hours ago, they're making their way back up. But again, teams that are down right now have 2 more hours to make their way back to the top.
I would
so
say
there
though,
is a lot of shuffling that can still happen.
That's
here.
true, but watching Michigan out there, they have some extra gear. Like the setting in their CVT is incredible. They are able. It's hard to see on the live stream, but when you're watching them here live, they will just 2 cars will be driving. They'll come through a turn even, and they'll just pull on them, just pull distance.
Yeah,
it's a really impressive car.
No
to
doubt
watch.
that it's an impressive
And
car.
University of Michigan, in our time chatting, they are back on track, walking towards the
That was
pit
a
stop.
very fast pit stop.
Definitely the old splash and dash
That's right.
by University of Michigan Ann Arbor.
It looks like we'll get a split view here. We should be able to see the University of Michigan coming by on their left camera very shortly. Now, I'd like to call that the showmanship section of our track because it is right in front of the grandstands, and it does include some jumps. So
Like
you
we
can get
just
a
saw
little bit of
coming through.
air.
Yeah. Some companies have maybe more jumps,
I've noticed that
more
about
tabletops.
And I think that's one thing we're trying to get away from for a safety perspective. But I did notice that there's a lot less opportunities on this track for teams to really fly through the air.
Yeah.
I just spoke, but he went flying right off of
Flying
that jump.
right off that jump. So we're kind of refreshing our page, but we've got University of Michigan with an extremely fast pit stop. That's going to put them in great position for the next hour of racing. Believe that might have been them just coming through. It's hard to quite see with the number, but we know that we have them dialed in. We know that they've cleared the pit stop. Now we're going to see if Akron stops for their pit stop as well. That's and that may be the moment that Ann Arbor is able to clinch back that lead during that second pit stop.
I want to know if our race leader, University of Akron, is doing 2 stops or 3 stops for this race.
Well, if you're stopping at 2 hours, this is definitely a
2-stop race.
This is a 3-stop race. Yeah. So
me.
if Michigan has made the decision to do 3 stops,
Michigan is doing 3.
Yep. Yeah. It's
but
not
I
possible.
think that can give the University of Akron, if they are able to do 2 stops, that can give them a significant advantage. So it looks like we're going to be joined by another special guest in the booth. We'll do a quick interview. And, go ahead and introduce yourself and where you're from.
Okay, my name's Pauline Merkel,
Hi, Pauline.
mother of Cole Merkel, who's with Queen's University Baja. Car number 9.
Car number 9.
Yeah.
Just ask the mom. She definitely knows. Yeah, Queen's University, an awesome school.
Yeah, they're doing well. They've had a couple breakdowns, but they're back on track now, I think. So they're going to look to gain some.
Oh, it's good to hear that they're back out.
Numbers there. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
What's your experience being a mom of a Baja student? Is it challenging at times, or is it something that you're just so proud of him for that you're willing to overlook everything?
Well, at first we didn't understand until we went to Rochester last year and took it all in. And then we saw what it was all about and seen why he was so obsessed and hooked with it.
So, have you had an opportunity to watch any of the live streaming coverage, say of like the last event or anything like that? Would you recommend to any of the parents watching live right now that they actually come out to an event and they see it live, see it in person? Is that something you'd recommend over just watching on the internet?
Oh, for sure. We didn't actually watch it online, but being to a couple of races live, there's nothing
you get the
like
whole
it.
experience
Yeah,
here. I mean, there's
for
just
sure.
something about being here with all the competitors and the excitement that they all feel right now. It's easy to get caught up in, and it's just so much fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Great event. I'd recommend it to anybody.
What you mentioned that the team has had some breakdowns. What goes through your head when you see the breakdowns happen? Is it pretty difficult is it stomach? But when you get back out, there's a tremendous sense of pride that they've overcome the obstacle.
Oh, for sure. That's what it's all about, right? They have to overcome these things and move on and move forward and just keep going. That's all you can do, right? Everybody has breakdowns sooner or later, and they just keep going and you feel bad for them when they come off, but you see them go back on, and that they're working as a team to keep it going and get back out there.
Tremendous.
Yeah, awesome.
Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate your insight.
All right, thank you very much for having me.
And go Queens Baja.
Yeah,
Thank you so
go
much.
Queens.
All
Yeah.
right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Woo.
All right. Well, let's get you back to the racing. Let's check our event leaderboard real quick. See who is. Let's see if we've had any lead changes in that amount of time. looks like we have had a bit of a shuffle. University of Akron is still first place, but SDSU has fought their way into second place, passing University of Michigan Ann Arbor during that last
That's
pit stop.
really interesting. Oh, wow.
It does kind of correlate to what we saw, though. We saw that SDSU was in the pits and left the pits while Michigan was still there.
Mhm.
So Michigan must have passed them at first while they were in the pits, and then passed them right back.
Well, it looks like their lap times, their last lap time, this one coming at, the 2 hour point for University of Akron at the 2 hour mark, SDSU coming at 2 hours and 3 minute mark, and then Michigan right behind them at 2 hours and 3 minute mark as well. So it's interesting to see the lap count kind of change. We'll keep an eye on that.
I'd be really interested to see how this pans out for Zips Baja, whether we start to see them in the pits soon, or if they're going to go for just a 2-stop race, because I think that is their best chance for winning at this competition.
It may be, but they'd have to make it to 2 hours and 40 minutes. So it's probably unlikely that we would have seen them pit already if they were doing the 2-stop strategy.
I think we would have missed their stop, to be honest. I think we switched off of the pits right around the time where you'd coming in if you were only doing 2 stops.
Well, we'll see. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. The time you need to get to is 2 hours and 40 minutes for to do two overall pit stops.
So we got just a bit of an update on some of our teams. Again, the transponders aren't working. I think you mentioned before one of the teams
absolutely.
that
Specifically, Penn College of Technology is the one that is, also fighting for position, but we don't quite see them. But I'm sure they're out there.
Yeah, I think there's a strong possibility that, based upon what we heard before and kind of what we've been hearing from around the site, that they're going to be in the top 10 for this event.
Excellent.
So we'll have to keep an eye on them, see if we can find a way to get their official lap time numbers from the counters. It'll be challenging to get that. I would bet on it if you're watching the live stream.
So back to the action, looking at kind of the course as they come through, get some good angles.
The long end of the A there. Oh, and a little bit of a bypass. You just see how much faster that bypass
like that car
is.
overtook that other one. It
and
must
you
have
can
been
see
20
them
seconds later.
All doing that now. We're starting to get into the racing part of today.
Right.
They're no longer just trying to survive.
Exactly.
They're out to win now.
Exactly.
And just looking at the event leaderboard, there are so many cars that are still in contention for a strong, if not first place finish in this race. I mean, we've got 15 cars that are within 5 laps of the leader.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just one short issue that a lead car could have that could take those 5 laps.
Exactly. And we got a car screaming in right now. We'll have to keep an eye on this car in your upper left-hand corner today. And a little bit of a nose plant stopped in the air by taking the bypass. And that's what can happen on that bypass. It's not smooth sailing. There's a lot of bumps in there, and that car just nose into the ground, wheels up, just kind of hovering in a kind of pike position.
That's right. It can be, and it'll really be interesting for these cars now. They've been forced to go a long way through the A. Mm-hmm. If another car comes through that bypass, they'll be able to pass these 2 cars that were forced to go that way.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it happening right now. Look at these cars have just
Yeah, exactly.
You'll have to take my word for it, but it happened.
Yep, no, kind of overtaken right now. Definitely. Very impressive.
Well, we are able to see, on the flip side, your live Twitter feed of the Baja Illinois hashtag. If you post it up there, you can basically see what you wrote.
Yeah, absolutely.
And everybody watching the live stream can see what you wrote. There's a little bit of commotion on the top right of the screen. There's a bit of commotion where a car got pulled off track.
Yeah, and that's where they're kind of doing the inspection, kind of maybe taking it back to the pits. That should be kind of interesting. Kind of talking about the person that came in earlier, the Ohio State University car number. Get back down to that. What a great parent. I mean, tons of support. We've had 2 parents, one from the Ohio State University and one from Queen's University in Canada. What great support from those Baja moms.
I always think it's amazing when parents come out, watch what their students do. It is hard. It is hard to understand why they're spending all those hours in the job. why they're working on this car with these guys not getting any sleep, getting bad grades. Like, why are you doing that? Yeah. But this is one grade for one competition, and it's all very easy to understand.
Exactly. It gives you the ability to kind of feel out exactly what they're doing, and there must be a sense of pride seeing them build something, create something from nothing. That's really cool.
I agree. I think so as well.
Definitely that trend ownership of the activity that they have.
All right. I just realized now on Twitter we have some fantastic highlight clips that I'm going to switch us to and get some just phenomenal footage here. So hang on and check it out.
This will give us a unique view on places where we don't have cameras. So if you notice, we really only have about 2 fixed cameras that we can go to in the grid.
Here we can see ETS and another car from yesterday's dynamic event going up. That's a hill climb earlier from yesterday, doing the kind of the dynamic time trial. And you can see what the cars had to do yesterday, one of the events. Here's another one doing maneuverability.
Right, this is called the half pipe. Now they have to slalom around these big rocks.
I loved watching this yesterday and providing commentary. It was great. This is a great shot.
It sure is.
Of course, we have a shot of the car recovery phase where they were actually they were getting stuck on the rock, but rather than have the people push it out, they use that mechanical tool to get it out.
It's always fun to watch as they strap the excavator onto the cars, lift them by the roll cage up and out of the rock crawl.
Nice and gently placing it down. Now, in case anyone's wondering, what would happen if it drops the car? Well, don't worry, these cars can actually handle a drop.
What team is this? The 93, man, they put in a fast run.
They really did look like they were moving pretty quick through there.
There is Michael, the photographer from FAE.
Oh, you see our drone camera right behind him, though.
So yeah, we have had a lot of great footage here at the event site here in Edwards, Illinois. A really cool event. Kind of switching back to the leaderboard. We've got our last update just in. San Diego State University looking like they're on the lap 33. And according to this, second place, University of Michigan Ann Arbor. Third place, University of Akron. And then fourth place, Oregon State. Fifth place, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Highlander Racing, excited to see them. And that's the top 5.
There's a lot of shuffling going on in that top 3. And in the top 5, Oregon State and NGIT are both teams we haven't really seen a whole lot here today. I know Oregon State has been right on the cusp. I've seen just below the top 5, but it's good to see a lot of shuffling going on in the league.
Yeah, and NJIT, I think they're having a tremendous season, a very strong team this year. Saw them out in Baja, California. Saw them in Pittsburgh, Kansas as well. Strong endurance contenders. That car is definitely high performing in this endurance event.
And that's really what you're looking for here. That's what they design and build these cars for, is this race.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. So San Diego State, we talked about what would be in his mind, and I think they're doing this driver communication because the lap times, they're continuing to hold out this lead over Michigan. Very, very impressive. Continuing to keep this lead over the relentless pursuit of University of Michigan Ann Arbor, who has climbed dozens of positions.
Now,
so far.
if I were organizing the race, from Michigan Ann Arbor standpoint, if I were their race planner, what I'd be trying to do right now is I'd be sitting just below what our car is capable of doing. I'd be pushing SDSU, I'd be pushing Akron as hard as I can. Make sure that they have to push their car to stay in front of us as hard as possible, and just trying to make them make their cars break right before the 4-hour mark. And then,
gotcha.
My fallback would be right around 3.5 hours. Just stick with them. And if their cars aren't broken by then, that's when, as Michigan Ann Arbor, that's when you strike. That's when you give it all it's got to take that first place away and just put as much distance as you can between first and second place to try and get as many points as possible.
Yeah. Now, do the cars have a lot of, you were mentioning, waiting to strike. Is there a lot of variability in how it handles? Can you drive a Baja car 80%?
Absolutely. Especially with these top teams. Teams like the University of Michigan Ann Arbor have spent countless hours designing their car specifically for the ability to have that kind of variability in their way they can drive it. It's pretty incredible when you get in a car that's been tuned to that level.
Yeah,
you can really drive it around this racetrack, and you are in control in a situation like that.
Very exciting.
So yes, it's entirely possible that that is what they're trying to do today. And I'm excited for the 3.5 hour mark where we'll get to see them really hit it. Because I know SDSU and Akron, they aren't going to let up. They aren't going to break. They're in it to win it.
Very exciting. Coming in right now, we're in the pits. We see California Polytechnic, Cal Poly State University SLO, and then also coming into the pits, University of car 124, University of Tennessee Chattanooga. And then, yeah, number of cars in the pits right now as they kind of get their inspection. And then their driver change and refuel. This is where they're dialing over the cars, come back in after a long time on track before they set back out for another stint.
That's right. This would be approximately an hour and 10-minute stint for these guys, so they're not quite in a they're not quite in a 2-stop race or 3-stint race, if you will.
Right.
But it is about what you'd get out of a fuel tank in one of these Briggs & Stratton engines.
And 124, they're sitting in 13th place with 28 laps. So this is really important for them to get it dialed in, get the car swapped, so they can get back out there.
It sure is. They're within striking distance of the top 10. I think they could break into it pretty easily if they run a strong race from here on out.
Now we see the driver inspecting something. Maybe he heard some funny noise. As we switch back to the camera on the A bypass.
It's just incredible how much faster that bypass section is than the full loop. It must be very challenging because some cars are still taking the full loop.
Yeah, and we have the tent kind of in our way, but yeah, it looks like there's definitely some kick that the cars get.
Yeah,
as they go up, it looks like some good elevation change.
I wonder if right where the edge of that tent is, there's not a rock garden that you have to go through. Something of that nature. Maybe next time we get a good drone shot, we'll see if we can't figure out what's at the area on
and this
the
car
edge.
going through looks like they're tremendously fast, but still they're able to get out accelerated, and the tires got eaten up. Even though they had a super fast line through the smooth section, it didn't. Even the car that came about 5 seconds late was able to, here we have a great test where both went through simultaneously. So yeah, definitely a big.
So I am seeing more activity on Twitter. I see some of our local fans are buying actually some of our host equipment here, little toys. So it's great to see the engagement. And Cal Poly also being called out, car number 65 with some fast lap times.
Yeah, maybe we can't count them out just yet. We'll have to keep an eye on Cal Poly. It sounds like the fans at home are really looking for them to come back and take over this race.
Oh yeah, they're a lot of times you're right. We are focusing on the leaderboard, but a lot of these teams are putting in tremendous time of getting in, coming out, getting more laps back on. It's pretty impressive.
I'm glad we got this camera back online. Watching some of these cars go off of that jump and then hit this next, I guess I call it a small bump.
Yeah.
Right away, real quick. It's kind of nice. It's definitely the showmanship area of the event.
Exactly. Really impressive. So in this section, what would be your do you think wide open? We talked to Clarkson University. They were saying that they wanted to lift off when they went over jumps. What do you think that the strategy would be on that section with 2 jumps back to the back?
It's the kind of thing that, as a driver, you have to feel out. So at first you have to. So this is not the endurance leaderboard. Again, just listen to what we say, and we'll tell you who's in first and not.
Listen to the sound of my voice. But yeah.
As a driver, when you're approaching this section, what you want to do is you need to feel out the first one because it doesn't look so much like a jump as like a drop-off. Mm-hmm. And as we discussed yesterday, when you're taking a drop-off, you either need to go fast or slow, very slow. There's no the middle speed results in a rollover. So you'd feel it out, try and do a fast speed off of it, or try and do slow first because that's the most conservative. But feel it out, watch what other teams are doing, and then it also depends on how it sets you up for the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, because interesting, as they come off, we've got some cars taking it very fast and other ones dialing it in.
We could bring you some sounds from this camera.
Yeah.
You can kind of hear the cars driving by.
It's a very distinctive sound that Briggs & Stratton engine has. Baja cars make a very distinctive sound.
It's a very lawnmower-esque sound, if you will.
These engines, we used to say that they were lawnmower engines, but actually lawnmower engines have gotten more powerful.
That's right.
So typically, this is an engine you would typically see in an industrial pressure washer or a industrial leaf blower, kind of ones that would roll and kind of provide. That's typically used for this. That's where this engine goes.
So
not usually designed for racing.
Exactly. If you're familiar with those two applications, both of those where the engine is relatively static, it's not moving and jumping like we see here. and it also runs at a constant RPM. It's not moving around in the RPM range like you're getting in Baja Race. So it's very interesting from a student's perspective to adapt that engine to an off-road vehicle.
It is.
Versus, say, an industrial pressure washer.
Now look at the water we have coming. Look at that.
Here we go. Let's get
I wonder
this
if that's
muddy
gonna fill.
again.
Do you think that's gonna? They're trying to fill in that puddle again, like it was this morning.
It's making it interesting. Unless they can get the water truck to spray the other end of the track, they've really created a fast line out there on the side. Looks like we're going to be doing another in-booth interview with one of the students this time. We'll have him introduce himself shortly and talk about his team.
So yeah, but as you're saying, the fast line definitely what could be useful for teams in the future.
I think that could really make a difference for teams that are paying attention to what's going on the track. So we have ourselves actually one of the drivers of a vehicle. So tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and kind of what you're seeing out there today.
Okay, my name's Isaac Stuckey. I'm the secondary team captain from Kettering University in Flint, Michigan.
We like your rubber ducks.
Yes, thank you. We do too. I drove it for about an hour before I came back in for some fuel and a driver switch. It's been pretty good. It's well proportioned for Baja cars.
Come in a little closer. Have a seat or something.
There's a couple spaces you got to watch out. Make sure you don't roll. There's a couple tubes you got to go over carefully. But the rest of it, especially coming down by where the mud pit's at, you go through that as fast as you can, and you keep over the top, and you can basically clear through there as fast as you can. You just got to watch out as soon as you get to the top by the rocks. 120.
So have you driven many Baja endurance races, or is this your first time out?
So I drove last year. I drove just in Midnight Mayhem and Winter Baja, both 2016 and 2017, and then just lots of testing. This is the first time I've driven in SAE competition.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about how this endurance race compares to what you've seen before.
Except Kansas. I also drove in Kansas.
Okay.
2 weeks ago.
So it'd be good to maybe compare those two events to these SAE events, and then maybe Kansas track to Illinois track. And kind of what do you see as the major differences between them?
Kansas was a lot flatter. I think
I'm really surprised to hear that.
I am too. I would never have thought that.
I mean, the track in general, though, because Caterpillar obviously has the ability to make a lot bigger hills. There were a lot more little ramps in Kansas instead of full jumps.
Yeah.
And so I was taking those a lot slower to make sure I didn't roll the car. Whereas in this one, there's a lot more that you just hit as fast as you can and not have to worry too much about it. So
it's good to hear. That's definitely better for the spectators.
I got a lot muddier in Kansas, so this was a little nicer. Even seeing through the dust, they keep letting it down. It's not too bad.
And on Kettering University, what's you said the team dynamic? You've got another driver out. Are you going to be going out again as the driver?
Okay, so right now we're registered for 3 drivers. I got out, and it looks like the second driver is going to be in for the rest of the race.
Okay.
He should be coming in for gas about right now, maybe another 10 minutes, and then he'll go back out for another hour and a half to finish it up.
All right. Very exciting.
So now, the way it sounded is that you're only going to do 2 stops or 3 stops for your race?
It should be 3 stops.
3 stops. Now, have you guys given any thought to doing 2? Are there any teams out there you know of that are only doing 2 stops this race?
Actually, I think we did 1. So it'll be 2, and then the end will probably be filled before we pick out.
Okay.
Wanted to quick ask, kind of, great job driving today in the endurance race. What's been your experience like? How Baja influenced your education as an engineer?
So a lot of things that I've done, I have experience in dirt bikes, quads, buggies, a long time before I ever got to Kettering. But what happened is there's a lot of stuff like just building the suspension. I was experienced in welding before I came to Kettering, but it was interesting to get the actual experience of these parts can break when they're so thick. You get used to what works, what doesn't.
Wow.
And so most of the time with a dirt bike or something, it's all built for you, but you got to figure it out yourself in Baja. And so it's like just figuring out how to build the suspension all by yourself. Take a big chunk of steel and cut it out for bearings, weld the trailing arm together, control arms.
So it sounds like you got a lot of Baja was a great hands-on experience and a great conjunction to your education that you were getting with Kettering.
Yes. Yeah, it's been very helpful.
That's really awesome to hear. Well, anything you want to say? Any people watching on the live stream you want to say thanks to? Maybe maybe your mom, possibly. We've been getting a lot of Baja moms that visited us.
Shout out to Zach Swisher. And thank you to our faculty advisors for the support and always just being real helpful with us here.
Awesome. Well, we're really glad to have you here.
Thanks
you
for
very
stopping
much.
by.
And good luck with the
Thank
rest of the
you.
race.
Good luck to everyone else.
Wow. Thank you very much. Great. Kettering University, what a great competitor.
It's a great opportunity, really, to
Thank you.
talk to a driver who's been out there. We're watching the cars, but it's nice to get firsthand perspective on somebody who's experienced this track.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, it's pretty impressive, kind of what they're able to do and come in and still be able to make, after all that tiring activity, come in and be able to still give an interview.
Absolutely. So it looks like we had a bit of an issue off camera again. We're going to need to get swivel cameras, I think, next time. Maybe we'll ask for an increase in the budget so we can put the cameras on a swivel.
Yeah, well, to that point, I am getting word from my drone operator right now that he is taking on a new flight here, so hang on tight and we'll have a shot from the sky here shortly.
I'm glad we were able to get this camera back up and running here on this front section, especially now that they've wet it down again and it's muddy. It should start to get pretty interesting as the day goes on.
But, it really has changed dramatically since we started the race, where we saw all the cars bunched up, and now we're seeing these pockets of, the drivers in their rhythm, getting in their rhythm of what they have to do.
That's right. We'll get a quick view of the pits here. We got car 124 front and center doing their pit stop. Looks like they've bolted their driver in. I'm not really sure what. Maybe they're just fixing the belts. They shouldn't. Yeah, they're just fixing the belts. All three of their people are out.
But yeah, car 124, a strangely long pit stop. And we're really starting to see a kind of stratification. The leader, San Diego State University, 37 laps. But then if we go to the end of our top 10, with Cleveland State University, number 24, we have 31 laps. So
They really are starting
within
to
the
pull
top
away.
10, we have a 6-lap delta. So the top echelon moving ahead, and that top echelon is mostly looking like San Diego State 37 laps, and then number 1, Michigan Ann Arbor 36, desperate to keep in touch, and then 1 lap behind Michigan is Akron University at 35.
Yeah, I've just refreshed since you have, and they must have just crossed the line, because now Ann Arbor and Akron both have 36, but San Diego State is 2 laps ahead with 38
There you go.
laps.
I mean, they're starting to pull ahead.
That's a pretty commanding lead. That would, 2.5 hours in, there's an hour and a half left. We're starting to get to the point where 2 laps is going to pretty much be the show.
No, that's not right. Yeah, no, but I mean, SDSU continuing to put on a great show. If you're out there watching, it's 120. It's team car number 123. We can't quite exactly see the number from our screen, so we can recognize Michigan's frame really well. But everything's looking really good for them as we look at the live data.
Sounds good, Dale. Thank you.
So let's get back to a view of the track here. It looks like not a whole lot. Well, we do have another car coming in, but not a lot going on in the pits at this hour. Most teams have already done their pit stop, and they'll be back in around the 3-hour mark. We're going to get you out to, looks like either we're going to get us back in the drone, our drone operator's taken off, or we're going to show
Yeah,
back
now
to
it's
our
car
log
and
fan.
coming into the pits right now. Before we change from the pit camera, let's stay here for a second. That's car number 68, Embry-Riddle University, who just came into the pit area. That's the all women team doing a great job getting laps down.
And it looks like there's a bit of a issue here going on. Maybe some misunderstanding about a yellow flag. I can't really tell. Maybe the course is blocked, but typically a yellow flag doesn't mean stop on track. That just creates more of a hazard.
Absolutely. No, they're definitely slowing down for sure. But everything seems to be working safely.
It does seem now the yellow flag is out. Look at that car is just totally.
Oh my goodness, the
gone
car went off
the
track. But he got back on quickly.
He did it in such a public space. That's very likely going to be a black flag penalty for him.
I think so.
That's the kind of thing you might have been able to get away with in the back of the track where there's not as many eyes on you. But up there, it is breaking the rules.
Right, and that's just maybe just a driver error. Just that we talked about the new drivers are coming in. We have to make sure that they're ready to go. But yeah, that was pretty strange.
There's definitely a major issue on track. Everybody is stopping for a yellow flag. So that typically what that means to me is that there's many course workers trying to move a vehicle off the track.
They just put the water down. It's possible that now it's very muddy, and they're having a hard time getting up.
Because they do go up the hill after this, or is this?
Yeah, when they
they loop back?
This is when they loop back around. Do they go to the half pipe?
Oh, okay. Go back to the half pipe. There's really nothing that they should be getting stuck on. I wonder if it's just that the added mud is kind of made it a very slick area right there.
Exactly. I mean, I think that's something to look at. But how about that car going off course? Oh no.
That was unbelievable. That was
Oh,
wow,
boy.
They were almost up in the grass over
Yeah.
there. More
Yeah.
impressive, I guess, is how quickly they recovered.
Yeah, no.
You know, didn't miss a beat, just kept in it, right back on the
Yeah,
track.
right back on the track. Now, real battle we have with these cars kind of pushing through. It's neat how we see time where there's no cars, and all of a sudden, all of it happens all at once, and they push through. All right, let's see if we can. So we've been talking about how the stratification of the top leaders. But if we look down, let's kind of go from the reverse side. Let's see if we can see which teams have completed laps that have very low times, low lap counts that have just completed laps that maybe had a lot of recovery.
I agree. We absolutely need a shout out to those teams that are really doing everything they can to just get the car out there.
And I think we saw them in the pits. That's Embry-Riddle University. They they just completed another lap 4. We saw them in the pits. That was probably them coming back to get the driver a little bit of refuel after some fixes, and now they're back on track. So big shout out to them. They're at 4 laps, and that's
right.
a lot of hard work to earn those laps.
Absolutely. And those of you who were with us until the end yesterday got to see a great interview with the team captain from Embry-Riddle. And it is an all-girls team coming from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. So it's great to see them out here, and I wish them the best of the luck on the rest of the endurance race.
Let's see, another team, Laurentine University with 10 laps, just coming in with another lap time. And these are the teams that are, when you look at the score, it's easy for us to focus on the top leaders. But this is also, they're jerking just as hard, and they're super proud to get their lap times as they get their laps completed.
Yeah, that's right. Now, every lap they make,
and that's Johns Hopkins
points.
University back on track. Yes, after a bit of a hiatus, Johns Hopkins University again, like we talked about, they're at only 8 laps, but that's car number 64, my university. So I'm very happy to have them back on track.
I'm glad that it's working through it.
But that's just like we talked about. I saw them early in hour 1 off track. Now they're back. I mean, it's hard to stomach that it's going to take this long to fix it. But the cool part is you get to fix it.
Let's take a look. We just had a mom from the Ohio State University stop by. Let's take a look and see if they're back out on the track.
Right.
And it looks like their latest lap time was about
it does.
3 minutes ago.
It does, yeah. So congrats.
I would say they're back out.
For the Ohio State University 74 Baja Buckeyes, they are back on track. So I'm sure that mom's happy.
Yeah, I'm sure she's excited to see that.
Yeah. But I don't know, as an alumnus, I'm sure other alumni that may be watching this live stream, there's nothing more exciting than watching your car keep driving.
Well, of course. That's why you tune in.
Yeah. No, but it's really great. And, of course, all the teams are doing really well. But there's always something special for your team, whether you're from Cornell, from the Ohio State, or from Queen's University. Your car always has a special place for you.
Yeah, so here again, we're getting a great shot from the sky from our expert drone operator. And now you're looking down into the grandstand area where our audience, just our audience and all of our guests here today are getting to take in the action right in front of them.
One thing that's not quite on this shot is if you go further to the left, there's actually a hillside. Well, and we're moved towards it, so you'll be able to see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and
there's a hillside, and we're in the white tent right there on the hillside. But that is where most of the spectators are at. Because from that hillside, you can see both the area where the starting grid was, that long straightaway over there, and the bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So it may not look like there's many people in the spectator stands, but that's because they're all up on that hillside. And you can get a great shot of it right now. You can see them all up there.
Exactly. And, a lot of the competitors, too, are also back in the pits working on their cars. They have to be prepped. A lot of these cars are getting ready to replace anything that might go wrong.
It is a tough job there are students who, on some of these teams that are very prepared, they will have students that are staying.
Right, just constantly ready.
Skipping the race. They've got a radio on them. As soon as they get the word that car's coming in, they're going to be told what's wrong. They're going to get the parts out. They're going to get the tools out. And they'll be ready to fix the car almost instantaneously.
And with this new live stream, it's like even better than being there. So
That's right.
But absolutely, definitely a great shot of it. And you can kind of see the 30,000-foot view. It's, of course, not actually that high. But seeing what it looks like for these cars, if you get a chance to visit a university that has a Baja team, you'll see a car and you'll be like, you did all this tremendous driving and course that was set up. This is no just simple driving around on someone's front lawn. This is a massive course that we have set up.
Right. There's very, very challenging obstacles that these teams have to overcome when they design their vehicles for this type of racing. And you can kind of see as the car on the right is being passed by a car on the left going up the hill. This is what we're talking about.
This is that back shifting. So this is the CVT is able to quickly get into a gear lower. This keeps the RPMs higher, outputs more power. And just as you saw it was able to just chug its way around.
That's
I
right,
think that
cruise up
actually
and
might be
around.
San Diego State University. Not sure exactly, of course. But let's follow this car. They have a great line as they're continuing to drive.
Now, I'd like to point out we don't actually have any contact with our drone operator, but I can tell that he is doing the same thing we're doing. He thinks
That's a
this is a
great
car to
watch.
follow. Let's
so
follow
if you join us along on this great shot, mark the time on the YouTube channel. This is a great segment to kind of pick up how it looks when they're driving, and almost commercial, almost like a commercial for what you would see for a major automaker.
It really is.
And he's
pretty cool. And
he's
they're
taking
taking
the bypass, and that's what we've been talking
Great
about.
view of you can kind of see where cars are getting stuck at that first section. There's a big dip with some rocks in
and you
it.
can see that he gained a ton of time on that. He's maybe 20 seconds ahead of the car that was just in front of him. Just that delta just completely flopped as he moved ahead in position. And he continues around the outside of the course, making his way. And this is where the drivetrain really winds out.
Oh, it does. You can just see
A nice
how
little kicker.
fast. There's a few bumps you have to overcome, but with some suspension design and tuning, those bumps will not slow your car down. You will be full throttle through those.
It was a great segment, just showing what a top team can do getting through this course.
It really was a great shot.
And then-
I'm glad we got to share that with you guys.
He overtook the car on that one hill. Then he continued driving, and then taking the bypass. That's 2 or 3 positions, and you can see how over the length of a race, that's how we start to get this segmentation of the lap count.
I'd like to point out that since we've last checked, we have a new fastest lap time. It's set by Team Nemesis.
So there you
Fastest
go.
lap time of 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
Wow.
They are fighting their way back up. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see them near the top as we round out
I mean, well,
the last
let's
hour and a
check
half.
how far they are down.
They got a long way to go for sure, but at that kind of speed,
That's true. I mean, but they can also be very proud of setting that very fast lap time. That's incredibly impressive for Government College of Poon Team Nemesis. Definitely representing very well for India.
oh, absolutely. I'm glad to have them here.
You know, we were chatting to some of the alumni yesterday about the difference in how we have teams from Canada, the United States, Brazil, and now also India, and how great that makes this competition.
Well, don't forget our teams here that are coming from the UAE as well as Mexico.
Absolutely.
This is very much so an international competition that we have.
And the level of performance that India is having this year, I think it makes them it's like the balance of power, if you will, if that makes sense. Like to balance it's neat that there's more competitors. Now, I think I'm really happy that to see this continue in the future.
Absolutely.
I hope anyone's watching that's a freshman in India, wants to come here and compete, because we're really enjoying seeing this competition.
I like to invite the best of the best is what I like to do
absolutely.
Here. All right, so we're going to leave our drone shot, and we're going to do another quick interview here.
Oh, boy, Ohio Northern. ONU.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from.
Okay, I'm Cindy Campbell. I'm the mother of Austin Campbell, who's currently driving car number 10 for Ohio Northern University out of Ada, Ohio.
All right.
Well, that's good to hear. How are you guys doing today?
Well, not as good as they hoped. We've had to pit a few times, but hey, still racing.
Yeah, Ohio Northern is a top contender team, of course. And, obviously maybe not exactly what they want, but definitely a lot of performance in that team.
They're a great group of kids, and I've enjoyed watching them over the past 4 years. My son graduated this year, so this is our last race, so kind of a bittersweet day for us. But
So how long have you been coming to the Baja SE events?
for 4 years. Out of his 4 years of college, I've missed 2 races.
Oh, wow. So you're a veteran of this.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well,
but
no, my mom, I used to play a lot of youth basketball, and she watched basketball. What are the characteristics of Baja cars that you like to see, seeing so many of those events? What characteristics do you look for in top Baja cars?
Well, it's fun to see the different designs. You think that every car is going to look the same and perform the same, and that's certainly not the case. And over the 4 years, it's been fun to watch the different types of designs that come out, and how well those cars do.
Any designs in particular that really stand out to you over your 4 years?
Surely you have a favorite.
Well, that's easy. I know that. I'm just going to say for the favorite.
Let's say that if you had to pick a team other than Ohio Northern to be your favorite.
Or just a characteristic, like what detail do you like? The way the design is, it's smaller and bigger?
The smaller car, I think, design. I think the more compact car does a little better. Of course, the lighter weight cars. It's been fun this year to watch the Notre Dame car. I'm sure.
From Pittsburgh, Kansas. That was a very unique design. For you, Swally, we'll talk about that car in detail later.
Okay.
Oh no, but you really like the unique designs.
Yes, I do. I tend to think that that takes a little bit of extra initiative on the team members' parts to come up with something just a little bit different that not everybody else is doing.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah, and I also like the camaraderie among the teams. It's been fun to watch how the teams come together and help each other, and our guys and gals help weld on other cars, and they supply pieces and parts, and that's just always fun to see. You're competing against one another, but yet you're helping each other too.
Yeah, that cooperation.
Yeah, and that's always nice to see.
It sure is. Yeah, that is something that we haven't really talked much about. It is very windy today here at Baja, Illinois. There's not a whole lot we can do about this, so we're just going to have to deal with it.
The breeze feels nice.
Yeah.
I much prefer that over it just being hot and not freezing.
Sure.
So, with your son being involved with Baja for 4 years, how did you feel that the opportunity to be involved in this kind of mechanical design really, was it a good complement to his engineering education?
Oh, absolutely. I think the hands-on and the opportunities that he's had through Baja, I think that'll carry him quite a ways in his careers and in his future endeavors.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah. So.
All right. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
No, perfect. Thank you so much.
So we'll get back to the action with a great drone shot. You can see as this is probably one of my favorite corners on the track is the hairpin going back down into the bowl.
Oh yeah, and so it's hard to see through this grassy, this tree area. That's like a 25-foot drop.
Right, it's quite a bit of elevation change as you go back down.
And the cars are going to speed up as they're going down this hill. The cars hit this hairpin, and then they're shooting right down.
It is one of the fastest sections of the track. And you see there's two. We just passed over the half pipe, but if we do go back to the half pipe, you can see there's about 2 lines that teams are taking. It's been worn into the dirt.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
It is cool.
There's
like 2 paths.
You can see the racing line that they use.
Both avoid the rocks in the middle, of course.
Right. Yeah, it really wouldn't be a good strategy to just drive right over the rocks. Just phenomenal footage from the drone as you watch our teams battle out in this last hour and a half of the race. Really fighting, most of them I would say are fighting to survive, and few of them are fighting for position. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we've got about 5 cars that are putting themselves in good position for that top endurance win. But as you're saying, I used to, when I was at the team, our goal was we want to be driving at the end of endurance. We're not saying we're never going to break in the middle, but if we can drive the car off the course and for that checkered flag, that was a really good feeling. When you break and it's so bad you can't go back out, that really is rough. But if you can finish, and these teams right now want to be finishing at the end of endurance. You kind of see our towing crew pulling one unfortunate car off the track right there at the bottom of the screen. And you can see the A in the bypass and just how much faster it is to take that bypass section. It is much shorter. It is. I mean, so much less distance, even as you watch these two go head-to-head. I am just amazed that people are even considering not going through that. And maybe it's because the teams can't see this. They have no way of knowing that this is even happening. It's all the driver feedback. We do have a unique perspective this high up in the air. Yes. With a great view of a good slug of traffic we just saw on the drone camera. I'm not really sure what this looks like. We're maybe getting a little far from our base station, but coming around the back end now, you can almost make them out. We'll see. We'll try and catch them when they come back on the straight. Absolutely, yeah, and that's that straight section where the engines can really wind out and get that top speed. That audio. If we can get some good footage from the drone for that, it will be a pretty good shot of some racing. It looks like we've actually ended up switching positions away from it, but. Not to say this isn't going to be just as good. We've got 3 cars packed together. I wouldn't be surprised to see some passing here soon. Me neither, absolutely. And that the speed difference to these cars, more or less it's the same. But then some of the cars, like we've shown in the hills, they're able to bypass. Then they go 3 wide. Saw
to
that
the right of your
wide
screen.
into that W.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So we had these kickers coming over what they talked about from the driver from Kettering, that you be careful over these pipe sections
Right, they
that are
will
submerged.
turn your car over.
Yeah, we've seen that.
And it looks like they've watered down the whoop section a little bit. I'm sure that will change the rhythm that you need through there.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a yellow flag being flown for the end of the track. Let's focus instead on cars coming into the straight. You can really see how they start to spread out once they reach that top speed.
Yeah.
Cars that are a little bit faster are going to start pulling away. Cars a little bit slower start falling back. Now we're within 10 minutes of the 3-hour mark of this race, so we may take you back to the hot pits here shortly. We've got looks like we got a car off track here. I can't really read the number, but
This is a much older shot. This is way earlier in the race with UMBC when they went off.
Really, I was going to say that looks like a UMBC car.
That was back in time.
So that camera may be malfunctioning then.
Possibly, but either way, that was a shot from way back with UMBC. UMBC hopefully back on track. But yeah, as we continue to bring you footage of the cars, so we're here in the pit stop now. We're looking at try and scout the numbers to see who we see.
I think they're going to be long gone. That is UMBC right there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, with their distinctive Maryland flag firewall. UMBC in the hot pits.
So they are back on track.
Number 11, yeah. This is a great university. The Retriever Racing. There's obviously two main state universities, and number 11, and UMBC representing Maryland well here along with, of course, Johns Hopkins University. Maryland's very unique in that it has 3 Baja teams in a pretty small area.
Is there any collaboration between those 3 Baja teams?
We actually, in the only collaboration we've met up, of course, in terms of maybe sharing just kind of camaraderie, but of course 3 separate teams. But we've had events where we've worked together for testing to rent various tracks.
Okay, that's good to know.
And coming up next year will be the Baja Maryland event taking place in Budds Creek, Maryland. So, quick teaser for those people coming up for next year.
Well, I think that's still unofficial until Sam announces it later, but from what I hear, that may very well be the case.
That's the rumor that people are saying. So,
great view of the pits. You can see as we get into this 3-hour mark, a lot of teams are going to try and pit early. We're about 2 hours and probably 52 minutes into the race, somewhere in that mark. So they're going to try and pit just a little before that 3-hour mark,
right?
Because you can stretch these fuel tanks to pretty confidently to 1 hour and 10 minutes.
So if you can get in your pit now, exactly, you got the third dial, then you can be in for the whole rest of the rhythm.
Right. And you'll give this driver who's likely already had some experience with the track. You give him you put your fastest driver in for the 4th hour. You let them take as much time as they can of the race to give you the best position possible.
And UMBC going back on track. There's distinctive moon tires.
Always easy to spot. Large tires on that car.
Very distinctive, easy to spot. Also, we are looking at car number 3. They're in the pits right now. Hard to see their exact number. This thing is totally falling apart.
Yeah, we're getting attacked by. Oh man, it's a little windy in the.
If you wouldn't mind, we could use your assistance.
Thank you. A little windy in the broadcast booth, but it's okay. We'll get it taken care of. We might get a little bit more difficult to see us as we tie back the curtains and get some light here, but I'm sure you weren't really here to see us anyway. So we'll spend more time focusing on the cars and less on us.
So right now
you get a peek behind the curtains here.
Car number 73.
It's hard to say. It looks like it could be 73.
Well, anyways, they're doing a really good job on the pit stop. So as we continue, here we are in the fueling area as another team comes in.
I'll admit I've been kind of lacking in my ability to look at people requesting how their teams are doing, but I did notice that just on social media, we post asking how RIT is doing.
Oh, yeah.
So RIT is currently in, let me refresh. I haven't refreshed in like 2 minutes, so it could change. They're currently in 14th position with 35 laps. That puts them about 9 laps behind the race leader.
All right, but they are on track with active lap being completed. So yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, there's the SDSU is 43 laps, and Michigan 42, and then 41 for University of Akron, and then it kind of just goes down from there. But they're definitely pulling out a lead. It's definitely the battle continues, but SDSU holding on.
I've just refreshed, and an interesting thing that I've noticed from your results to my results is that both San Diego State and the University of Michigan have both gone up 1 lap. So that tells me that SDSU is a whole lap ahead of second place, and that, going into the third hour, is a great place to be.
That's a great, exactly. And Michigan, but let's also remember that Michigan also has a pretty high dynamic scores, but SDSU finishing that rock crawl much more than Michigan.
Absolutely.
Now, how's it going to break down?
Points for that.
But hey, guys, in the meantime, I have a great video queued up here of the full run rock crawl from yesterday with car number 47.
Since we've just mentioned it,
Oh,
why not
definitely.
watch?
Well, this is actually Northeastern full rock crawl.
This will be our first race team in rock crawl.
Right.
SDSU is
So let's get to
just
that scene
a
here.
few seconds behind them.
Right, and this is an incredible run. So the flag drops, you can see they go through the rock hallway that we talked about yesterday, and everything's very much similar to what we had for the cars.
Right. They come up and around the bend, and then they sail off of this drop off. Kind of what we found is that your cars can either go fast or very, very slow off of it. Anything in between in the roll.
Now watch this section. They come into the rocks. This is where everyone got right about here. But if you notice, the right roll of the rocks.
Oh, and they go right through it.
Yeah!
Watch them. They just.
The camera
Look
guy.
how excited the camera
He's
guy
so
gets.
pumped. And then, oh my gosh,
It ate those moguls for lunch.
It
At
did.
the top of that rock section, folks, there are moguls that the car could disappear in. These moguls are probably 3 to 4 feet deep, and that Northeastern Baja just powered right through those.
What an incredible run. I mean, that was the one of only 2 of the many teams that had their chance to run that event yesterday to finish.
All right, well, I've gotten word that our drone is up in the air again, so I'm going to get us over to the
Oh,
in the
yeah.
sky.
Throw us on the drone shot. I really like those. It really gives you a great view of the whole track. So it looks like he's going to be focusing on the A section. So the back end of the track is what we're going to start seeing here. You see a little bit of side-by-side racing going on. And it looks like they've made the pass before the corner.
Yeah.
That's unusual. Typically, in a racing setting, what will happen is you'll make the pass at the corner.
Yeah.
And then by the time you're out of the corner, you'll have passed.
Right.
So it's unusual to see a car make it before they even go into the corner.
Oh yeah. Maybe the other team slowed down faster. Wanted to be a little more cautious, and the other team wanted to take a little more speed through it.
That's when you'll start to see that type of situation. Now we have the yellow flag out, and I'm not really sure why. We have they're back on track. Okay.
So this is they're heading down this kind of drop off, and there are kind of these reverse moguls.
It's like a stair step. Is actually what that looks like to me. But it's a staggered stair step, so it's not straight across the top. You have that kind of triangle way, kind of an interesting way to take that obstacle. I can't even think of a advantage of one way over the other for the driver in that perspective. It might be a good opportunity to pass somebody through there. Because what I found racing in these endurance races is that as the race is on, as you get into the 4th hour, all the cars are kind of taking the same line they've always taken before. So if you recognize a car that you're about to pass, you kind of know, well, they're going to take this line through the corner. And so you're able to plan your passing zone with that in mind and just go around them by taking a different line through the corner. And it's it's those kinds of intricacies that are what makes these fast cars that much faster.
Yeah. And there's a great definitely what you're saying about those fast cars getting faster as the lead continues to grow. We're up to 44 laps for San Diego State University.
Now both San Diego State and Michigan Ann Arbor are on the same lap, but it looks like San Diego State is about a minute ahead, having passed the line at 2 hours and 51 minutes and 56 seconds, whereas Michigan is 2 hours, 52 minutes and 48 seconds. So about a minute lead right now between first and second.
Wow, yeah.
And Akron is still holding on at 43 laps. I wouldn't be surprised to see them make a move in the last last hour of the
And
race.
now, what happens to the top teams that are in endurance at the end of the race?
So we'll take. I'm not really sure how many of the top teams are going to take at this race. I think they have the option to take up to 10. And what they'll do is they'll quarantine those cars, and they'll do a final technical inspection of those cars to make sure that they meet the rules. And then they'll take the engines from those vehicles, send them to Briggs & Stratton, and have those engines torn down to make sure there weren't any illegal modifications made to them. And things like that are why this series is so competitive, is because we have to run that spec engine. We have to run that Briggs & Stratton engine.
Right. So all these cars that you're seeing right now have the same engine in them.
That's right. Yes, the same 10 horsepower Briggs & Stratton engine.
Wow. It's really cool that we're seeing such a big difference between cars, even with the same power level.
It is phenomenal, and that's all the engineering that goes into it from students. That's really their goal, is to make the car that much faster. And the only way that they can really do that is to lose weight or improve the power transfer capability of their drivetrain. And that's why these teams are spending all this time designing their car, just get every little advantage they can to be the fastest one around this track.
Wow. Yeah. Really, we've got a great shot of another hill climb, and it looks like three cars pretty evenly matched as they ascend the hill.
It looks
going
like
up.
the first one's pulling away a little bit, and maybe we're going for a pass with the last. Maybe
It
center
definitely
slower.
lost some. Yeah, he's definitely lost some ground going up into that hill.
And you can see him going down that stairway that we just looked at, and they take that with ease. You can see the suspension on these cars is so well developed that obstacles like that are hardly even challenging for them.
Right.
They just go as fast as they can on them. We're going to get a good view of the half pipe here, and you see what I'm kind of talking about, where the center section isn't worn down, but the two outside lines are, and those are the lines that people are taking through this half pipe. It's a perfect example right there, side by side, trying to pass. It would be interesting if we could see the outcome of that, whether one car was faster or not.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly.
A bit of a crossover.
And he crosses over to set himself up at the bed of the line. Well, I wish we could see which car that is, but he's definitely moving, gaining ground and taking the jumps quickly. And you can see that it looks like he put himself in good position on that. So this is kind of what you see in a Baja, the dynamic. You got multiple speeds, multiple traffic. One car getting stuck on the rock and flipping itself over. He's out.
Yeah.
He just caught the wrong angle, because that's where we're coming down off the rock crawl.
Perpendicular right to the course. Just that.
Well, remember, that's the figure 8.
Right.
So that was where we had all that rock crossing before.
Yeah, that's wow. And you can see them fighting to come up this hill, and you can see as the cars they tend to get slower as the race goes on. And so some cars that can try to everything they do to maintain their speed, those are the cars right now that you're going to see that are much, much faster.
See if we have any good line on this downhill section through the reverse moguls. Looks like both are pretty effective. No real hard to see exactly which side is faster.
Getting a bit of fragmentation from the drone as he moves around.
And yeah, look these bands of Baja cars kind of moving to where the traffic is. They kind
looks
of go
like
in clumps.
they're going to get stuck right there on the. Is that the pipe obstacle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It looks like they tried to skirt through the middle of it rather than go on either one side, and they ended up getting stuck in the middle.
And I got to give another shout to moms around the world here, and Mom from RIT on Twitter. Thank you for reaching out to us.
And you can see that we have the live Twitter feed up right now on the live stream.
And look at this battle as the teams figure out which way to go through this rock section, this kind of rock crawler. They're getting jostled by these large boulders, trying to pierce through the various parts of the race. And it's interesting that this clump is all moving at about the same speed.
Yeah, this is what's going to be interesting, is if there is a car at the back that might be faster, he's going to get stuck in traffic and have to really work his way through that. And that's where some of the best racing today is going to happen. I think that's why our drone pilot is focusing on this group of cars.
No, and as you mentioned, here he's using the bypass.
There we go.
That big
and that's
traffic.
How you get through the clump.
He just got through 5-6 cars by using that. The second one, he was further back. He didn't get through.
Look at that. That is how much faster that bypass is.
Wow.
I don't understand why you would take that every time.
Well, there might have been highway hypnosis with those people in the pack. Maybe they were so busy watching the other traffic that they forgot that they had their turn.
The bypass.
I mean, I've certainly missed a turn following navigation directions. I can only imagine.
Now, watch as that first person to take the bypass just pulls away from the rest of the pack.
Exactly. He's definitely pulling away.
That's the way to take advantage. Take advantage of your options on this endurance course.
Wow. Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on our race leaders. Let me refresh right now, let you know who in the top 5. Looks like SDSU is now first with 46 laps. Michigan Ann Arbor second with 45. Akron is now 45 laps. Oregon State University, 4th place with 43 laps. And NGIT is rounding out the top 5 with 42 laps.
And also, just there's another team out there, Pennsylvania College of Technology, not shown on our screens, but a few minutes ago when the other teams were at 43 laps, they had 42. So there's another team in this top mix. Who knows if they'll stay there? But there's another team that might end up popping into our screen when we get the final tally.
That's right. It's worth mentioning that this particular team had an issue with the transponder where they're not being counted on our live lap timing. But we do have volunteers who count laps manually. And they are taking care of reading the number as the car goes by and counting the number of laps that the team is making. So they're still being scored in this event. Unfortunately, we just can't see how they're doing on our live scoring.
Right, we're talking about as much, but they're out there. So definitely the mystery car.
That's right.
You know, so we'll definitely see how that shakes out. Of course, they're not. They're still behind a number of other teams, but they're in that top 10 that we described. So here's that great hairpin.
Some opportunity to pass, but it was given up on. Oh, the car had the inside line and didn't.
So this is a great one too because you know there's you can brake, you can almost brake too soon. You can have to actually, and a lot of cars, the Baja cars, not so much about momentum, mostly a point and shoot kind of vehicle. But in that turn, there actually is an opportunity to hold momentum before you get to that downhill.
In the top cars, they have the control that they can drive it deep, slam on the brakes, whip the rear end around that very tight hairpin section on the inside, and just maintain all of their speed down that hill. It is a great opportunity right there to pass large clumps of traffic.
Yeah, we've seen sometimes teams will come in, throttle on the gas, come in, just tap that brake and keep the throttle up while to keep the CVT all tied up, rather than having lift off the throttle, having the CVT break up. So they're even manipulated the mechanical system that they're manipulating for this one special occasion using kind of left foot braking. They're always using left foot braking.
That's right. We discussed that yesterday. Almost all of these cars are 2-foot cars.
Yeah, exactly. But no, they definitely have as you mentioned, the control to be able to bring it in and hold the momentum and go in deep, stand on the brake, take a very short distance to get back to accelerate as quickly as possible. So another shot of the pipe up, looking in the back section of the track, and as we keep seeing these bands of cars kind of roving together. Very, very few times you see just like isolated cars. It's usually a group of cars clustered together, fighting through traffic.
It sure does seem that way, and I don't know what causes that. I don't know if it's just one car is very slow, holding everybody up, but in my experience, is the best thing you do is just pass them as fast as possible.
It also looks like too when the one person takes the bypass, the other people will follow. If someone doesn't take the bypass, sometimes they're kind of just following that car in front of you.
I wonder if it is a bit of that highway hypnosis.
Yeah.
This drone perspective really is unique. This is a perspective of Baja SAE that I've never really had before. Something this high kind of gives you an overview that you wouldn't have just looking at it as a spectator on the ground.
Or following the cars as they go through the longer A section and looking in kind of the center as we look at the various mechanical, the kind of scope of the terrain change in the middle, the kind of large middle mountain.
Oh, absolutely. I'm glad that that's here because it does give the teams a bit of elevation change to deal with. I mean, we heard them before that the last competition was in Kansas, which, they don't have a lot of natural elevation to work with out there. So it's good to get some variability in the terrain that these teams compete on.
Yeah, and kind of as we look in the kind of showmanship area, we've got that another group of teams going into what we call the half pipe. This was used for maneuverability earlier in the race. We can see we got two distinctive lines. Three teams are now taking the right side, the left track as well, and that kind of occurred when the cars over the course of the race they start to bleed in their own tracks, and then as there's a little bit of fragmentation, these cars are going up the hill, and then they're kind of going to continue around the track, both kind of finding their own rhythm of what they're doing for the racetrack so far. As I mentioned, we're in the third hour of the race. This is the final hour of the 4-hour endurance race. The teams are dialed in. Everything seems to be running well for them. At this point, the teams are doing their best to get as many laps in as they can before the time is up and they have to close down. Scoring for this event is scored with the overall distance traveled in relation to how many laps you do versus the laps of the most highest competitor. So let's say top team scores 50 laps. You then score 25 laps, let's say. You'll receive half the points available for endurance. It's a simple ratio used to calculate those points. And for endurance, there are 400 points of the total 1,000 points for the event still available. So teams are doing everything they can, even if they're still working on the car in the pits right now. Getting 1 or 2 laps can add a sizable difference to your overall score at the end.
So you can see we get a lot of action on our Baja Illinois hashtag. We had a question about Team 16. Let me look them up real quick. Team 16 is currently in 65th place with 11 laps. So it looks like they might be having a little bit more difficult day than they were hoping for, but they are turning laps. They're doing better than I'd say probably looks like about 40 cars.
And and just be clear, just like we were saying, it's kind of it's easy to like fall into the trap of racing the top contenders, because we of course talk about that all the time because we're spectators sitting on the side, but racing yourself, doing the best you can for your team is most important.
Absolutely, it sure is. It's really interesting to watch some of these teams that maybe aren't having the best day and how they cope with that from both a team perspective and morale perspective. It can be challenging if you were expecting to do much better than you are.
Yeah. Not easy to keep it all together, but that's the level. But if you look through we've had a chance to go through the pits, you see a lot of maturity. And these are young adults. These people are doing a tremendous job of keeping it together, and this is a little microcosm for when they're professionals.
Absolutely. If they can handle the stress of a Baja SAE endurance race, they're going to be cut out pretty well for any of the stress you find in industry.
Great microcosm, definitely. Great training ground. Wonderful training ground. Okay.
You see some pretty good racing coming through the bypass. It looked like they were going to overtake, but weren't quite able to. We might be having a bit of interference from our signal. Looks like we've got it back just in time to watch this group of cars come through.
All right.
Every single one of them take the bypass.
Yeah.
I think it's the only way to go, but clearly there are teams out there that...
This one person, unfortunately, didn't make a decision.
Yeah, it looked like they wanted to do both and couldn't do both.
There's not a third choice. You go left or right.
You cannot go diagonally across the track.
So he's back out, going between the bypass route.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't lose a whole bunch. He probably get through it just as fast as if he would have gone all the way around.
Yeah, even still saving time.
It is unbelievable how much faster that really is.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Now let me look at our event leaderboard, kind of get some statistics on how this endurance race is going. It looks like our current race time is about 3 hours and 12 minutes. So that'll put us at just over 45 minutes left in the race. The race leader is still SDSU Aztec Baja. They're followed very closely again by University of Akron and Michigan Ann Arbor.
Well, that's been a flip-flop. Akron has now come into into second place. Excuse me.
There's a lot of movement still on those top teams.
Wow, that's very interesting.
Now our fastest lap time is still by Team Nemesis.
Yeah.
It's the same one they set earlier, 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
But all these top 10 teams, getting a top 10 finish in endurance, or a top finish in endurance within that top 10 puts you in great position to set yourself with overall positioning. There's a lot of points available for endurance.
That's right, and just to kind of put it in perspective, for the whole rest of the competition is only 600 points. So endurance makes up 400 of the total 1,000 points available to teams at this event.
Oh, wow. What a power slide.
Whoa.
He just
almost
that
lost
rock. What car is that? I couldn't quite see. That was an incredible slide.
And you can
Oh,
see
wow.
that rock we're pointing out earlier is now almost this way all the way to the logs.
You know, and it's funny because you see these cars, they're in position right now, they're almost having to slalom through them.
It does make the line different through here. Teams earlier were focusing very closely. They're focusing getting very close to that orange cone, but now they have to go around the rock, so they're coming in at a different angle.
Right. What a great shot. We're here.
We're
in
going
the
to see
pits.
Northeastern Baja, car number 47, doing their pit stop. They're in pretty good position here still. Last I refreshed, they were in 6th place overall with 43 laps. It does put them quite a few laps behind the race leader. This might not be in contention for that. It doesn't look like San Diego has any intention of stopping their charge.
Yeah, they don't want to share with. They don't want to share that lead with anybody. Definitely. And they're they're in terms of percentage time holding the lead, very impressive. And what you see here, there's that fuel tank. That's the fuel tank they would have swapped when they did their exchange for Northeastern's lap fuel stop.
That's right. It's a quick disconnect type connector that they use on the fuel line of the vehicle itself. And they'll disconnect that fuel line, pull the tank out, put the new one in, connect it, and you're done. That's the end of your pit stop. The rest of it is just making sure your driver is belted in safely and that he can get back out on the track and really put in some good laps.
Oh, yeah. That's really impressive. And that's a great design choice that they made to improve their time and endurance.
There are some trade-offs for that design. To be honest, I haven't investigated what they are. I just know that we decided that saving time in the pits was worth any disadvantage you get from running a removable fuel tank.
Exactly.
Clearly, there are teams out here that have a different opinion. You could see them refueling as we speak.
Well, and sometimes, too, you have to make sure that when you do that connection line, sometimes it can, if it's too long, it might kink funny and stop fuel flow. And so maybe when we're looking at teams investigating, it might be just checking to make sure that the routing is correct.
That's right. Yeah, we did have that issue one time. So car 117 just pulled in. That's Tennessee Tech University. They're currently running in 35th place with 31 laps overall. So not a bad place to be, really, coming into this last 45 minutes or so. There's still opportunity for them to move up.
Oh, yeah. They're looking, the 31 laps, that would be a great, there are a lot of teams that would want to be like exactly.
And it looks like we've got about 15 teams that are within 10 laps of our lead car.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable to me how quickly San Diego State, University of Michigan, University of Akron have pulled away from the rest of the field out here today.
It is, absolutely. It's definitely going to be hard to catch them.
It's still anybody's race. We'll have to see. It looks like SDSU is exactly 1 lap ahead of the University of Michigan Ann Arbor. So we're going to take a quick view of the split view. We've got the YouTube chat up on there, and then you'll be able to see results being streamed by. This is the same. I think that's the same software we're using. Let me double check real quick to make sure those results are what I have. So I'll look at rank 46. Yes, it is. Those are the same results that I'm getting. They're actually being refreshed constantly every time it switches. So in some respects, it's going to be more accurate even than what us announcers are telling you. We got a great view of the cars coming over these jumps. As you heard from our Kettering driver earlier, that they can take those jumps flat out. That's incredible. You just watch these cars fly through the air. Do a quick transition, and we'll kind of zoom in on this a little bit, because we got quite a few cars coming through this area. Oh, and it looks like we've gone off track a little bit. I'm not sure if that was just a loss of control. It kind of that right rear tire on the car is not pointing straight, so it's very likely that was a mechanical failure. We'll see if we can't grab the number of that car as they pull them off. It looks like it might be. What did you say? 62. 62. It looks like it might be car number 62. That's Steel Panther Racing, and it looks like they really had some major issue on the right rear of the car. You can see the corner workers are all looking at it.
Yeah,
Oh, let me turn you on. There you go. Try again.
So yeah, definitely when these corner workers are giving an inspection, kind of checking it out, chatting with the driver, kind of both are Baja peers. How's it going? How you feeling? Oh, it's doing all right.
That's right.
And then a huge group of cars going right by. It's really unfortunate University of Pittsburgh Johnstown had to stop. They were looking pretty clean up until that moment.
Right, they were having it looked like they came over that first jump pretty strongly, but it must have been the landing that really broke that right rear end of the car.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is, as a driver, you don't even know that's happening. These drivers, they can't see anything behind the firewall of their vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So he just landed and thought everything was normal, and then he shoots off to the side of the track.
Is there anything? Could you ever feel it like through your behind? Like, could you ever feel the car? Did the car like talk to you through the vibrations?
Yeah. If he spent a lot of time in the car, he knew something wasn't quite right.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as he landed that jump, there was something gave. It moved a little bit more, than it's supposed to. He knew something wasn't right, but it's hard to tell exactly what that is as a driver.
Right, and you mentioned too exactly that you can't see behind you, so you don't really know what's going on.
That's
but
right.
you can see that they're getting a great. This is really nice. They got a tow right away.
If
you look on the right, the car's left side. Their car's right side, their left side on the car. We can see that the wheels are not lined up on the rear.
That's
those
right.
Those are normally straight.
That right rear wheel is towed out quite a bit. He might have broke one of his toe links. And kind of an interesting thing to point out is that when they get towed in these two-person tow vehicles, sometimes the person doing the towing is kind enough to let you ride up there with them, so you don't have to sit in your Baja and kind of think about what all went wrong.
But getting a tow this fast is very convenient. So hopefully they'll be able to get in the final hour. Hopefully they can get that fixed in time to get a few more laps in.
I think they can. It's a good indication too that there's not a whole lot of cars breaking down right now. That the towing crew is able to get there fast enough. There's not a huge backlog of vehicles that need to be towed.
Exactly. Wow, look at that jump by. That looked like Kettering University with their rubber ducks on the roof.
Well, he wasn't long then that they can take that flat out.
Yeah.
That really looked impressive. It looks like we've got our log camera back up and going again. Let's take a look. The teams are really flying over these logs now.
Yeah, and just like we've been talking about, it's gotten easier and easier for them. They found that right line. This is right on the hairpin, and they want to keep that distance as short as possible. It is neat the rand, and here, of course, Kettering University. We just saw them zipping over those logs before the jump early on the showmanship area. Those random boulders really made this really cool induce.
Downhill.
It seems to surprise. I think what's neat to me is it surprises the drivers. It looks like they're driving and whipping in and out through traffic, playing.
Yeah,
look at this one right here. That's right in front of the log. Like here, the cars are kind of whoop, 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 not sure exactly which way it is best to take it.
It does add an extra bit of difficulty to this section of the track, and it just goes to show again how dynamic these event sites can be as the race goes on.
Exactly.
I mean, this was all, for those of you who may have joined us a little bit late, this section coming into the logs was it was smooth sailing. They could go flat out the whole time. And now you have to avoid all of these rocks and obstacles that have been pushed down from the rock.
Oh, and look at this. One car going a shorter line. That's University of Michigan trying to make a pass.
Trying to make a pass. This is that time of the race where if they're going to win, they need to make a move.
Mm-hmm. And Kettering University taking the bypass on the A section in the back part of the track. We think that's a great call here from the student.
Absolutely.
From our
perspective, you need to take the bypass every time.
Yeah, and but that was really interesting how Michigan knew the two cars diverted to the side and they stayed on the right side, and almost as the other car wanted to merge back in, they were trying to make a move, but just at the last pulling back and then getting back in formation.
And that's what I'm talking about as far as situational awareness, really making a great driver in these events. You need to understand that the other teams can't see you while you're driving.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to basically get out of their way.
Right, that's true.
It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it needs to be. There's no blue flag here that tells other cars that somebody's trying to pass.
The official flag in racing when letting someone know that they're behind you and they're going to overtake you. Yeah, we don't have any blue flaggers here in the flag stations here at Baja SAE, Illinois.
No. All passing has to just be decided upon by the driver. Pass when it's safe.
Yeah, and that makes it a little more interesting.
It does, absolutely. really my favorite part of the Baja competition is the fact that we, as a driver, you get the freedom to pass when you can.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of interesting to watch some of these younger drivers who don't quite know when they can try to make passes sometimes.
Coming up right now, we've got car 119.
Yeah, 119 is... That is NGIT.
Yep,
they're running pretty strong.
They're running
here.
very strongly.
My most recent refresh, they were still in 5th place overall in this event.
And their broadcast, they're looking really good in that position. So we'll see how they're able to go for that.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, we're good. But yeah, so we can see NJIT. Now this is interesting. NJIT top 5 competitor endurance using the standard fuel up technique, not using a replaceable gas tank.
Not using the removable tank.
So it seems like it's not necessarily. They wonder what their decision matrix was for that.
We'll have to see. ETS ETS isn't even right behind them. Looking at the results right now, there's a big distinction between the top 5 and the rest of the event.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 3-lap difference between 5 and 6. So in this instance, I don't think it's going to hurt them.
No, but it's interesting that it hasn't hurt them. It's clearly though that whatever they're saving, like look, if you notice, look how fast they're throwing. Getting the cars moved. They're getting and then if you notice here, they're getting their numbers, the numbers polished off. This is important for people to be able to read their numbers. The officials, the team working extremely well together. Everyone, all hands on deck.
You can see this is the kind of pit stop you see from a very high-polished, motivated team. Mm-hmm. Everyone has a job, they know what to do, and they're ready to do it.
So working really well together. And that's, what a mark of a great team. The inspector coming over, giving a final check on the seat belts as they just got in for the final before they go out on track again. JT putting in great work here in their most probably their final stop.
I would hope so. running that high up in the event, you really can't afford to stop.
Right.
Now let me refresh my results again. I think we're going to see. Yeah, San Diego State is still got a fairly commanding lead of one lap, almost exactly over the University of Michigan Ann Arbor. That's a pretty significant time difference to make up if you are the Wolverines right now. I don't know what the right strategy would be for them.
There's UMBC car number 11 on track as they navigate their way through.
Again, a very recognizable car. That's why we were able to call it out.
So thanks to those big tires, UMBC, we're able to see University of Maryland, Baltimore County.
What's your opinion? What do you think the strategy is for the University of Michigan right now? They're down a lap. We've only got about a half hour left in this race. They've got to come up with over probably 4 minutes worth of distance between them and SDSU. I don't know that they can do that in a half hour. The difference in lap time is so small.
The difference in lap time is so small, and that's, I think, what's most impressive is I am a huge fan of watching how the University of Michigan Ann Arbor car drives. To me, when I was in Pittsburgh watching it just pull distance on other teams, very impressive. The most intriguing to me is how SDSU is maintaining this lead, because I have a good sense in my mind of what the Ann Arbor car is capable of. I've just been very impressed what San Diego State University has been able to do here.
Absolutely.
And I think that, given that Michigan has their custom CVT they build themselves, a ton of design work, a lot of lightweight componentry, I think it's very impressive that SDSU is maintaining this lead with a very solidly built car.
Not even just maintaining.
Oh, yeah. They're
lengthening the lead. Every time I refresh, it's been lengthened.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's almost to the point where I'm wondering if the University
of
Michigan...
and number 110 had a bit of a scare with his wheels kind of towing out on the front.
I was a little concerned about having another car hit him, to be honest. The way he stopped almost perpendicular to the track.
So I wonder if we could stick on this cam, we could try and capture when SDSU comes through, and then we'll also be able to see when Michigan comes through. We're looking for car number 123.
Yeah, you're asking a lot, asking us to read car numbers.
I know. I'm trying to see it.
I think we'll have better luck asking our live stream viewers to point the car out for us.
Yeah, if you 34. Okay, that's not that one. Yeah, what we're trying to see here is, as we come to this final segment of the race, there's going to be the cars coming through. SDSU, top leader, should be impressive to see the difference between how they take this one area versus how Michigan takes this one area.
Now, what should be interesting is that you'll see both cars come through roughly at the same time because they're only about a lap apart. So there won't be a big difference when Michigan and SDSU come through. But they are, you know.
Oh, they're
Michigan's one lap
near.
behind.
I got it. So they're near each other, but one is 1 lap behind.
That's
This
right.
car, 39. Wow, look at that
Whoa.
power slide.
Do you see that rear suspension?
Wow, I
That
want to
was
know who
incredible.
that was. That might have been SDSU. I've seen no car come through as fast as that.
That was unbelievably quick.
That and like kind of skated in the air and then landing on the side. Wow.
It was very impressive driving and suspension design. If you just saw the way the rear suspension absorbed that hit.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so a lot of these cars, they're definitely adding power to adding a lot of speed to these last few laps as they're trying to get all the runs in.
That's right. They know that, you know, they need to do the best they can now to kind
This
of
is
get that position.
This is
That's
Michigan Ann Arbor. So I'm pretty confident that car we saw pretty
That
you
would
know
have been
hauling
about
through.
differential.
And
Yeah.
hard to say exactly, but we're pretty confident that that's going to be SDSU coming through. And Michigan
We'll try
Arbor.
and catch them right here. This comes up just a bit after that section we just had on camera. So we'll try and keep an eye on, see if we watch anybody moving pretty quick again.
Oh, it's so fast. It's hard to see. But whoever that was an incredibly impressive crossing of that lock. almost full speed.
That was very quick.
And it's a turn. So they were getting airborne and sideways. Wow.
Now, it'll be kind of fun to watch now that we know Michigan Ann Arbor is coming through. Will they take the bypass, or will they go the long way around here?
I think they're going to take the bypass.
I would think they would,
it's
too.
a much shorter
It's the only
route.
way
And here they are challenging right through the bypass.
yeah, wow!
Passing
Look
right
at
through.
how much of a difference that made for them.
And it's very impressive out there. SDSU, like Michigan's a fast car, but SDSU, might even be a little bit of driver because Michigan's a fast car, but they took it a little more conservatively. They may not know this, but at SDSU, that they're every opportunity SDSU seems to be getting to their advantage. And if that is
It
an
sure
indicator,
does seem like it. And hopefully, we've just passed the half-hour mark for timing left in this race. We're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. So hopefully, SDSU can hang out that long. It's one heck of a race.
I mean, I'll tell you what, it is. I really hope they're able to do it because given their performance, what they're able to commit, they're committing a lot. They're believing it all out there. It's a very impressive run of endurance. And a great part about you said about the driver training, how good car, but a driver can make that car that X factor.
That's right. That's a good point, and really something that is worth bringing up is that these cars they do use all the same engines. So having a driver who is just extraordinarily good can make a huge difference on where your car winds up. Now, granted, the car has to be able to keep up with the driver. Just the same way the driver has to be able to keep up with the car. It's a system that needs to work together. So it's important, especially like what San Diego State is kind of demonstrating, is the car has to be able to hold up to the beating the driver can put on it.
That's interesting because Clarkson, when they were talking about they were going to take it easy over those obstacles, it looks like SDSU is going full speed.
That's
over
how
them.
you win. That's how you win a Baja endurance race. Is every second counts. You have to go as fast as you possibly can the entire 4 hours.
How do you spec the car to be able to handle that? Like, do you think that they test going over things at full speed?
Yes, absolutely they do. Yeah, if you want to win in this competition, you need to be measuring the forces that are exerted on your car on obstacles such as this. You need to design so that your car can do it for 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, however long it needs to, because sometimes the tracks are more challenging than this. You could have many obstacles. Basically, you could have just a course obstacles. There's no straight sections
Right,
at
it's
all.
all obstacles, right? Very similar to the
So
ones we've seen in
with
the past.
how variable the courses are, it's very tough to design a vehicle to kind of meet the demand of just one particular course and survive in all the events.
Now we're back to the log fan, as we call it, here, that kind of near the spectator section of the course, a little bit of a traffic jam.
Yeah, it looks like they were too scared to take the outside line through there.
Yeah, it seems like cars are going, it's not getting too scared. The inside line's looking even better.
And I think that part of that is just because that's what they've done for the entirety of the race, and they're afraid that if they take this outside line, they might get stuck out there, and that'll be a real major issue this late in the race.
Absolutely.
There's a great speed over that log.
Yeah, the cars are definitely in rhythm, getting it all dialed in. Coming back to what we call the showboat section, Yeah, this is just in front of the spectator stands. That's UMBC, car number 11 with their moon
big
tires.
Those tires are.
Glad to see they're out still putting down laps.
Let's check on their position. I haven't. They are currently running in 33rd place with 36 total laps. Now that's a lot. That's a lot of laps on this track for a 4-hour endurance race. There are a lot of teams that are really been out there for the majority of the race.
Now, when we look, we're setting these. We mentioned we're in the final 30 minutes. We've got these 3.5-minute lap times. We're probably looking about 25. Maybe 8 additional laps from what we have. So we'll see what comes through. So now you said there were 30 laps UMBC. That looks like they're about half the points to 200.
It sure does look that way. It looks like our leader is going to be pretty easily able to take over 60 laps on this event site on this track. And we have a yellow flag out. I'm not sure what happened there. It was just kind of probably as far as they could get.
Sometimes, it looks like the engine just stalled. One of the guys was behind it trying to restart it, kind of pulling the ripcord.
I wonder if they're using a manual transmission of some kind.
Yeah.
And it's very unusual to have any engine issues in this competition, so I'd like to think it's probably something on their end that happened.
Well, sometimes maybe you accidentally hit the kill switch. So
that's true. Some of these cars, I did notice a few cars where the kill switch was located somewhere where just going around a turn, you'd accidentally bump into it. So that could be exactly what happened.
Yeah. But it looks like he's running now without an issue.
That's right. They got him back on the track. That's what's important. Really great footage. Look at how many cars are still on this track. And even that, you just saw that last car. They aren't afraid to just really hammer down on these things.
Absolutely, yeah.
Take every little bit they can.
It is. I mean, you can see the teams that are remaining. They know that they got to go, and they've got to put the time down. And if it breaks, it's like, well, we have to risk it now because we don't really have the luxury of maybe having enough time to fix a problem. So we're not sure exactly, but let's get out there and test it.
That's right. You have to make, as a team at this point in the race, you have to make a decision whether you're going to take it easy and just get the car in, or if you're going to be going for the maximum number of points you can possibly get and risk a failure on your car.
Mm-hmm. So that's 2 laps.
Yeah, it looks like a 2-lap difference now. It does look like, just refresh the results, it looks like Aztec Baja, SDSU, has pulled ahead another lap in front of second place University of Michigan Ann Arbor and 3 laps ahead of third place University of Akron's Dips Baja. If they can hold this together for the next half an hour, they should be able to take the checkered flag without any issue.
Yeah, and it's going in the right direction for SDSU. They're starting to put a lead down on Michigan. A lot of them, but they're driving at a very fast lap style. They're lapping 3:35.
Right,
but
and like we just mentioned, that's dangerous. You may have some issues with the car from that. And I believe at the moment, they have the fastest average lap time by a considerable amount.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, we look at the number of laps they've done, total time. Mathematically, we're looking correct. But as you're mentioning, they do have the best average lap time.
That's right. Now, our fastest lap of the day is still held by Team Nemesis Racing at 3 minutes and 12 seconds. I don't know if we'll see that challenged in the last half hour of the race. It's typically set right around the 3rd hour mark is when that's set.
And, Team Nemesis obviously not having exactly the race that they wanted, but I can tell you that they represented extremely well. With having those top acceleration times and top hill climbs, they're still going back home with some hardware.
Oh, definitely. They're definitely bringing home some trophies to show off in the trophy case.
Yeah, they can be very proud of their accomplishments. Racing is obviously very difficult. A lot of things can happen.
So at the moment, I just looked up their results. Team Nemesis Racing is actually in a fight for the top 10. They're about to break into the top 10 by passing the Polytechnique Montreal. Yeah, if that's going to be a very difficult team to round.
That's a very difficult team to get around, but that's a great battle.
That's something we're going to have to keep an eye on as we get into the last few minutes of this race.
Circling back, Michigan Ann Arbor and currently in 11th place, Team Nemesis. Those were our starting teams. Both got out, and both are back. And look where they are now.
Working their way back up.
A testament to kind of the performance those cars have. That they've been able to push their way through and get back up in those low lap times or the high finished laps.
Right.
Yeah, just seeing this bypass has really been interesting to see that the choices the teams have made over the course of the race. Do they go through the faster area or do they go over the longer distance?
Exactly. And it looks like we're going to hit those logs at a pretty good rate of speed. It looks like we lost a tire on that car. Maybe it was just the shadows, but I don't see the course workers really doing anything about it. So
yeah, typically that is a good indicator. If the course workers don't run over there, it's probably okay.
I'm thinking it was just the shadows. They ran the opposite way I would have expected.
So yeah, teams taking this log. We've got our 2-screen view up right now, showing you kind of the main section with the results and the live chat, as well as the shot of the log fan and the showboat area.
Sorry, we're throwing a lot of information at you all at once here, so
but we're really
overwhelmed.
But we're coming down to it, so we have to kind of give this all so you can put it all together. The story as we come into the final
about
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Yep.
Yeah.
Now what we've been kind of doing is we're waiting on our drone pilot to go up in the air until we get right towards the end here. We got about 20 minutes left in the race. So we're going to try and broadcast the end of the race in the checkered flag area right from that drone pilot, since our fixed cameras really aren't to show that area. So hopefully, all stars and planets align and we won't have any technical issues with that.
But you can definitely see these cars continuing. Everyone seems very comfortable out there. Like early in the race, there's a lot of hesitation. The drivers seem to have a really good the line down.
That's right. Yeah, everybody at this point in the race, the drivers, they know the line, they know the racing line to take. They're just out there and they're going to stay out there going the same speed. It's just now we're in the endurance section of the race. There's not a whole lot of fighting for position I can see that would happen, besides maybe Team Nemesis trying to break into the top 10 and University of Michigan maybe trying to make a move. It's almost too late to even consider it.
Well, even if they don't pass SDSU, they're in that's a great position to be in. 1 lap behind the leader. They've been able to, that beats Aztec Racing's setting with SDSU. That's such super aggressive, and everyone else has to keep up. Michigan is keeping as close as they can to it. They're
right.
doing their best to match.
Yeah, and we'll see going into the last 20 minutes if they turn on the heat, maybe try and close that gap a little bit.
Man, it's hard. It's hard to say. They've been holding the pace so well. San Diego State University has.
They are moving fast, unbelievably fast around this track.
Yeah, really impressive. But really a kind of a breakout season for San Diego State University with this performance here. A top finish in endurance is definitely something that you can build a program around. That's really impressive.
I agree, and including, they're going to be bringing home quite a few trophies if they can hold on to this. And somebody taking the outside lane on the log fan.
Yeah, and trying to whip it back in, of course. Yeah. All right.
So I've been refreshing to kind of see what our battle for the top 10 looks like. It's going to be hotly contested, but I think there's.
But just a quick shout out: Team Nemesis Racing is now in 10th place.
They did make it
after passing the Polytechnique Montreal Mudbees. So now they're on lap 47. They are 1 space ahead of them and on the hunt. It's a fast team. So they're continuing to rise in standing.
Right, the University of Central Florida is right ahead of them, and they need to be starting to be worried about get bumped back down a little bit.
Exactly.
Now, granted that they do have an extra lap, so Team Nemesis is going to have to put in an extra lap, then pass University of Central Florida.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we've got still about 20 minutes left. It'll be tight.
So yeah, as you mentioned, kind of working our way through the top 10, San Diego State University, University of Michigan Ann Arbor, those are kind of 2 teams within 2 laps of each other. And then University of Akron, Oregon State, NJIT, that's your top 5.
That is your top 5, and University of Akron has just been running strong the entire event. I'd like to. We don't talk about them as much as SDSU or Michigan Ann Arbor.
That's true, but
they deserve a lot of shout out for how well they're doing here today.
Absolutely, and that's there's no futuristic design. It's a very simple car, very reliable car, well built.
Absolutely, it sure is. And I'm glad to see them maintaining the whole 4 hours, keeping their pace up. Any team, that's impressive.
That seems to be the secret. I mean, I know we saw Michigan go up, but SDSU and University of Akron, I don't think we ever saw them go out for anything.
No, we have not yet. And that's exceptionally rare in a Baja race. It's very uncommon to see a car that isn't taken off the track at least once.
Right, and I think that's kind of interesting that they kind of maybe they just happen to get lucky, or they also designed an extremely well designed car. But that seems to be the difference maker. Here they are, sitting at positions 1 and position 3, and they haven't had any sort of failure. But the on-track time seems to be the difference maker, and of course, superb lap times by both Akron and SDSU.
It's important when you're designing your car that you find the right balance between reliability and speed. So we know that University of Michigan has a very, very fast car, but we did see them maybe off the track for a little bit today. They dropped down for some reason early on.
Yeah.
But SDSU obviously has a fast car that's extremely reliable, and that's why they are so far ahead in this race today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I want to be clear that in Baja terms, they're still pretty close together.
Oh, yeah. 2 laps after a 4-hour endurance race that's only 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's not too far.
So very close together. So very interesting to see how evenly matched they were at the upper echelon of this competition. Let's see, a lot of cars taking that bypass. And again, we see another car taking the bypass. We're getting a lot of difference in overall performance as it comes through your left side of the screen. They're going to have that car that went on the other one has 2 cars get ahead of it that both took the bypass. Kind of an interesting choice by the driver of which side to choose.
So we're about at 15 minutes left right now. So we'll probably try and get our drone pilot in the air shortly. That's we're getting close to our battery time. So we'll try and make sure that we get the end of the race with that. Now I know that there's a lot of traffic on the screen on the top right there. I don't know if there's an issue with an obstacle or a yellow flag or what's going on with those
cars.
It
seems like honestly, once you reach a certain size of let's call them a group of cars, a cluster of cars together, it seems like it's hard to break out of that cluster, because it's hard to overtake because there's other cars in front of it.
And a cluster of cars that is a major issue for a race leader like San Diego State University.
And let's see when this bypass, when they come up, as we come to this area here, we'll see what happens when this large chunk of cars. So for instance, we just had this 4-car group now segmented because 2 of them took the bypass,
right.
2 of them took the straight.
Yeah, without the bypass, that would be a much larger issue for the leading teams.
Right. This is their opportunity, I think, on every lap to refresh where they are. I think it's difficult though if a team that's slower than you
takes the bypass
and you're trying to shoot. Here's that group you've seen of the 5 cars come in. 3 of them took the bypass, 2 of them took the straight. They're now more spread out. This is a really cool course design.
It really is. I'm seeing it more and more now in recent years where they have this type of bypass section. And I think it's for exactly what you've described. It really resets the flow of the course. But now you can see everybody taking the bypass. The yellow flag is out, so there'll be no passing right here. There could be, if one of the top cars is caught up in that could be a major issue for them. It's a great opportunity for, say, University of Akron or Michigan Ann Arbor to catch up.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Well, of course, the opposite is also true. It could totally ruin their ability to catch up.
Exactly. But I think kind of what you lose on the popcorn, you make back up on the peanuts. I mean, it's like these delays happen in Baja, and it's like you're so focused on overall lap times. There's all these stalling events sometimes where there's a yellow out. It's hard to get an exact lap count.
Right. And kind of one of the things I find most interesting is that that kind of situation, if it happened early in the race, has little to no effect on your overall performance. But if it happens on the last lap, that can be the make or break between first or second place.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really tough. You got to make sure that you're not caught in traffic like that.
Yeah, and we're really lucky. Oh, yes, and that's Johns Hopkins University back on track. Whoop! Let's go, Hopkins. That's car number, oh, geez, I don't remember, 60.
Yeah, they're gone. We'll
worry.
get them next time.
I saw you guys out there. Great job. Okay, so, but getting back to what I was saying, we're really lucky to have such an exciting race. We've been able to watch University of Michigan Ann Arbor battle its way back, San Diego State and Akron kind of hold on to these leads. What a great script we've had in this 4-hour endurance race.
It has not been boring. That is, as an announcer, that is a fantastic thing. It's hard to come up with stuff to talk about when, say, the race gets maybe red flagged for 2 or 3 hours of it. In a situation like this where you're running all day, side by side, going over obstacles, over jumps, it's a lot to talk about and a lot to watch, and I'm glad that you guys are on here with us today watching.
Yeah, and I just was reminded that we also have the mystery team, Pennsylvania College of Technology. The transponder trouble, they are still in that top 5 of
That's
lap
true.
count.
I
But
wonder.
We don't know the exact count. We have nothing official, but they are within that kind of top sphere. Not necessarily within that
That could
group.
be a major concern for a team, say, in the 10th position.
Well, yeah,
Somebody like
exactly.
Team Nemesis, who's currently trying to break that top 10.
Right.
They don't know whether or not this other team has enough laps to be ahead of them.
Right. No, and absolutely. So because officially they are able to get in their lap scored. It's just not being pushed to the advisory board, the auxiliary. Now, if we look, a lot of overtaking
pass. That was a great pass.
Well, he made it, but yeah, it looked like he was able to maintain his velocity on the outside of the log fan.
I'd say he made that pass. That was excellent.
So cool. And here we have a great car coming, a lot of speed, and just taking that jump with ease.
Yeah, that was well done. Very well done.
And it's really fun watching these rocks. Now they've moved. Unfortunately, now they've moved enough out of the way.
Somehow we've been on this camera so much, but we've missed teams hitting and moving those rocks. I wonder if it's the organizers just come out and just move them
Well,
right
I'll tell you,
we cut away.
we did see one when he chicaned off of one and then punted the other rock.
I did
and it
see that.
went
You're right.
rolling.
A very good power slide with that.
I tell you what, honestly, that was a great penalty kick for that car. Very, very impressive. A lot of skill went into that.
So we've just crossed in. 10 minutes left.
10 minutes remaining.
SDSU is on their 59th lap. I think they'll get about 60 laps in, and depending on how they cross the line, we'll either stop right at the 4-hour mark or we will go one additional lap if SDSU is still on the track when the 4-hour mark hits.
Absolutely right. So the way this works is when 4 hours happens, as soon as 4 hours ends, the lead car, when he crosses the line, the race, everyone after him will end. So the ideal place to be is if you are just in front of the leader. When the 4-hour mark expires, you're able to get one more bonus lap.
It is, and it's a fantastic place to be. That's kind of, if you're way down in the pack, that's really your goal right now, to try and be in that position where you can get that extra bonus lap. And it'll really help bump you up in the standings, especially with how tight it is towards the bottom of the course here. And we've got a lot of teams that are just one lap or so apart from each other.
So if we have a lap, if we're looking at possibly, let's see what our totals are. 57 laps, we got 10 minutes remaining. So possibly we get to 60 laps. That's going to be,
I think we might be on the 61 or 62 lap track now, and it'd be interesting to see what they wind up doing. Now, what car is this that's in the pits? Are we able to see the number? It's awful late in the race to be making a pit stop.
This team might not actually be making a pit stop. They might be actually getting back on track, having gotten something repaired. And this is a really cool situation to get the car back out after they've had a repair. There's a lot of pride,
potential to be able to get two more laps in. So absolutely go out.
When I ran competitions, I had a car one year that was so bad it never even got one lap. Getting that one lap is really a great opportunity for teams. We talk a lot about the top performers, but there's a lot of victory stories and a lot of sweat being put out to get the cars on track.
Well, definitely. We got a car up here off the track on the right side of your screen. You can see at the top right all the orange volunteer shirts are surrounding them. From here, I can't see who that is. We'll try and keep an eye on the results, make sure that's not one of our lead cars.
Oh, yeah. And as we were mentioning, one thing that is interesting, because the lap total is so, this is a pretty high lap total.
It's a very high lap total.
So this is, we're going to, as mentioned, 60, 63, Sometimes the endurance tracks are even more aggressive on the cars. Lap counts in the 40s. That's more on the low end. So, as I mentioned, getting that extra lap isn't quite as valuable here, but it ends up adding about 6 points to your overall standing. And usually when you look at the layout of how the overall scores, 6 points can usually jump you 3 or 4 positions. So if you're 36th, now maybe you're 33rd. And that's great when you're able to share with your university what place you got. It's always nice to have as high a place as possible.
A little lower number is definitely better when you come back home.
But that one lap could be the difference between making, say, 30th third and 22nd. You know,
right.
you can and 6 points, this is a big number.
Yeah, it's important to point out that this is a highly contested competition here. The scores are separated by points. You know, in the rock crawl, they were measured in inches, not feet, the distances. It was unbelievably close how tight everybody is in this competition. So 1 or 2 points either way can really swing your overall finishing position in this competition.
And that's why, you know, Johns Hopkins University actually was out for a large portion of the race. And now they're back in. And, you know, they didn't give up. And that's really impressive. There's a lot of teams exactly in that same story. And I just want to say to those teams, you know, it was not wasted effort. It's a big accomplishment to get back on track.
Never give up. Always fight. You got to keep going out there.
Absolutely. But yeah, just an amazing race as we've been able to follow this. SDSU, refresh my results.
I was going to say, I've been clicking refresh here constantly.
So we're coming down 5 minutes remaining.
All right, we've just crossed the 3:55 mark.
And, we're looking the race leader, 60 laps, San Diego State University. Second place, car number 1, University of Michigan Ann Arbor with 58 laps. And then third place right now, University of Akron, Zips Baja with 57 laps. So a good sizable lead of 2 laps for San Diego State. Looking very solid.
From what I'm seeing on these results, if our top 3 can stay out there, I think that's what I think that's going to be our final.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a whole lot of potential for movement between those top 3, and they've got a fairly commanding lead over 4th place.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see whether anything changes in the next 5 minutes or so. We've got the opportunity, depending on how it works out, that we might even get 3 laps left.
Right.
So
yeah, maybe.
It'll be interesting to see what transpires here towards the end of the race. And it looks like we're working on getting our drone camera back up in the sky. He's just lifted off. We're waiting for the video feed to stabilize before we can put it on. We'll try and make sure that we're near the checkered flag area for the end of the race.
And one of the coolest things when we get to the drone footage, what's really neat to see is how the track has been kind of morphed into the ground by all these Baja cars driving over. A great side-by-side action going through the showmanship area on the Baja car course.
That's an excellent point. You know, this track, before 6 o'clock yesterday, this track didn't exist here. So anything that you see that looks like a road is only because these Baja cars have been driving over it 4 hours straight now. And a lot of cheering coming from the stands. There must have been something interesting that happened, but unfortunately it was on one of our static cameras. So.
Well, usually at that point, this is the teams, they're still out running. Like, that's what's really impressive. Like,
so somebody's come by and they're cheering
for
no,
I see exactly what they're cheering for. They're cheering for this is Notre Dame University. This is a very impressive car, 57, just past your screen.
Very unique
This
car.
is a very unique car using motorcycle tires.
If we could switch to the log obstacle at all possible, we will catch them coming over that log obstacle.
Yeah, so this team has a very unique suspension system, a fixed front and rear suspension design. They have their faculty advisor challenged them to create a car with the maximum amount of ground clearance, and they responded to creating a very unique design. Hopefully we were able to get it to you, but that we just heard a bunch of cheering. The reason we were cheering, they just got back on course.
Right. I think they've had a pretty tough day, so it's exciting to see them back out there making laps.
Yes, absolutely, and
especially with such a unique car design.
And you really appreciate the corroboration of all the other teams rooting them on. That's neat to see.
And you kind of see we've got our drone footage up and going. It looks like we might be near the finish line here. You can see the organizers are standing out.
Your angle is good, Dale. However, I've still got
So, but as we're talking about, that's really neat that the other teams are proud to see, and it's a very unique design. So kind of that, as we mentioned, one of the mom from ONU, Ohio Northern, really liked seeing the unique designs. That was the team that she was representing, that she was talking about. They're very cool to see.
Design.
And that's what's neat about this. They're a bunch of engineers. Very excited to see clever designs. Maybe they're not going to be the best performers, but people always like seeing new opportunities to see what it work.
Absolutely. So here's our results. We've got about three minutes left in the race. SDSU just came around. The last lap time they put in was about 4 minutes ago. So there is a distinct possibility that they will be just coming through and will be ending pretty close to that 4-hour mark.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep refreshing until I get a record of their most recent lap.
So as we're coming in, you can feel the energy in the stands. People are going from their pits. They're moving in to be able to watch the checkered flag. A lot of excitement as the people surrounding us are kind of moving towards the venue to watch.
Oh yeah, this is it. This is the end of the race. It looks like it's going to be SDSU. We're going to try and get our drone pilot to come down a little bit lower, maybe get us a little closer to the finish line. And hopefully we'll get that shot for you guys as they come along.
Yeah, you're still getting it. Your video is a bit unstable.
I'm refreshing as we go. I still haven't seen them cross the line yet for their 60-second lap.
And yeah, so so what's probably going through a lot of the team's minds, they've gotten the cars back out there and they're cheering their team on, and kind of it's a neat final push. All the cars came here to pass that did the time trials and now are finishing endurance. This is the moment that everyone has been rooted has been waiting for.
Oh, it absolutely is. It looks like they're going to be getting ready to. You can see the quarantine area set up off to the side there. So what's going to happen is SDSU is going to come around here in a moment. They're going to get the checkered flag, and they're going to pull them off, put them into quarantine to test that vehicle, make sure it still meets the specifications.
Right, and that's of course they want to make sure that everything is. That's one of the things that none of these cars over the entire race have changed in any way. There's if any piece that has ever come off this car has all actually stayed on the car. So they haven't been able to change tires. So it really is an all-rounder.
Oh, that's right. You got to make it all 4 hours with the same car. You can't switch it midway through.
Right, there's been no tire changes or anything. The only things that have changed is the driver.
So we've just hit the 4-hour mark. Right around now is when they'll be throwing the checkered flag. Depending on how this event is run, when SDSU comes through, they will do a white flag indicating one more lap, or they will just give them a checkered flag right away. It wasn't really communicated to me, but it's usually not decided until right near the end.
Right, and it's a pretty good one. I'm
thinking based on the results of this race, there's really no need to run an extra lap. We know who the clear winner is going to be. Let's make it happen.
Right. And yeah, it's been a really impressive race, and kind of especially from this drone view, you can kind of see the challenge that all these cars have gone through. As they kind of continue to make their laps around.
Oh, definitely. And you can see even how thick out the field is.
Oh, yeah.
For those of you who have been watching the whole time, you saw how crowded this track was in the morning. And now we're kind of getting a little bit more spread out. Cars are really just, all you see is this one or two side-by-side type deal. You don't really see the big bumps anymore.
Yeah.
You can hear the crowd getting excited out there.
The crowd's definitely getting excited.
We're getting towards the end of the race.
Yeah,
and what a great race it's been today, too.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was involved with this as well. Getting a chance to finish endurance was just great.
So we're at the point now where it's going to be pretty much over right away as soon as they throw down the flag. We are past the 4-hour mark. We're going to be ending any minute now, and it looks like, based on the information that we've got here in the
unofficial information.
Yeah, the unofficial information that we have, it's going to be San Diego State University taking first place in endurance in Baja SAE, Illinois 2017.
Yeah, and just a really impressive run by this team.
Incredible. Really strong. All day, just out there as fast as they possibly could go. And that's really, the durability and the speed of that car is phenomenal.
Wow. Yeah, it was just really neat to see that there. I mean, just even watching from the booth, you could just feel how quick they were pushing that car.
So we're still trying to keep an eye out to see if we've seen the checkered flag yet or anything like that. It sounds like they're still racing out there. I don't see any cars pulled into the quarantine area
And we have a checkered flag waving.
And the checkered flag is out. The checkered flag is out, everybody. This is the end of the endurance race. We are at the end. Any teams that are still on track will get to finish the lap they're on. The top teams are going to be pulled into the quarantine area, and then that's when really you'll know for sure who those top teams were in the event. And typically they're going to be pulled in the order that they're finishing in.
Right.
So it'll be really interesting to see.
Yeah, and this is just a great opportunity. You know, all the teams kind of come. Usually, they all kind of parade, and there's usually people clapping on and cheering on those that had a chance to finish, even from teams that aren't your team. So it's just kind of the spirit of everyone working together.
Absolutely, and today it was a great day for Baja. Great weather, clear skies, a light breeze to keep things from getting too hot. Just phenomenal day for racing, and I'm so excited for SDSU and their for victory today. As far as we know, they are the Baja SAE 2017 Endurance Champions here.
Wow. Yeah. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. And yeah, so after this, what will the crowd be doing? I see we have a lot of people kind of going over to the various respective areas, their pits. What happens post-endurance?
Post-endurance, typically what's going to happen is if you're not in the few cars that get quarantined, the few top cars, your car will go straight back to your paddocks. You'll start packing up everything, and you'll get ready to go to the awards banquet. So the organizing staff's only got basically an hour or so to finalize the scores for this event and make sure that everybody was scored fairly and accurately.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see them here as the cars that have just passed the checkered flag are exiting the track. The race is over, ladies and gentlemen. As far as we know, San Diego State University has won this race. Michigan Ann Arbor has come in second, and University of Akron has come in third. There may be a team the transponders didn't work for. That could be.
Oh yeah, mystery transponder. Who knows? But what we see right here, what are we looking at here? Is this the paddock area for the teams?
That's the paddock area for the teams, where all the trailers are located.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're going to scan back over to the bowl. You can see the endurance track is empty. There's nobody out on track anymore. Everybody is finished for the day. That is the end of the endurance race for Baja SAE Illinois 2017, and it was just a fantastic race today. Really good. And these few cars out there still racing. For them the race is not over yet. Any position that they might gain now will still count.
Right, but it's mostly to add another lap to their overall total.
Absolutely, and that's a huge bonus for them.
Absolutely, yeah. So what a great showing by San Diego State University, and congratulations to all the teams that
absolutely everybody that had a chance to get out and put some laps in on this endurance track. What a great endurance track we had today too. Just overall, it was a great day for Baja.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better.
And great day for the world too.
Yeah,
any day that's good for Baja is good for everybody. This is an international competition. Strong showings by some of our international competitors. Really just a good day for everyone.
Yeah, and kind of, just on what you were saying, the opportunity to have Team Nemesis come out, compete, it's really strong for India. We saw great competitors from ETS, École Technologique Supérieure, and also no Brazilian teams at this event. There was at the previous event in Baja, Kansas. But, what a great day. A lot of teams coming in here, and just a great way to kind of close out the 2017 competition here.
Absolutely. I'm going to keep refreshing the results, and before we go offline, I will give you guys the top 10 as we know it.
Thank you, Brett.
Do you have anything to add, Chase? I noticed you got your headset on. I thought.
Yeah, well, I've had my headset on for a while, but I've been preoccupied during most of this. But no, I'm just getting word from my operator that he's going to be landing his drone here, but no, I just reiterate that, it's been just such a fantastic day. The weather cooperated. We stayed live the whole time. We had a few technical difficulties, but no, it's been great.
It has. I think overall the event has gone extremely well today. No major issues to speak of. It looks like we've waited long enough. All the cars are in. I'm about to give you the top 10. Let me refresh real quick just to make sure. As far as we know it, here is our top 10. Car number 1, San Diego State University, Aztec Baja. Phenomenal showing by those guys. I'm super excited for them. I'm sure they're just
Oh my God!
I'm
they
sure
gotta
they've
be just
gone
right now.
crazy today.
Oh.
They'll be hard to settle down
and
later.
well earned. I mean, I've met those guys a few times before, and they work hard.
Oh, absolutely. All the teams here work really hard, but it takes an extra level to be an endurance race winner. You know, there's just a whole nother level of preparation and design work that has to go into designing a vehicle that can run that hard for 4 hours straight. So our second place team is going to be the University of Michigan Ann Arbor. And a special shout out to those guys too. Some of the most upstanding people that you'll find. You know, with the successes they've had, it's really easy to get a big head and kind of act superior, but they don't do that at all. You know, they're happy to help anybody and anybody anywhere.
Yeah, I think what was most impressive about this performance, obviously not probably what they were hoping for, looking for the overall win in endurance, but second place after being gridded so high and then being out of the event for a sizable time and then being able to come back, that takes a lot of it's the endurance race. It takes a lot of mental endurance.
Absolutely.
To be able to
claw their way back
and we
up.
watched them in those pit stops. You know, they were very focused. Some of the fastest pit stops we saw.
Yeah,
from them.
those pit stops. I mean, reflecting on them, they were just so impressive and so coordinated. I mean, you could tell that they had that team structure to know who was doing what, as you guys were saying
Absolutely,
earlier.
and that's really the mark of a team, that really what you need as a team to win or come in second or third in an endurance race. And so rounding out our top three is the University of Akron, Zips Baja. And I'm glad to see that they were able to hold on. That is just an incredible finish for them. And, you know, anytime you bring home, we give out trophies for the top three in our events. So anytime you bring home hardware from the endurance race, that is a huge accomplishment. It's something to be proud of.
Yeah, I mean, they can pat themselves on the back for that one. Do we know how they did on some of the other events? Or?
Well,
We'll
it's really, we'll definitely get to that. But
we can
for the
stay here,
endurance,
but-
you know, I would say, University of Akron. I mean, that's a very a well-established team,
Yep.
and they demonstrated it here today. They came, and they got it done.
Absolutely, they sure did. So that's our top three here. Let's round out the top 10 with Oregon State University in fourth place. The New Jersey Institute of Technology, NJIT,
Well,
is in
and I'll
fifth
help you with
place.
this one. Number 6, École Technologique Supérieure.
Thank you.
For ETS Motorsports.
Number 7 is Cleveland State University, Vikings Racing. Number 8, some actually friends of mine, Northeastern University, Car 47. They were the winner of our rock crawl yesterday. We watched that video. Number 9, University of Central Florida, Knights Racing. And then rounding out the top 10, as far as we know, is McGill University from Montreal.
That's right. So there you have it, folks. Also, potentially Penn College of Technology.
Right,
We're not sure. We don't know how they finished, but they might have been up there as well.
Right. There is a distinct possibility that a very high-performing car didn't have their lap counted by the live scoring technology, and that would all have been counted manually. So the official results at the end will come out, and we'll see how it shakes out then.
Yeah. But yeah, I would say, you know, what a great day for Baja. You know, this is, you know, it hasn't. Well, I guess we've been in the shade all day, so we don't know exactly how hot. But it seems like it's been dramatically cold. There's been a nice breeze that's been blowing this whole our whole tent down, so it couldn't have been hot outside. And just everything collected really well.
It looked like they were going to be doing the quarantining zone nearby to where our pit camera was. So
yeah, that's the one thing I was
might be
wondering.
worth taking a jump to that.
I'm gonna go.
Well, here, I'll check the fuel camera and see if we have a shot on that.
And just really quick,
not too much on it.
I'll be signing off. So I want to say thanks so much to Chase and Brad for being a fantastic co-host. I've really enjoyed the chance to, you know, hang in there for 4 hours. A lot of broadcasts, but did it with two great gentlemen.
We're happy to have you.
We appreciate you coming in here.
Yeah, help us greatly appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Thanks.
So I think, unless you have anything else on the broadcast schedule, I think this is pretty much the end of our live endurance broadcast for Illinois 2017. It looks like that is the cue to shut down. So thank you, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Again, amazing job by San Diego State University. Some of the best Baja racing I've seen in a while out of those guys. So I hope they're excited. I'm excited for them. And I hope we'll see most of you guys tuning in next year as we'll try to live stream from many of our events.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you again, and take care.